Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Dewey and Legolas had quickly become friends. Unlike Thranduil, who carried himself with cold pride, Legolas was warm and approachable. Aside from his typical elven disdain for dwarves, he was easy to talk to and genuinely curious. Still young by elven standards, barely 500 years old, he had spent most of his life inside Mirkwood's borders. He was fascinated by Dewey, the wizard who had slain Azog, and eagerly asked about his travels and battles. Their talk flowed naturally until something unexpected interrupted it. The system's call, a faint chime, echoed in Dewey's mind. Hogwarts check-in system, location Woodland Kingdom. Would you like to check in? Without showing any emotion, Dewey whispered under his breath, check in successful. Reward, flying broomstick crafting technique. Instantly knowledge flooded his thoughts, the structure of a broom, magical wood types, enchantment runes, and stabilization charms. Dewey's eyes brightened. A flying broom meant freedom. Travel would be faster, and even the most dangerous terrain would be no obstacle. In a world where only dragons and giant eagles ruled the skies, that kind of advantage was priceless. He examined the technique mentally. The crafting process was intricate, more complex than wand making. Both required magical wood, but the broom demanded alchemy, fine carving, and delicate balancing. Even working day and night, it would take a week or two to complete. Still, Dewey was thrilled. The leftover wood core from his wand would be enough for one broom. He silently decided to begin work before they reached Lonely Mountain. He wanted to test whether a dragon could outfly him. For now, though, he hid his excitement and returned to the feast. The dwarves escaped before the banquet ended. An elven guard hurried to Thranduil and spoke in Elvish. "Your Majesty, the dwarves have escaped." Gandalf, who understood Elvish, nearly smiled but quickly hid it. Thranduil's expression darkened. "How?" "The dungeon key was stolen. They floated down the river in empty wine barrels." Thranduil's jaw tightened. He glanced suspiciously at Gandalf and Dewey but said nothing. "Find them," he ordered coldly. "This time they'll never leave my cells again." Legolas and the guards rushed out, leaving Dewey and Gandalf sitting awkwardly at the table. Gandalf finally spoke with a calm grin. "Since His Majesty is occupied, perhaps we should excuse ourselves." Thranduil waved a dismissive hand. "Go, then." Down the river, once outside, they made their way to the forest river. The current was swift and dark. "Can you sail?" Dewey asked. "A little," Gandalf admitted, "but the elves won't lend us a boat." Dewey didn't bother replying. He drew his wand, pointed at a fallen log, and muttered a spell. The log expanded, reshaping into a small wooden boat. 2 branches turned into oars with another flick of his wand. Gandalf laughed. "I always forget how handy your magic is." They pushed off and began their chase downstream. High above, a few elves saw the display and ran to inform Thranduil. The elven king said nothing, but Dewey's name was now firmly etched in his mind. Orcs on the riverbank. The river twisted through the forest. Soon, black shapes appeared along the banks, orc corpses floating in the water, arrows sticking from their bodies. Dewey frowned. "Impossible, I killed Azog." "Why are there still orcs here?" Before Gandalf could answer, Dewey saw an orc raising his bow toward an elf locked in combat. He lifted his wand. Shattered to pieces, the orc exploded instantly. The elf turned. It was Legolas. He gave Dewey a quick nod before moving on to the next enemy. Dewey kept casting, clearing both riverbanks as their boat drifted forward. "Dewey, behind you," Gandalf shouted. Dewey spun around, conjuring an ice wall just in time. A black arrow thudded halfway through it, pulsing with dark energy. His eyes narrowed. Morgul magic. He spotted the shooter, an orc riding a dire wolf. Dewey began to cast, but an arrow from somewhere else struck the orc straight through the skull before he could finish. Legolas again. He gave Dewey one more nod before darting away into the trees. Dewey let out a quiet breath. "That elf's aim is frightening." Gandalf smiled faintly. "Be glad he's on our side." Further down the river, barrels bobbed in the current. Thorin and the others were drifting fast, arrows raining from the banks as more orcs gave chase. The escape from Mirkwood had only just begun. They drifted out of the river and into Long Lake, the slow current carrying their little boat toward the island town. Long Lake formed where the dense forest river met the torrent from Lonely Mountain, then ran east to the Rune Sea. Lake Town sat on a central island ringed by jagged headlands, a busy trade hub that always smelled faintly of fish and smoke. Dewey and Gandalf scanned the mist, no sign of Thorin or the others. A faint beam from Dewey's wand cut through the haze like a finger pointing straight ahead. "Bilbo and his crew probably found a crossing," Gandalf said. "We can meet them in Lake Town." He sounded hopeful. Their relief was short-lived. From upstream, orcs surged toward the river mouth. Once the boat hit open water, the flow slackened and the small craft slowed to a crawl. The 2 men felt exposed. "Shoot them," the orc leader barked. A hail of arrows descended. Dewey raised a shield spell that took most of the volley. Even so, a handful of arrows slipped past the ward, snapping toward their heads. Gandalf reacted in time, slicing one in half with his sword and shouting, "Watch out, there's a Morgul arrow in that volley." Dewey shoved his oar up as a makeshift shield. 2 arrows slammed into the plank, black tips piercing deep. Morgul arrows, poisoned, cursed, meant to wound soul and body. The orcs were clever. They'd hidden those Morgul-tipped bolts among ordinary fire. Dewey's face hardened. He tossed the ruined oar aside and answered with force. Thunderbolt explosion, the blast threw the orcs back. Many staggered, but their shields, made of some unknown, resilient metal, held. The orcs survived where a normal volley would have ended them. Dewey, they knew you'd fight like this, Gandalf warned. They prepared for your spells. Dewey didn't argue. We land. I'll get what we need. He steered the boat toward the bank. The orcs tried to stop them with another volley. In an instant, the arrows became writhing serpents, fangs bared, lunging for throats and arms. Panic broke their formation. Bows clattered to the ground as men fell back. The serpents dissolved and the weapons snapped back to wood and sinew as if nothing had happened. Dewey leapt from the boat and struck without mercy. Torn to pieces, shatter. Thunder, the bank erupted in explosions of sound and splintered earth. Orcs fell, some dead, some maimed. The orc leader turned to flee, but Dewey pinned him with a petrification curse. The leader froze mid-step, eyes wide, muscles locked. Dewey approached slow, every movement sharp with authority. He let the petrification lapse and the leader sagged back to life, dagger in hand. The blade exuded a faint, dark aura. Dewey's lips curled. "You trying to kill me?" Dewey said, and with a single flick he severed the leader's arm. The dark dagger clattered free. The orc screamed and glared. Dewey didn't give him time to curse. The black dagger rose on a thread of magic and hovered at the orc's throat. "After Azog died, who leads you now?" Dewey demanded. "Why are you hunting the dwarves?" The leader's sneer stayed. He spat words of triumph. "You won't stop us. Our master has plans. You and the dwarves will burn." Gandalf's temper snapped. He slammed his staff into the orc, hurling him against a boulder. "Speak, or I will purify you with fire." The strike rattled the orc, but only increased his smugness. Dewey caught Gandalf's wrist before he struck again. "If he won't tell us, we'll make him." His expression went darker. He raised his wand and concentrated something heavier than any routine hex. "Soul leaving the body," he intoned. Gandalf watched with a tight jaw. The spell was dangerous, the kind that bent a will rather than ending a life. It was a controlling magic. Once it took hold, a person's mind could be puppeted. Escape required a will stronger than iron or the death of the caster. The leader's gaze went vacant. Dewey pressed. "Who's your new leader?" The orc blinked, then answered with cold certainty. "Azog's son, Palge. He commands us now." Dewey let the revelation settle like a thunderclap. Palge, a new name, a new threat. The forest echoed with the distant sounds of clashing, and somewhere downstream the barrels that carried Thorin and his company knocked and bobbed against the current. The hunt for them had only sharpened. Upon hearing this answer, Gandalf and Dai exchanged a glance. I was very surprised by this news. They did not expect that Azog's son, Palg, would so quickly subdue the orc forces and inherit his position so soon after Azog's death. After all, the orc kingship is not passed down from father to son, but is determined by strength. Borge was able to succeed Azog in such a short time. This only proves that his strength is in no way inferior to Azog's. Dewey continued, "Did Palger order you to hunt us down? Was it to avenge Azog?" The leader of the Oak team answered all questions. Part of the reason is that Palger was furious about Azog's death, and he put a bounty on Thorin Oakenshield and the head of the black-robed wizard Dur. Gandalf frowned upon hearing this and asked in confusion. Azog was killed by Dur, so it's understandable that a bounty was placed on him. But why is Palger still hunting down Thorin Oakenshield? Orc, the team leader, said, because Palger wants to stop Thorin Oakenshield from becoming the king of the mountain. He wants to take Lonely Mountain and then penetrate deep into the northern kingdom of Angmar, thus bypassing the Misty Mountains and advancing westward. Gandalf looked even more puzzled. Why does Palger think he can take Lonely Mountain? Doesn't he know that a dragon dwells there? Or has he already reached an agreement with the dragon? Gandalf then voiced an even more serious suspicion. Oak nodded. Yes, the dragon of Lonely Mountain has awakened, and Borg has reached an agreement with him. As long as we kill Thorin Oakenshield and stop the dwarves from reclaiming Lonely Mountain, the dragon will allow us to enter the north and reclaim the kingdom of Angmar. Gandalf was startled by what he heard, and his expression turned serious. No, we have to stop Thorin and the others. That dragon has awakened. If Thorin and the others go to Lonely Mountain, they'll be committing suicide. Dewey hadn't expected this outcome. He clearly remembered that the dragon's smog did not cooperate with the orcs. This time, Azog's death has caused such a huge change. The orcs and dragons have actually joined forces ahead of schedule. Seeing that Gandalf was eager to stop Thorin and the others from going to Lonely Mountain, Dai was not optimistic. After all, Thorin is very stubborn. Reclaiming Lonely Mountain has become Thorin's obsession, even his inner demon. Even if he knows that the Lonely Mountain dragon has awakened, he will definitely choose to continue the adventure without hesitation. Gandalf, there's still some time before the day of Durin. We have plenty of time. We can discuss this further when we meet Thorin and the others at Lake Town. Dewey said, then looked at the leader of the orcs, who was under the control of the Imperious Curse. For now, let's deal with this oak problem first. The two then continued questioning until they had obtained almost all the information that team leader Oak knew before stopping. All right, I have no more questions. Jur, do you have any more questions? If not, then take care of him and head to Long Lake Town immediately. Gandalf drew his sword and asked Dai. Dewey stopped Gandalf from killing Orc, shook his head, and gave a sly smile. Gandalf, don't kill him yet. He still has value. Use value? Gandalf looked at him with suspicion. He is now under my control with the imperishable curse and will only obey my orders, Dewey explained with a smile. We'll let him go and let him return to the Orcs so he can relay Orc news to us at any time. At crucial moments, we can even take advantage of Borger's unpreparedness and stab him in the back. Gandalf's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but he was still somewhat uneasy. Is it possible for him to break free of control? If Borg finds out, it might make him wary and cause more complications. Dewey was quite confident in his magic. There's no way to break the Imperious Curse unless the person has a strong will and can break free from the control, or encounters a powerful magician like Sauron who can forcefully break the Imperious Curse I cast. Otherwise, it is impossible to break, and it is difficult for others to detect. That's good. Gandalf put away his sword with relief. They then released the leader Oak and ordered him to return to Palger's side to lie in wait and pass messages. Of course, if there's a chance, it would be even better to take down Palger directly. However, the possibility of this is very small, and they didn't have high hopes. After letting Oak go, Dewey and Gandalf continued their journey by small boat towards Lake Town. Passing through the mist on the lake, the two rowed forward, following the direction of the guiding spell. We finally arrived at Changyu Town, located on an island in the center of the lake. Most of the buildings in Changyu Town are built on water, and the main mode of transportation is by boat. Most residents make a living by fishing. As for trade with the woodland elves, it was monopolized by the wealthy people of Lake Town, led by the mayor. The two rowed their boat to the port customs office, where they were stopped. Stopped the boat. A middle-aged man wearing a dirty brown hat came out of the house, looking at them with suspicion and vigilance. Who are you? Dewey looked at Gandalf. It was now his turn to appear. Good evening. We are travelers from the west, and we plan to rest here for a few days, Gandalf said in a friendly manner. The man looked the two of them up and down, still somewhat suspicious. Tourists from the west, do they have any documents, or are they carrying any goods? Gandalf shrugged and spread his hands. We're not carrying any cargo or any documents. It was just a small boat. The man looked at their small boat and found nothing there. If there are no goods, there's no need to declare customs, but you still need to pay berthing fees. How much? 1 silver coin. Upon hearing this, Gandalf turned to look at Dewey, knowing that the old man had no money anyway. Dewey, who was not short of money, casually took out 2 silver coins from his purse and threw them over. The man caught the coins with practiced ease. When he saw that they were 2 silver coins, his eyes lit up and his attitude became enthusiastic. Is there anything else you two can do for us? Have any strangers come to town before us? For the sake of money, the man spoke his mind without reservation. Shortly before you arrived, a group of dwarves came here. They were taken to Bard's home in town. I wonder if this news will be of any use to you, sir. Dai and Gandalf exchanged a glance. They had finally found them. Thank you for your message. It's very helpful. The man then opened the sluice gate, allowing Dewey and Gandalf to enter the town by water. Meanwhile, at Bard's home, the dwarves were very anxious. Killy, the youngest of the dwarves, was shot in the leg by an arrow from Morgul by Orc. Although he pulled out the arrow immediately, the poison and black magic from the arrow still invaded Killy's body, making him increasingly weak. It's thanks to the dwarves' strong physique that they've been able to hold on until now. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be dead by now. The arrows of Mogul were highly poisonous, and ordinary medicines were ineffective. Fortunately, Toriel, a wood elf who had been tracking the dwarves, used Kingleaf to heal Killy's wounds, thus saving Killy's life. Having had all their weapons taken by the elves in the dark forest, the dwarves are now discussing how to obtain new weapons before continuing their journey to Lonely Mountain. Just as the discussion was in full swing, a sudden knock on the door broke the noisy atmosphere. The others also became vigilant and on guard. Goes there? Bard the host walked to the door and opened it. Then they saw Dewey and Gandalf standing outside the door. Looks like we've come at just the right time, Gandalf greeted with a smile. Gandalf, Jur. Bilbo's eyes lit up and he ran over excitedly, grabbing both of their legs. The dwarfs in the house were also very surprised. The appearance of Dewey and Gandalf brought a pleasant surprise to everyone. Even Thorin's oak shield showed a rare expression of joy. Since the two temporarily left the group, everyone has suffered greatly since entering the dark and dense forest. First, they were made dizzy by the poisonous gas in the dense forest and lost their way. Then they stumbled into the giant spider's lair and were almost eaten. After finally escaping from the giant spider's jaws, they were captured and imprisoned by the elves. Having escaped from the elven dungeon, he was pursued by elves and hunted by orcs, facing numerous dangers along the way. This is completely different from the situation when Jur and Gandalf were present. Thorin seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness of their previous separation. He took the initiative to walk up to the two of them and solemnly said, "Welcome back, Jur and Gandalf. With your participation, I believe this trip to Gushan will be a success." Upon hearing this, Gandalf shook his head. "I'm afraid we can't go to Lonely Mountain, Thorin. The expedition ends here." The room fell silent the moment the words were spoken. Thorin's smiling face froze instantly, quickly turning ugly. His sharp eyes were fixed on Gandalf. "Gandalf, what are you saying? What do you mean the mission ends here?" Gandalf looked around, saw the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, and sighed. "We have just received accurate information from Oak that the dragon in Lonely Mountain has awakened and is now cooperating with Azog's son, Polgar. Going to Gushan now would be like lambs to the slaughter, sending them to their deaths. Therefore, the plan to steal the Arkenstone and gather the dwarves is no longer viable. We need to devise a new plan and find another way." Upon hearing this, the house fell into an even deeper silence. The dwarves were devastated. Even the Lonely Mountain Dwarf Kingdom at its peak couldn't withstand the awakened dragon, let alone these dozen or so dwarves. It's probably not even enough to fill a dragon's teeth. Thorin was also greatly shocked after hearing this, but then a surge of resentment welled up in his heart and his eyes were filled with madness. "No, I can't give up, so what if the dragon awakens? I must obtain the Arkenstone, no matter the cost." Then, as if talking to himself, he said, "We can split into two groups. One group will attract the dragon's attention at the front door and might even lure it out. The other group will enter through the back door and quietly take the Arkenstone." "Are you insane?" Gandalf tried to snap the dwarf out of his madness. "Don't you know what kind of disaster will follow if you anger a dragon? The dragon will burn everyone to death with its dragon fire. Your companions and the residents of Lake Town will all suffer the dragon's revenge." Thorin's eyes were filled with madness, and he said in a cold tone, "War always comes at a price." Everyone stared at him in shock. Even the dwarves couldn't believe he would say such a thing. "You've gone mad." Gandalf was so angry he felt a heart attack, gripping his staff tightly as if trying to snap the dwarf out of his madness. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting increasingly tense, Dewey finally spoke up. "All right, there's still more than a month until the day of Duelin. It's still early. Let's calm down and discuss it slowly." Seeing Dewey speak, the eldest dwarf Balin chimed in, "That's right, there's still plenty of time. We can replan and figure out a solution." Bard, as the host, also invited everyone to sit down. Gandalf and Thorin were sulking with each other, sitting on opposite sides, one smoking a cigarette and the other keeping his head down in silence. Bilbo and the dwarves looked at each other, speechless. Dewey didn't care about the atmosphere. Instead, he focused more on Bader. The man who successfully killed the dragon Smaug in his original destiny was a descendant of Jirian, the former Lord of Dale. Now he's just an ordinary resident of Chenghu Town, making a living by ferrying people across the river. When the dragon Smaug invaded the Lonely Mountain, the city of Dale at its foot was also destroyed. As the Lord of Dale, Jirian once shot off a scale from the chest of a dragon with a huge black arrow. The black arrow that could kill the dragon also came into Bard's hands. Dewey scanned his surroundings and quickly locked his gaze onto a black iron arrow hanging on the wall. It was a full metal arrow that was over 2 meters long, and it looked more like a spear or harpoon. Dewey walked over and looked it up and down. This giant arrow, made of some unknown metal, looks heavy and dusty, but it is the only known weapon capable of piercing dragon-scale armor. Aghast, Bard noticed Dewey's actions and walked over with a puzzled look. "Can I take a look at this black arrow?" Dewey asked. Bard looked surprised. "The guest knows about this arrow?" Dewey nodded. "I've heard of it. It's said to be a weapon forged by the dwarves to deal with dragons. It can penetrate the dragon's hard scales and cause fatal damage to the dragon." Upon hearing this, Bard shook his head and gave a wry smile. If it could really penetrate dragon scales, the Valley Kingdom would not have been destroyed by the dragon. "My ancestor once used it to shoot down a dragon, but the dragon was unharmed and eventually perished in the dragon's flames. It wasn't entirely unscathed." Dewey remembered that Bard's ancestor had successfully shot off a piece of Smaug's left breastplate, creating a fatal weakness. This is also why Bard was later able to successfully kill the dragon Smaug with his ancestral black arrow. Their conversation was overheard by the other people in the room. The dwarf Balin exclaimed in surprise, "You are a descendant of Lord Jirian of the Valley. No wonder you look familiar. You bear some resemblance to your ancestor Jirian." Bard said with a self-deprecating smile, "You have a sharp eye, considering I'm just a fisherman now." Thorin, who had been silent for a long time, stood up, his eyes fixed on the black arrow, his expression filled with excitement and greed. "Is this a black arrow capable of killing a dragon?" Gandalf, as if guessing his thoughts, poured cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, "There's only a slight chance. Thorin Oakenshield, you can't expect to kill a dragon with this black arrow. Dragons are very cunning. They won't be foolish enough to stand there and wait for you to kill them. If you don't get a chance to kill them in one blow, what awaits you is the dragon's furious revenge." Thorin completely ignored Gandalf's words, his gaze fixed intently on the black arrow with unwavering determination. "No, this is a revelation of fate. Fate has sent this black arrow to me so that we may use it to accomplish the great feat of slaying the dragon." He then turned to look at Bard. How much? What? Bard didn't react. How much is this black arrow? I'll take it. Bard was taken aback, then shook his head. I'm sorry, this is an heirloom of mine and I don't sell it. You'll sell it. Thorin was determined to get it. You are a descendant of Jirian, so you should know about the treasure within Lonely Mountain. If you are willing to hand over this black arrow, I promise to exchange 1/14 of the treasure within Lonely Mountain. Bard was somewhat tempted by Thorin's offer to trade for black arrows. Legend has it that the treasures in Lonely Mountain are piled up like mountains, and even giant dragons are attracted by the treasures within. If he could obtain 1/14 of the treasure, not only would his life change dramatically, but he could also help the impoverished residents of Long Lake Town, and it wouldn't be impossible to rebuild River Valley City and restore the glory of his ancestors. But after careful consideration, Bard shook his head. I cannot risk the lives of the people of Long Lake Town. If the dragon does not die, the entire town will suffer its revenge, and everyone will be devoured by its flames, not to mention that the dragon has now awakened. Rejected, Thorin's expression darkened further. His gaze lingered on the black arrow for a moment before he snorted coldly, turned around, and sat back down, his face grim, lost in thought. The atmosphere in the room grew cold once again. Gandalf looked somewhat worried when he saw Thorin like this. Meanwhile, Dewey was engrossed in checking in through the system. Hogwarts check-in system, location, Lake Town check-in required, sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the transfiguration notes of Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration Master. Dewey's eyes lit up when he saw the thick notebook that appeared in front of him. Professor McGonagall's notebook, what a pleasant surprise. Dewey immediately began flipping through the pages, quickly becoming engrossed in its contents. As a master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's notebook not only contains detailed records of various transfiguration spells, including spells for transforming objects into objects, objects into animals, and animals into each other, but also transfiguration spells for human bodies, including those of the animagus. There are even spellcasting methods and techniques that can transform elements such as water, fire, and earth. For example, one can condense flames into a giant python or fire dragon, or bring statues to life to help fight enemies. This notebook can be considered a comprehensive work on transfiguration. Dye treasured Professor McGonagall's notebook like a precious gem. In particular, as an animagus with a tabby cat-like animal form, Professor McGonagall's notebook contains detailed records of the various situations that might be encountered during the casting of the animagus and the corresponding coping methods. This is very instructive for Dewey, who is currently practicing animagus. He now has a mandrake leaf under his tongue, waiting for the next full moon so he can remove it and move on to the next step. And that time will come soon. However, before that, Dewey decided to take this time to make a flying broom. So in the days that followed, the conflict between Gandalf and Thorin remained irreconcilable. Gandalf tries to persuade Thorin to give up going to the Lonely Mountain. Thorin, however, was determined to continue on his journey, even at a cost, to obtain the Arkenstone. Therefore, he approached the mayor of Lake Town to make a deal, hoping to obtain some weapons from the town's armory and then arm his group of dwarves. He still hasn't forgotten the black arrow from the Bard family that can pierce dragon scales, and has tried to obtain it several times through coercion and enticement. The mayor of Long Lake Town was a greedy and blind man. After learning that there was treasure on Lonely Mountain, he immediately agreed to provide weapons to the dwarves, without giving any thought to the threat of the dragon. In his view, it was just investing in some weapons that were gathering dust in the armory, and it didn't cost him any money. If it doesn't succeed, so be it, but if it does succeed, it will bring inexhaustible wealth, practically a risk-free business, a huge windfall. Therefore, the mayor will hold a grand farewell party for the dwarves to send off their warriors. Gandalf was deeply worried about this, yet he was powerless to stop it. As for Dewey, he paid no attention to anything else and stayed at the bard's house, spending his days sharpening and carving the willow heartwood with a sharp dagger. The situation has deviated from my original plan, and I am really worried. On this day, Gandalf found Dye and said with a face full of worry, "It's not just about the dragons, but also Thorin." The dragon disease that is inherited in his family bloodline becomes more and more obvious the closer they get to the treasure of Lonely Mountain. I'm worried that when Thorin comes into contact with those treasures, he might be consumed by that mad disease before the dragon's flames even engulf him. Dewey admired Gandalf's deep concern, but also felt helpless. He admitted that he could not be as selfless as Gandalf, or even repay evil with good. After all, Gandalf had genuinely cared about Thorin and his companions these past few days, which is why he had spared no effort in trying to persuade them to abandon their journey to the Lonely Mountain and disturb the awakened dragons. But in the eyes of the stubborn Thorin, Gandalf's persuasion was ill-intentioned, and even became an enemy that hindered his reconquest of his homeland. So they bypassed Gandalf and chose to cooperate with the mayor. If Dye were Gandalf, he wouldn't bother trying to persuade such a person. He would simply let him bring about his own destruction. If all else fails, Gandalf, you can just knock him out and release him after the Day of Dolores, Dewey suggested. Or if you don't want to do it yourself, I can help you by casting a spell to quiet him down. Gandalf was somewhat tempted by Dewey's words, but immediately shook his head. Although I would love to do it this way, it is Thorin's will. We can only guide and persuade him from the sidelines, but we cannot force him to change his will, otherwise it will only lead to even greater disastrous consequences. Then his gaze fell on what Dewey was holding, and he asked curiously, "Are you making a broom?" Dewey nodded and then shook his head. "I plan to make a flying broom to use as a means of transportation." Flying broom. You mean it can fly? Gandalf's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked quickly. Dewey nodded, but his hands continued moving. Gandalf instantly put Thorin aside and focused all his attention on the flying broom that was gradually taking shape in front of him. Flying is an irresistible temptation for everyone, even Gandalf, although Gandalf is good friends with the eagles and can summon them to fly with him when needed. But being carried and flying on your own are completely different experiences, so Gandalf was very interested in the flying broomstick that Dewey mentioned. However, before Dewey's flying broom could be completed, Bud rushed back from outside, bringing with him a sudden message. The dwarves just left by boat. They're already on their way to Lonely Mountain, and that halfling was taken away by them too. They've left. Gandalf immediately became agitated, both angry and anxious. They left without even telling us. What does Thorin Oakenshield mean by this? Does he not trust us? Gandalf's eyes revealed anger and a hint of disappointment. No, we can't let them enter Lonely Mountain like this. Thorin Oakenshield is leading them to their deaths. With that, he grabbed his staff and set off to catch up with Thorin and the others. However, this time Dewey refused to accompany Gandalf. He shook his head and pointed to the broom in his hand. "My flying broom will be finished in a few days, and I can't get away for the time being. Gandalf, if you're willing to wait, you can ride with me on the broom to catch up." Gandalf was somewhat tempted, but he still refused. "Forget it, I can't sit here any longer. I'll set off to catch up with them first. You can come back after you finish sweeping." He then borrowed a boat from Bard and sailed off to catch up with Thorin and the others. Dewey was the only guest left at the Bard family's house. Dewey gets along well with the Bader family. Bader was warm and hospitable, and his 2 children were innocent and kind. Dewey was very generous and took out some beautiful jewelry from his spatial bag to give to Bard's 2 children. 3 days have passed since Thorin and the others, along with Gandalf, left. Dewey was overjoyed to receive his first flying broomstick. The broom handle is made from the hardest core of an old willow tree and is entirely jade white with smooth flowing lines. Its interior is engraved with complex runes, and a faint magical power flows within it. The end of the broom is cut into countless neat twigs from the remaining material to ensure its streamlined shape and precise balance. Once the flying broom was finished, Dewey couldn't wait to try it out. He placed the flying broom at his feet, stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Get up." The broom rolled on the ground. "Get up." This time the tone was firm and left no room for refusal. With a whoosh, the broom leaped from the ground and landed directly in Dewey's hand. Grasping the flying broom, Dewey's lips curled into a quick smile, his excitement and sense of accomplishment evident. Once the flying broom was made, the first thing to do was, of course, test its performance. Dewey couldn't wait to get to Bard's house, straddled the flying broomstick, and gently pushed off with his feet. The person was immediately lifted up by the broom and slowly floated off the ground. And under your bottom, an invisible air cushion supports you, just like riding a bicycle, so you don't have to worry about it hurting you. The Bud family, who followed them out, were stunned by what they saw. After the initial shock, Bard's youngest son was filled with excitement and eagerness, wishing he could ride it himself and experience it for himself. Overjoyed at his first flight, Dewey leaned forward and shot off like a rocket. Dewey flew around in the sky like a headless fly, sometimes soaring into the sky and sometimes almost crashing into the roof, making people tremble with fear. The residents of Chengyu Town were all attracted by this scene and were immediately shocked. They recognized the person flying on a broomstick as a guest staying at the Bud's house, but I never expected that he would have such a skill that he could fly. The mayor in particular, who was nearly hit on his own roof, stared wide-eyed out the window, craning his neck to look out, his eyes filled with annoyance. Although he was greedy and short-sighted, he still had some insight. He only regretted not inviting such an extraordinary person, instead letting that fisherman Bard benefit from it. Meanwhile, Dewey was completely unaware of the reactions of the residents of Longlake Town. After getting used to the flying broomstick, he finally managed to pilot it, albeit somewhat unsteadily, and landed back in front of Bard's house. Seeing the envy and longing on Bader's 2 children's faces, Dewey smiled and promised to take them to experience flying in the future. After saying a formal goodbye to Bard, he rode his broomstick and soared into the sky, flying towards Lonely Mountain. As for Bard's black arrow, Dewey had considered taking it with him to use against the dragon Smog, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Although the black arrow is currently the only known weapon in Middle-earth capable of breaking through dragon scales, it does not mean that it is the only thing that can deal with dragons. Dewey possessed a divine spear, Egolos, whose penetrating power was unmatched. Gilgalad, the High King of the Noldor, once used it to pierce Sauron's toughest armor, leaving a wound on Sauron's body. Dewey believed his spear was no less powerful than the Black Arrow, so the Black Arrow will remain with Bard to see if he can still accomplish the feat of slaying the dragon. The speed of a flying broom depends on the level of craftsmanship. Wizards in the magical world have flying brooms such as the Sweep series, Comet series, and Nimbus series, as well as the fastest Firebolt. Although Dewey acquired the crafting technique for flying brooms, he was only a novice, so the flying brooms he made could not even match the flying speed of the slowest flying broom in the magical world. Even so, with his flying broom, he still managed to catch up with Thorin and Gandalf, who had been on their journey for 3 days in just half a day. It is unknown what happened during those 3 days, but Gandalf failed to persuade Thorin to give up on the lonely mountain and instead continued on with them. When Dewey was still just a tiny black dot in the distance, Gandalf had already spotted him, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Aha, our last member has finally caught up." Upon hearing Gandalf's words, the crowd looked in the direction he was looking, puzzled. Then they saw a blurry figure in the distance rapidly approaching them. Soon, Dewey's figure came into view. Everyone stared in disbelief at the approaching Dewey. "My God, am I still half asleep? Why am I seeing Jur flying around on a broomstick?" The dwarf bomb rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. "Everyone, I'm not too late, am I?" Dewey leaned forward slightly, slowly descended from midair, landed on the ground, and asked the crowd with a smile. "Welcome back, Jur." Gandalf happily stepped forward and gave Jur a hug, then eagerly looked at the broom in his hand. "I didn't expect you to have made a flying broom so quickly. How does it feel to fly?" Seeing Gandalf's eager look, Dai chuckled and handed him the broom. "It feels pretty good, you can try it too." Gandalf's eyes lit up instantly, and he grabbed the broom, beaming with joy. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." For tossing the flying broomstick to Gandalf to play with, Dewey turned and greeted the others. Bilbo felt a sense of security upon seeing Dewey, but he was also somewhat apprehensive and dared not meet Dewey's gaze. As an honest and trustworthy hobbit, Bilbo didn't know how to refuse. After being threatened by Thorin with the contract he had signed, even though he knew the dragon had awakened, he still agreed to risk stealing the Arkenstone for Thorin. So he left Lake Town with the dwarves. Of course, more importantly, Bilbo had confidence in the one ring he possessed. He believed that once he put on the ring, he would be able to steal the Arkenstone right under the dragon's nose. This can be considered as fulfilling the original agreement. It was just that when I left Lake Town with the dwarves, it was so sudden that I didn't have time to tell Dewey and Gandalf before I left. Now, when I see Dewey again, I feel a little guilty. Dewey didn't care about this. Bilbo was his friend, not his owner, so he didn't need to ask for his opinion on anything. He patted the hobbit on the shoulder, then smiled and greeted the dwarves. To be honest, after spending so much time with them, he had a pretty good impression of all the dwarves except for Thorin. The eldest, Balin, was the wisest and most mature among the dwarves, a veritable strategist for the dwarf team. The youngest, Fili and Chili, are Thorin's nephews, but they are lively, quick-witted, and friendly. The fattest member, Bangbo, has a gentle personality, loves to eat. Dewey remained indifferent in the face of Sauron's questioning. "Since I promised to help you take back Lonely Mountain, I will not go back on my word. As for whether the other person lives or dies in the end, that's beyond his control. Anyway, he only agreed to help him take back Lonely Mountain, but he didn't agree to any other requests." Sauron didn't understand the deeper meaning of Dewey's words and smiled upon hearing them. "I'm glad to hear your answer. Don't worry, once I reclaim Lonely Mountain, you will not only receive 1/10 of the treasure as stipulated in the contract, but you will also gain the friendship of our entire Lin clan." Just then, a cry of surprise rang out. Then Gandalf shot into the sky with a whoosh, riding his flying broomstick, and flew through the air with great agility and freedom. With his agile turns and thrilling dives, Gandalf was practically glued to his broomstick. His skill and speed were comparable to the best Quidditch players, not at all like a 70 or 80-year-old man. Seeing this, Dewey was so jealous he was about to burst. Why is there such a huge difference between people? He didn't even tell Gandalf how to ride a flying broomstick. Gandalf had already figured it out on his own, and he flies better than him. Gandalf, like an old child who had found his favorite toy, rode his flying broomstick around for a while before reluctantly landing down. "Haha, this flying broom is so useful. With it, I can go anywhere in the entire central continent." Seeing that Gandalf was very pleased, Dewey smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll make you a flying broom when we're done on Lonely Mountain." Gandalf's eyes lit up, and he made no attempt to be polite to Dewey. "Don't worry, Jur, I will make you the most powerful staff, and then I will teach you one of my unique little tricks." She even winked when she talked about the tips. Dai was very curious about the unique trick Gandalf mentioned. After all, Gandalf was a Mayor, so what he called his unique skill must not be an ordinary thing. Unfortunately, Gandalf was deliberately keeping Dewey in suspense and didn't intend to reveal the truth now. Seeing that Bilbo and the dwarves were also envious of the flying broom, Dewey let them try out the broom as well. But obviously neither dwarves nor hobbits have magic, so they can't power up their brooms and have to regretfully give up the idea of flying on brooms. However, although you can't ride it yourself, you can be carried away by it. Gandalf was more than willing to be a rider and take them all to Dale, giving them a taste of flight along the way. Amidst the dwarves' exclamations, the dwarves Killy, Filly, Balin, and others boarded the Gandalf flying chariot one by one, heading towards their final destination, Dale. Dewey hitched a ride with Gandalf and then never wanted to experience it again. The old man was driving faster than this young man, speeding at the limit the whole time. Throughout the entire process, Dewey was worried that the broom he had painstakingly crafted, fresh off the factory, would disintegrate and become unusable in midair. However, Dewey only breathed a sigh of relief when Gandalf brought back the last and fattest bumblebee, still managing to carry him back without the flying broom breaking apart. Thanks to the flying broomsticks, the group arrived at River Valley City earlier than expected. River Valley City is located at the foot of Lonely Mountain, and the group is not far from the finish line. Hogwarts check-in system, location, Riverdale check-in required. The system reacted immediately as soon as Dewey landed. Dewey's heart skipped a beat and he silently said, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Wizard's Oath." Upon seeing the book title, Dewey curiously flipped through it. It turns out this is a book about magical contracts, which records various contract spells, including the Unbreakable Oath spell, the Unwavering Loyalty spell, and the Blood Pact. The Unbreakable Oath spell is an extremely strict magical contract. The person who makes the oath must keep their promise, and if they break it, they will be killed by the magic backlash. The spell of Unwavering Loyalty is a magic used for secrecy. It requires a person to keep the secret hidden forever in their soul. Unless the person keeps the secret, no one else can discover the secret by any means, not even by using truth serum or mind control. As for blood oaths, that's interesting. People who form a blood oath cannot harm each other. Dumbledore and Grindelwald formed a blood oath back then. Moreover, the greater purpose of a blood oath is that they can share each other's souls and magic, which can be considered a magical contract of life and death. Dewey was overjoyed to have obtained contract-type magic. Although contract magic is not offensive, it is very useful in certain aspects and is quite powerful. He even has an urge to pull Thorin into making a new magical contract, so that when his dragon disease flares up, he won't dare to break the contract. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. There was no need to make things so complicated. If Thorin dares to break the contract and not give him the share of the treasure he originally agreed upon, then he will realize how irrational it was to offend a wizard. Having obtained the contract magic by signing in, Dewey's knowledge of magic has broadened, and he has begun to study its contents with great interest. The group that arrived at River Valley City did not rush to Lonely Mountain. Instead, they moved into a house that Dewey had magically repaired, because there are still some days until the day of Doolin. According to the information on the Elrond map, they only need to reach the location of the back door of Lonely Mountain on the day of Doolin, and when the last rays of sunlight of the day shine on the keyhole, they can open the back door and enter Lonely Mountain. The group stayed in River Valley City and began discussing their plans and preparations for entering Lonely Mountain. Seeing that Thorin was still determined to go to the Lonely Mountain, and that the other dwarves would not disobey his orders, Gandalf could only offer guidance from the sidelines to refine the dwarves' rough plan in order to prevent Thorin and the others from making things worse and angering the dragon Smaug. The group had only one task: to steal the Arkenstone without the dragon noticing. Avoid direct confrontation with the dragon Smaug. Once Thorin obtains the Arkenstone, he can officially become king of the mountain and use it to rally the 7 dwarven races to fight the dragon and reclaim Erebor. However, dragons are very familiar with and sensitive to the sense of dwarves and humans, and they will detect you if you get too close. Therefore, Bilbo, a hobbit with the ability to stealth and unknown to the dragons, became the only choice. If Bilbo could secretly steal the Arkenstone from the dragons, they wouldn't have to face the dragon's threat. But Gandalf strongly opposed this plan. Because the dragons have now awakened, no movement can escape their eyes. Even though Bilbo has the stealth abilities of a hobbit, it would be difficult for him to avoid being discovered by the dragons. Sending Bilbo to steal the Arkenstone from the dragons is practically sending him to his death. But in the end, Bilbo's volunteering silenced Gandalf, tea and sleep, and is the joker of the group. Other dwarfs also have many admirable qualities, but when it came to Thorin, Dewey didn't know how to evaluate him either. "Welcome back, Dewar," Thorin said warily, his eyes filled with suspicion. "I hope you've come here to help us retake Lonely Mountain, not to persuade me to give up like Gandalf did. Bilbo, are you sure you want to do this?" Dewey hadn't expected Bilbo to step forward and offer such a serious reminder. "The dragon has awakened and may be waiting for us to walk into its trap. It would be very dangerous for you to go, and you might even die." Despite Gandalf and Dai's worried and disapproving attitude, Bilbo smiled brightly. "After all, isn't this exactly the mission I came here for? I've always been lucky. Maybe I'll find the Arkenstone as soon as I go in and I won't even encounter any dragons. Gandalf was filled with worry and even regret that he had dragged the innocent hobbit into this trouble, despite Bilbo's words, which seemed to comfort both them and himself. Dewey, however, watched Bilbo unconsciously slip one hand into his pocket, looking thoughtful. Although Bilbo was saying these words of comfort, wasn't he also confident in himself, or rather in the one ring in his pocket? Since Bilbo, the person in question, had agreed, Dewey and Gandalf naturally had no reason to object on his behalf. However, before the day of Turin arrived, the night of the full moon appeared first. Dewey took out the mandrake leaf that he had held under his tongue for a whole month and put it into a small crystal bottle filled with his own saliva. Then he added a strand of his own hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the crystal bottle illuminated by the moonlight. The dew was collected by Dewey when he passed through the dark forest. The dew had to be collected from places that had not been exposed to sunlight or human contact for 7 whole days, and the dark forest was full of dark and inaccessible places. Finally, Dewey added a pupa of a ghost-faced hawk moth. After doing all this, all you need to do now is place this mixture in a quiet, dark, undisturbed place until the next thunderstorm, then dig it out and drink it in one gulp to complete the final animagus transformation. However, thunderstorms are unpredictable, so the wait for a storm can be weeks, months, or even years. This is why animagus is unlikely to succeed, since the probability of success depends entirely on luck. However, this step was not a problem for Dewey. If the mountain won't come to me, then I'll come to the mountain. Since the arrival of a storm is unpredictable, he found a place where storms are frequent, buried the crystal bottle there, and didn't have to wait anxiously for the storm to come, and Dewey happened to know one such place. So Dewey bid farewell to everyone that very night, used a repair spell to repair a fireplace in Vale, connected it to the fireplace in the Valley of the Dead with a flue net, and then teleported to the Valley of the Dead by sprinkling some flue powder. In the valley, Elrond had not yet returned. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the elf twins Elohir and Elredin, Dewey rode his flying broomstick toward the Misty Mountains. His destination was the high pass of the Misty Mountains. The area experiences frequent thunderstorms, making it an ideal place to bury crystal bottles. Dewey rode his flying broomstick smoothly all the way to the high pass. The rock giants that once played here are no longer here. Only the ruins left by the boulders have remained. Dewey found a quiet, dark place in the narrow canyon where he would not be disturbed, and then buried the crystal bottle deep in the ground. They also used magic to create protection around them, just in case. Having done all that's left is to wait quietly for the thunderstorm to arrive. Dewey looked up at the cloud-covered sky, full of anticipation. Given the typical weather conditions here, it won't be long before thunderstorms arrive. Dewey then left the place, returned to the valley, and went back to the city of the River Valley via the fireplace. "Is everything all right, Dial?" Gandalf asked as soon as Dial emerged from the fireplace. Dewey smiled and nodded in a good mood. "Everything went smoothly. Now we just have to wait for the next thunderstorm. That will be soon. I remember there are a lot of thunderstorms in the Misty Mountains," Gandalf said with a chuckle. "I'm looking forward to seeing your animagus soon. I'm really curious what kind of animal you can turn into. Aside from the skin-changing people, this is the first time I've ever seen magic that can turn you into an animal." Dewey was also quite curious about what kind of animal his animagus was. While animagus generally resembles the guardian deity, this is not always the case. Some people's Patronus changes with dramatic shifts in their personalities. For example, Severus Snape's Patronus became a stag after Lily Evans' death. Therefore, while guardian deities may have some reference value, they do not necessarily become the same animal. Of course, it would be great if his animagus was an owl, as it could not only fly but also had night vision, making it perfect for concealment or stealth. The only downside is that animagus transformations are usually limited to non-magical creatures, and transforming into a magical creature can have unpredictable and serious consequences. Otherwise, if you had animagus like a phoenix, a fire dragon, or a thunderbird, you could definitely push the animagus to its limits. Thinking of this, Dewey couldn't help but recall Bayon, who could transform into a giant bear. Bayon's bear form is no ordinary bear. It is not only enormous and powerful, but also possesses superhuman defensive capabilities, making the title of Earth Giant Bear entirely fitting. According to Gandalf, Beorn's race of skin-changing creatures were originally just humans living in the Misty Mountains, who gained the ability to transform into giant bears after receiving the blessing of the spirits of nature. Dewey was very curious about this and wanted to study its secrets if given the chance, to see if he could apply them to animagus. If I could upgrade my animagus into a magical creature, that would be a huge win. However, these things can't be rushed. He hasn't even finished animagus yet, so he'll put this idea aside for now. As the day of Dulin approached, the group set off once again. This time, Dewey acted as the driver, taking everyone around to the back of Lonely Mountain. However, he didn't have Gandalf's patience and had to pull people back and forth one by one. So he cast a levitation spell on everyone, then tied them all together with a long rope, the other end of which was attached to a broom. Then, amidst a frenzy of screams, Dewey, like a kite being flown, led a group of floating people toward Lonely Mountain. Gandalf, sitting behind Dewey, watched this scene with great amusement, regretting that he hadn't thought of this move before. On the backside of Gushan Mountain, starting from the foot of the mountain, there's a zigzag staircase that has been carved out and extends all the way to the mountainside. Dewey rode his flying broomstick directly to the end of the stairs. This is a flat stone platform, and there is no further path leading up to it. This should be it, Gandalf said affirmatively, looking at the stone platform. Dewey nodded and lowered his broom onto the stone platform. As soon as the two landed, Dewey took the opportunity to untie the ropes and spells on the dwarves. The dwarves' beards and hair were messy and blown into various hairstyles by the wind. The embarrassed Thorin looked unhappy and swore that he would rather walk on his own than ride Dewey's flying broom again. Although Bilbo looked a little embarrassed, his face was full of excitement and stimulation. He was worthy of the adventurous blood of the Took family, and now he was completely stimulated. Stand by the grey rock while the thrush strikes and the sun goes down and the last ray of Durin's day falls upon the keyhole. Thorin took out the map of Lonely Mountain and began to look for reference objects according to the information translated by Elrond. Grey rock, that's what you're talking about. Thorin immediately saw a huge grey rock in front of the mountain wall. His eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately walked to the rock. Standing next to the rock, you should be able to see the back door, but where is the door? Where is the keyhole? Thorin stood beside the rock as indicated on the map, but after searching the surrounding stone walls carefully, he found no sign of a door or keyhole. The other dwarves also continued searching, trying to find any clues. Thorin, who found nothing, became more and more anxious as he searched, and even suspected that Elrond had lied. "Calm down, Thorin," said Gandalf. "The closer it gets to the end, the calmer you must be. Don't overlook the details. The map says the last rays of sunlight will shine on the keyhole, so we should just wait. After all, it's still early for sunset." After hearing Gandalf's words, Thorin calmed down a little, but his expression was still not good. "Then I will wait, but if I still don't find out, I swear I will make the elves of Rivendell pay the price for his lies." Gandalf frowned and spoke for Elrond. "Elrond's credibility is unquestionable. He has no need to lie about this matter. Thorin, you cannot doubt him just because of prejudice." "HMPH, I hope so," Thorin said coldly. Gandalf shook his head, walked over to Dewey's side, and whispered, "Thorin is becoming less and less calm the closer we get to the Lonely Mountain. I'm afraid we must prepare for the worst. The madness inherited from the bloodline of the Dulin royal family is uncontrollable. Once it breaks out, it will not only kill him, but also implicate others." Gandalf's tone was a little heavy, his expression full of worry. Dewey was not as worried as Gandalf. He shook his head and said comfortingly, "There will always be a way to solve the problem when it comes. Gandalf, you don't have to worry too much." "I hope so," Gandalf sighed. Seeing that Gandalf was still worried, Dewey changed the subject. "But if you want to find the back door of Lonely Mountain, I have a way. Maybe we don't have to wait until sunset." Gandalf was a little surprised to hear what Dewey said. "Do you have some magic that can find hidden secret doors?" Dewey shook his head and took out the Crystal of True Knowledge. In addition to being able to see distant scenes, the Crystal of True Knowledge can also see events in the past. Perhaps it can be used to find the location of the back gate of Lonely Mountain. Dewey didn't lower his voice, so the others heard what he said and looked over at once. Thorin even walked over and stared at the crystal in Dewey's hand with a burning gaze. "I'll try it." If Thorin hadn't known it belonged to Dewey, he would have looked like he'd snatched it away for himself. Dewey frowned and glanced at Thorin coldly. Could it be that the dragon disease had such a profound effect? Thorin was now a completely different person. He had become impatient, and while he wasn't crazy, he wasn't calm either. Gandalf was a little worried and reminded him, "The dragon is in the mountain now. Be careful not to look at it when you use the Stone of True Knowledge, otherwise it will easily be noticed by it, and it will be troublesome if it alerts the dragon." Dewey knew the seriousness of the matter, so he naturally avoided the dragon's location when inspecting the area. How far back can the True Knowledge crystal sphere see events? It depends on the user's mental will. With Dewey's current strength, it is simply unrealistic for him to check out the first and second ancient eras, or even the era of the twin sacred trees. But if you look at things from hundreds of years ago, that's not a problem. A scene quickly appeared inside the True Knowledge crystal. A burly dwarf wearing an iron crown appeared where Dewey and the others were now. He walked to the grey rock, waiting for the afterglow of the setting sun and the rising moonlight to merge, and finally for the light to converge at a point on the stone wall. The dwarf wearing an iron crown came to the stone wall, inserted a golden key into the small hole at the light spot, and twisted it gently. Suddenly, a stone door appeared on the stone wall. The stone door opened, and the dwarf wearing the iron crown walked in. "That's my grandfather." Thorin looked at the dwarf that appeared in the crystal ball with a somewhat excited and complicated expression. Then, based on the image displayed on the True Knowledge crystal sphere, they quickly located the secret door and the keyhole. "Where's the keyhole? It's clearly right here. Why is there no keyhole?" Thorin kept searching and groping at the keyhole, but there was only a bare stone wall and no hole to insert the key. Gandalf walked forward and tapped the stone wall lightly with his staff, explaining to the anxious Thorin and the others, "I think the keyhole must be hidden. It requires a specific time and conditions to appear. For example, when the afterglow of the last sunset of Durin's day intersects with the moonlight at a point, the keyhole will appear. So we still have to wait until sunset," everyone suddenly realized. Although Thorin was anxious after hearing Gandalf's explanation, he could only wait for the sunset. Dewey was somewhat interested in the hidden keyhole. Although the dwarves did not know magic, they could use their superb forging skills to give extraordinary properties to the forged objects. He wanted to see if his magic could work on it. "Let me try," Dewey said. Now that the keyhole was located, Dewey raised his wand and pointed it at the keyhole, chanting, "Aloho." A spell shot into the keyhole, and the next second a faint sound of gears turning was heard, and the mountain shook slightly. Amid the astonished expressions of the dwarves, a rectangular stone door appeared from the stone wall and then opened automatically. "Well, it looks like we don't need to wait until sunset," Dewey said with a smile. Clearly, the dwarven craftsman who built the secret door had considered various scenarios and set specific times, conditions, and a key to successfully open it. But they had no idea that Dewey's magic was completely illogical, bypassing all of that and allowing the door to open, looking at the secret door that was easily opened by Dewey's spell. For a moment, Thorin didn't know whether he should be happy that the secret door was opened, or worried that his back door was useless. However, since the door was opened, everyone did not stay and entered the secret passage behind the door one after another. At that time, the dwarves of Durin hollowed out the entire Lonely Mountain, and the dragon was located in the hall near the front door, so people did not have to worry about being discovered by the dragon when entering. As their former home, Thorin, Balin, and other older dwarves knew the internal structure of Lonely Mountain very well and easily led everyone to a hidden room. Along the way, you can see the skeletons of many dwarves. They were all dwarves who failed to escape when the dragon occupied Lonely Mountain. After everyone arrived at the hidden room, they stopped moving forward. The dragon's smog is very familiar with the scent of dwarves and humans, and if you get any closer, you will easily be detected by the dragon. Everyone's eyes fell on Bilbo. In order to avoid alerting the dragon's smog as much as possible, they could only rely on Mr. Thief to steal the Arkenstone. In this way, they would not have to face the dragon directly. Once they got the Arkenstone, they would return to the Lonely Mountain along the same route. Then Thorin could summon the 7 tribes of dwarves to attack the Lonely Mountain in the name of the king under the mountain. Thorin walked up to Bilbo and patted him on the shoulder. "It's up to you now. I believe you can get the Arkenstone, right?" Bilbo felt a little uncomfortable with Thorin's gaze and turned his head uncomfortably. I'll try." His tone was a little unconfident. After all, he was going to face a giant dragon next. Then he felt the pressure on his shoulders become heavier. "Not try, but we must get the Arkenstone." Thorin's voice was filled with madness and persistence. "Enough." Dewey waved his hand and threw Thorin away from Bilbo in an instant. Then he stood beside Bilbo and looked at Thorin with cold eyes. "Thorin Oakenshield, Bilbo is not your man or servant. You'd better treat him with respect." Gandalf also frowned and looked at him disappointedly. "Thorin, wake up. Don't let madness consume your sanity. Look at yourself. You are becoming less and less like the Thorin Oakenshield you used to be. Perhaps it was a wrong decision to let you come to Lonely Mountain in the first place. The closer you get to the Lonely Mountain, the more the dragon disease hidden in your blood becomes apparent. It's trying to make you destroy yourself. No, I have never been so clear-headed." Thorin glared at Gandalf angrily. "Nothing is more important than the Arkenstone. As long as I have the Arkenstone, I can take back my Lonely Mountain and my treasure. Compared to this, everything else is nothing. These are not the most important things to you, Thorin Oakenshield. Look around you. Your companions and people are your treasures. Don't let desire blind your eyes." Gandalf tries to awaken Thorin's conscience. Hearing this, Thorin looked at the dwarves who were looking at him with concern. His eyes fluctuated a little, but were quickly suppressed by another crazy obsession, and his eyes became paranoid and crazy. He shook his head, his tone cold. "No, they are nothing. You are mad." Gandalf's voice was a little tired. "Well, Gandalf, he has lost much of his senses. You can't convince him otherwise," said Dewey. "The closer he gets to the treasure of the Lonely Mountain, the more the dragon's sickness in him becomes apparent. If all else fails, just knock him out and take him far away. Maybe without the influence of the treasure, he can regain his composure. Stop arguing. I'm going to steal the Arkenstone back." Bilbo's voice suddenly rang out. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, he said, "As long as we get the Arkenstone, everything will be solved, right? With the Arkenstone, Thorin can gather the dwarves, and the mission of Dwar, Gandalf, and I will be complete. I can return home." Everyone fell silent instantly. "So, trust me for once, okay?" Bilbo asked with a flawless smile. Seeing Bilbo like this, Dewey felt touched. He took a deep breath, squatted down to look him in the eye, and asked again seriously, "Bilbo, are you sure?" Bilbo nodded firmly. "Since you want to go, I will give you some protection." Dewey stopped trying to persuade him, waved his wand over him, and muttered something. Super strong armor, all-round protection, impenetrable, invulnerable to water and fire, silent and motionless. Bilbo stared at the multiple protections applied to his body with wide eyes and felt an invisible sense of bloat. Then Dewey took out a pot of mandrake from the space bag and stuffed it directly into his hand. Take this mandrake with you. If you encounter a dragon, just throw it out. It should be enough to delay it for a while. Don't worry, I've cast a spell on you. You won't be able to hear it when it cries. And if you're truly in danger of your life, just knock on this gold coin. I'll know right away and will come to your rescue right away. Listening to Dewey's constant instructions, Bilbo's smile grew wider and wider, and he hugged Dewey with such emotion. I understand, Doyle, thank you. Dewey patted him gently on the back. Be careful not to put yourself in danger, and don't force it if you can't get the gem, okay? Bilbo nodded quickly. Upon hearing this, Dewey let him go. Gandalf liked seeing the scene very much. He smiled and patted Bilbo's shoulder. Dewey has done all he can. I can only wish you good luck. Bilbo, may the valor bless you. When it came to the last sentence, the others were indifferent, but Dewey clearly felt a blessed power falling on Bilbo. Then, with everyone's blessings, Bilbo left the Chamber of Secrets and went to the treasure house where the dragon was. Before leaving, Dewey added another layer of disillusionment spell to Bilbo. Although it cannot guarantee that it can be hidden from the dragon's sight, it is an extra layer of protection. After Bilbo left, the dwarves fidgeted in the silence. Thorin gradually lost his patience as time passed, and he looked at Dewey. Doyle, your Palantir can see far away. Can't you take it out and see how Bilbo is doing? Or is he hiding out of fear? Or you can just check the location of the Arkenstone and we can find a way to get it. Dewey looked at him coldly. Didn't you hear what Gandalf said? If you use the Stone of Palantir to check, the dragon will find you. You're going to die. Don't take us with you. And Bilbo is a brave hobbit. He's risking his life to find the Arkenstone for you. If you're not grateful, that's fine. But if you continue to slander and doubt him, then go find it yourself. He had no good feelings towards Thorin, who now only had the Arkenstone in his eyes. To put it bluntly, dragon disease is to magnify Thorin's inner desires and paranoia. Although the trigger is the dragon's treasure, it essentially comes from his heart. At this moment, a deafening dragon roar came from the treasure house, and the sound resounded throughout the lonely mountain. Everyone present's expression changed instantly, and they all looked towards the treasure house. After leaving the secret chamber, Bilbo tiptoed to the vault. The treasury was a spacious hall filled with mountains of gold and silver jewels, which shone with a tempting gleam in the dim light. Bilbo was stunned by the enormous treasure, but he soon fell into distress. This mountain of treasure stretches as far as the eye can see. For him to find a fist-sized Arkenzie among so much wealth is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Not to mention there's a giant dragon guarding this place. When the dragon was mentioned, Bilbo looked around, but he couldn't find any dragon. Where did the dragon go? Bilbo was uneasy. Had they gone into hiding? However, seeing his invisibility and the protective spells cast by Dewey, he felt somewhat relieved. Then, tiptoeing over the gold coins, he searched everywhere for traces of the Arkenstone. Because the hobbit's large feet walk silently, and with the aid of Dewey's spell, Bilbo walks as if he has no weight, and he doesn't make a sound when he steps on the gold coins. Thus, the hidden dragon was not disturbed. Finding a single gem among a mountain of treasure is like searching for gold in the sand. It's no easy feat. However, whether it was Bilbo's good fortune or not, after searching for a long time, he finally found it on top of the tallest golden mountain. Before he came, Bilbo had asked Thorin what the Arkenstone looked like. But Thorin didn't explain, only telling him that the Arkenstone was different from other gems and that he could recognize it at a glance. Bilbo didn't understand at the time, but upon seeing the gemstone, he was certain that it was the Arkenstone. Arkenbrook is a flawless white gemstone that shines with a brilliant light, as if it contains a galaxy, making its extraordinary nature immediately apparent. The Arkenstone, also known as the Heart of the Mountain, was unearthed from the depths of the lonely mountain. The dwarves devoted all their efforts to forging it into a shining gem, which was then set on the throne, becoming a symbol of the kingdom's rule below the mountain. Upon seeing the Arkenstone, Bilbo was overjoyed and immediately set off to climb the mountain of gold to retrieve it. But just as he finally climbed up and was about to bend down to take the gem, the golden mountain beneath his feet suddenly began to shake. The gold mountain slid down like a landslide, and even the Arkenstone diamonds disappeared into the river of gold. A huge figure emerged from beneath the golden mountain. Bilbo stared in horror, for he was standing on the head of a dragon. Bilbo took a deep breath, immediately jumped off the giant dragon's head, rolled down onto the golden mountain, and quickly ran away into the distance. The dragon opened its eyes, its enormous vertical pupils locking onto Bilbo's illusory and blurry figure. You little thief, you don't have the aura of a dwarf or a human. What are you, and what kind of magic are you under? Why can't I see you? With a flick of its long tail, the dragon surrounded Bilbo as he fled, blocking all his escape routes. But I smelled your scent, heard your breath, and sensed your presence. You have nowhere to hide. Bilbo looked at the dragon's enormous body and the terrifying aura it exuded and couldn't help but swallow hard. He tried to calm his wildly beating heart and, facing the dragon's gaze, cautiously said, Smog the Infinite Fortune, I am a hobbit. I accidentally wandered into this place. I'm sorry, I'll leave now. Accidentally trespassed. The dragon's eyes revealed a mocking glint. Tusk, tusk, lying thief. I've seen countless people coveting the dragon's treasure, each one overestimating themselves. When they were discovered, they all used sweet talk to try and get me to spare their lives. But do you know what their final fate was? The dragon's cunning vertical eye was full of mockery and malice. What? Bilbo had a bad feeling and quietly reached into his pocket. That's what I burned to ashes with my dragon flames. A scorching heat surged from the dragon's chest, and flames were about to burst forth from its mouth. Seeing that things were going badly, Bilbo immediately took out the ring from his pocket, put it on his hand, and instantly entered the dark realm to become invisible. The dragon could not find Bilbo at all. Where are you? Come out. Little thief. Don't be shy, come out in the open. I sense something unusual about you. It's something you own, made of gold, but it's far more precious than that treasure. It looks like it belongs to an old friend of mine, and it contains extraordinary magical powers. The language of dragons possesses a hypnotic and seductive magic. By the time Bilbo realized what was happening, he had already taken off the ring and reappeared in the dragon's sight. Aha, so you are here. The dragon's eyes lit up instantly as if it had caught its prey. Seeing the dragon Smog's expression as if he had caught you, Bilbo breathed rapidly, quickly pulled out the mandrake from his magic pocket and threw it hard at the dragon. A soul-stirring scream suddenly erupted from the treasure vault, echoing throughout the empty room with a deadly magic. The dragon looked as if it had been hit hard, and its expression instantly showed pain. Although the cries of the mandrake could not kill him, they caused him great pain, as if sharp steel needles were piercing his ears and even penetrating his brain. The dragon shook its head frantically, trying to get away from the painful sound. But the sound echoed throughout the entire vault, so where could he possibly hide? Smog writhed in agony, letting out agonizing roars. Only when the dragon buries the mandrake in the gold coins during its tumbling and stops it from making a sound can it finally escape its fate. The dragon was still frightened and then filled with endless anger and hatred. You thief, I'll get my revenge. I will kill you. And your people, I will find them all and destroy them all with dragon flame. Bilbo had taken the opportunity to run far away, but when he heard the dragon's vow of revenge, panic and regret rose in his heart. No, you can't do that. The other hobbits are innocent. They had no idea about this. Bilbo couldn't even imagine that the Shire would suffer the dragon's revenge and be engulfed in flames because of him. The dragon quickly locked onto Bilbo's location, as if it had found his weakness, its eyes filled with the satisfaction and triumph of revenge. They will be devoured by dragon flames because of your offense against the dragon, and you can't stop it. Bilbo was unsettled by the dragon's words. He gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute, determined not to let the dragon have a chance to leave Lonely Mountain. Otherwise, Charles might face a devastating disaster. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the gold coins given to him by Dewey and tapped them continuously with his fingers. Got you. The dragon suddenly appeared in front of Bilbo, staring at him with its huge vertical eyes and a hideous and evil smile. Bilbo looked terrified as he saw the dragon's mouth opening towards him and about to spew out flames. Shattered to pieces. A dazzling spell struck the dragon instantly. Bilbo was surprised, as if he had seen a savior. Dewey rode his broom towards Bilbo, picked him up and threw him behind him, avoiding the dragon's flames. Dewey looked at the unharmed dragon with a serious expression. The dragon's defense was so strong that even powerful spells could not break through its scales and cause damage to it. A wizard. The dragon Smog stopped its attack and looked at the suddenly appearing Dewey with surprise and doubt. Who are you? And where do you come from? Dewey did not answer the dragon Smog's question. The dragon's words are magical, like spirit words, which can hypnotize and bewitch people, making them obey his words involuntarily. Smog's gaze can even exert direct mind control, creating illusions and manipulating victims through words and stares. Ordinary humans and dwarves are simply unable to resist it, and once they come into contact with his gaze, they may be controlled by him. Even treasures that dragons have been in contact with for years will have magical powers, driving people into obsession and madness. The dragon disease inherited by Thorin's bloodline originated from this. It can be said that dragons are creatures with almost no weaknesses. They are not only extremely intelligent and possess extraordinary perception, but they also know dragon spells and mind control, can breathe scorching dragon flames, and have extremely high physical and magical defense attributes. It is a powerful and perfect creature created by Dark Morgoth, and now he was facing Smog, the only active dragon in Middle-earth. Dewey immediately launched his most powerful attack. Avada Kedavra. A very dazzling green light shot out from Dewey's wand and instantly hit the dragon Smog. The dragon Smog suddenly let out a shrill scream, then fell into the treasure, and the light in his eyes instantly went out. Is he dead? Bilbo asked with wide eyes as he sat behind Dewey. Dewey was also a little surprised and uncertain at this moment. Could it be that he had slain the dragon just like that? Was it so smooth and easy? But before he could go and check, he heard hurried footsteps. It was Gandalf and the dwarves who came quickly. When the dwarves saw the dragon lying on the treasure as if dead, they were shocked at first and then burst into loud cheers and celebrations. Especially Thorin Oakenshield, the ecstasy on his face was obvious. His nightmare died just like that. Then his treasure and his kingdom will belong to him again. Gandalf was also shocked when he saw Smaug's body, but then his face changed and he shouted, "Get out of the way, the dragon is not dead yet." Before he could finish his words, the dragon's eyes instantly ignited with flames again. With endless hatred and resentment, it opened its huge mouth and spewed out scorching dragon flames towards everyone. Super strong armor protects you. Dewey reacted quickly and put in his strongest defense. The next second, the scorching dragon flame collided with the armor protection, causing a violent reaction. The temperature of the dragon flame was extremely high. Wherever it touched, gold instantly melted into liquid. Even Dewey's magic barrier was burned to the point of collapse. Even though they blocked the direct burning of the dragon flame, the scorching heat still made everyone very uncomfortable. What was even more terrible was that the giant dragon Smaug was spitting fire crazily and waving his powerful tail, the end of which was like a battering ram smashing towards everyone. Gandalf made a prompt decision: quickly retreat to the hall, don't stay here. Upon hearing this, the dwarves quickly retreated, using the huge stone pillars as cover and running towards the hall. Gandalf ran after him. Dewey and Bilbo, who were left at the end, quickly dodged on their brooms a second before the defensive barrier was broken. Revenge, I want revenge. Wizards, dwarves, hobbits, I will destroy you all with dragon fire. The dragon roared madly. Dewey took Bilbo on a flying broom, and they kept flying around giant stone pillars and caves, avoiding the dragon's fire and pursuit. Smaug used his huge body to break through the thick stone wall and his hammer-like tail to smash the stone pillars, trying to bury them alive. At this moment, Smaug's hatred for Dewey far exceeded that of anyone else, and he chased him madly. Although Dewey's Avada Kedavra failed to kill Smaug, it made Smaug feel the threat of death for the first time. If his soul had not been strong and tough enough, the killing curse would have almost shattered his soul. Smaug had never been so terrified and angry. He could sense that the curse had the power to kill him, and if the young wizard became stronger, he would be the one to die. Ah, Jur, the dragon is catching up. Bilbo, sitting behind Dewey, turned his head and saw Smaug, the dragon that flapped its wings and took flight, and screamed in terror. Dewey quickly made a sharp turn, dodging the flames spewed by Smaug. Seeing the dragon relentlessly pursuing him, Dewey suddenly remembered a spell used in the magical world to deal with fire dragons. He immediately turned around and charged towards the dragon Smaug, casting an eye spell in the dragon's eye with his wand. Smaug was caught off guard, or rather, he was very confident in his body's resistance to magic. But the next second his vision went completely dark, he lost all sense of direction and crashed headfirst into the mountainside. Clearly, while Smaug's body was powerful, his eyes were still a vulnerable part of his body. He wasn't sure how long the eye curse would last on Smaug, but seeing the dragon spewing fire wildly in all directions, he had no choice but to avoid it for now. Having temporarily escaped the dragon's pursuit, Dewey quickly rode his broomstick and flew towards the hall with Bilbo. When they arrived, Gandalf, Thorin, and the others were already waiting there. "Bilbo, did you get the Arkenstone?" Thorin asked immediately upon meeting him. Bilbo shook his head. "Sorry, I didn't have time to get the Arkenstone before Smaug found me." Upon hearing this, Thorin's face instantly darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. Clearly, our Mr. Thief failed to complete his mission and was only concerned with escaping. Bilbo felt very guilty after being spoken to and lowered his head. "Terribly sorry." Dewey pulled Bilbo behind him, gave Thorin a cold look, and said sarcastically, "Now that the dragon has been lured here, you might be able to sneak into the vault and look for your Arkenstone. But you'd better pray that the gem is hard enough and hasn't been burned by the dragon fire. Otherwise, you might not be able to remain the king of the mountain." Upon hearing Dewey's words, Thorin's expression turned even more grim, and he became even more anxious and uneasy. The other dwarves looked at each other in bewilderment. The dragon's flames are no ordinary flames. They melt ordinary metals upon contact with them. Even 4 of the 7 commandments of the dwarves were destroyed by the dragon's flames, which shows just how high the temperature of the dragon's flames is. If the Arkenstone in the vault were to encounter dragon fire, it would certainly perish. "All right, the most urgent task at hand is to deal with the dragon Smaug," Gandalf reminded him. "If we don't get rid of him, not only will we suffer heavy losses, but the residents of Chenghu Town will also be affected." While Thorin remained obsessed with finding the Arkenstone, the other dwarves offered their advice. Elder Balin, a dwarf, suggested, "Perhaps we can lure Smaug into the furnace and attack him with the molten lava." Barain's brother, Dweren, also suggested, "I know of a pool of acid that can corrode even metal. Perhaps it could corrode the dragon's hard scales. We can also prepare explosives. Even if we can't kill Smaug, we can at least draw his attention," Philip added. After a lively discussion, everyone quickly divided up the tasks and began to work together. Meanwhile, Dewey's attention was also drawn to the system notification. Hogwarts check-in system, location, Lonely Hill, check-in required, check-in, sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the Book of Abraham. The Book of Abraham, Dewey was somewhat puzzled. He opened the home page and glanced at it. His pupils instantly contracted and his breathing became somewhat rapid. The Book of Abraham was originally named the Jewish Book of Abraham. The origin of this book is quite legendary and mythical. It is said that it was given by an angel and contains the secret of immortality. Nicholas Flamel created the Philosopher's Stone based on the Book of Abraham. The Philosopher's Stone can not only turn stones into gold and make panaceas, but also make the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel therefore lived for more than 600 years and finally chose to destroy the Philosopher's Stone and give up his immortality, so he did not continue to live. Now that he had obtained the method to make the Philosopher's Stone, Dewey was very excited. Immortality. Although he is still young, he has already felt a sense of urgency about his life. There are many immortal species in Middle-earth, such as the elves who have eternal life and Gandalf who looks old but has not changed at all in thousands of years. Even dwarves have a lifespan of hundreds of years. For example, although Thorin Oakenshield looks young now, he is already 195 years old. There's also a unique race among humans, the Dunedain, whose average lifespan is over 200 years, 3 times that of ordinary humans. Even hobbits live longer than ordinary people, not to mention that Bilbo has the One Ring. Although the One Ring can corrupt the soul, it can also slow down aging. For example, Gollum lived for more than 500 years, when Bilbo celebrated his 111th birthday. His appearance had not changed for decades, which aroused Gandalf's suspicion. He then determined that the Lord of the Rings was in his hands and began the mission of the Fellowship of the Ring. The current time is 2941 of the Third Age, and the time of the War of the Ring is 3018, a gap of 77 years. Dewey is less than 30 years old now, considering his age in his previous life, but if he lived to the beginning of the War of the Ring, he would have been a centenarian. Although he is now a wizard, he should be able to live until the end of the War of the Ring, but he doesn't want to live as an old man at that time. But the appearance of the Philosopher's Stone gave him hope for immortality. Although in his memory, the immortality of the Philosopher's Stone made by Nicholas Flamel had drawbacks, it could only make people immortal, not immortal. But this is still a way to achieve immortality, and it is the only way to achieve immortality that he can access at present. Although I was surprised to get the method to make the Philosopher's Stone, now is not the time to focus on it. Dewey put away his book and prepared with the others to deal with the dragon Smaug. Dewey's eye disease curse could not trap Smaug for long. When Smaug regained consciousness again, he became even more angry and broke through the stone wall, continuing to chase Dewey and others. However, this time Smaug was obviously more cautious. His eyes were covered with a layer of translucent keratin membrane. When Dewey used the eye disease spell again, it had no effect on the dragon. Dewey rode on a flying broom, constantly dodging Smaug's attacks and leading him into the acid pool prepared by the dwarves. However, the acid water that the dwarves had placed their hopes on did not work. The acid water, which could easily corrode metal ores, could not break the dragon's hard scales, but instead gave him a bath. As for the explosives prepared by the dwarves, they were not even as powerful as Dewey's thunderbolt explosion, and were not even enough to tickle the dragon. Seeing this, Dewey continued to lead Smaug into the furnace. Gandalf smashed the furnace with his staff, releasing the molten lava inside. The magma surged towards Smaug like a tidal wave, burying him in it. Did it succeed? The dwarf Balin asked expectantly, looking at the bottomless magma below. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Mr. Balin. Dragons can spew scorching flames, so this lava probably won't kill him, Dewey said, shaking his head as he stopped midair on his broomstick. But this is also an opportunity to trap Smaug. Dewey pointed his wand at the molten lava below and said, "The earth is frozen and the sky is freezing." The tip of the wand spewed out extremely cold air, causing the scorching molten lava below to cool and solidify rapidly. The surrounding air dropped rapidly as a result, and everyone's breath turned into frost and mist. The molten lava, originally made from melted gold, solidified rapidly on the ground, forming a solid wall of gold that trapped the dragon Smaug inside. They probably won't be able to get out now, right? Bahrain shivered from the cold, looking at the golden ground covered with a layer of frost, and asked again with some uncertainty. Dewey stopped casting the spell, his brows furrowed as he stared down below. He didn't sense any movement from the dragon, but he didn't believe that the dragon had simply given up struggling. Gandalf, what do you think? Gandalf frowned and observed carefully for a moment, then shook his head. We still can't let our guard down. We have no idea what other tricks the dragons have up their sleeves. But Thorin could no longer sit still. Now that the dragon is trapped, let's go find the Arkenstone. Only by obtaining the Arkenstone will the 7 dwarven races heed my call, reclaim everything I have lost, and avenge myself. As he said this, he was about to walk across the golden ground and go to the treasury to find the Arkenstone that he had been longing for. Don't move, Thorin. Gandalf suddenly seemed to sense something. His expression changed. and he shouted to stop Thorin from moving forward. But Thorin paid no heed, only wanting to get to the treasure vault. The next moment, the previously solidified golden ground rapidly emitted high temperatures, turning increasingly red. The next second, the ground expanded and bulged rapidly like a volcanic eruption, spewing out molten gold and scorching flames. The molten gold splashed everywhere, and Thorin, who was closest to it, was hit first and almost got drenched in the molten gold. "Dewar, save him!" Gandalf cried out urgently. With a wave of his hand, Dewey sent Thorin flying backward, dodging the molten lava and crashing heavily into the stone wall where he fell unconscious. Smaug's dragon head burst from the molten lava, spewing out scorching dragon fire that melted the surrounding gold. He emerged from the molten gold like a golden dragon, flapping his enormous wings and charging toward the main gate. Revenge. "I'll show you what revenge is all about. I'll use dragon fire to set the entire earth ablaze, bringing death and destruction to everyone. And all of this is your doing." Gandalf's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. "Dewar, stop him. We can't let him get away." Dewey quickly caught up on his flying broomstick, and as the dragon broke through the mountain wall, he used all his strength to unleash a magic spell. Heart-piercing and bone-scraping, the spell struck the dragon's back instantly. The dragon froze instantly as a deep, soul-piercing pain swept through its entire body, as if its bones had been drilled through, its internal organs ripped out, and its soul pierced. The extreme physical and mental agony caused the dragon to let out a very shrill roar. The sound was so loud that even in Long Lake Town in the dark forest, thousands of miles away, the dragon's painful roar could be heard. The residents of Changhu Town rushed out of their homes in fear and looked toward Gushan. The Elf King in the dense forest had a solemn expression, his sharp eyes seemingly able to pierce through the forest and see the scene on the lonely mountain. The Cruciatus Curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Unlike the Avada Kedavra curse, which is used to kill, it is essentially the most vicious black magic spell created to torment people. This torture not only involves the body, but also the soul. Even the most resilient person cannot withstand this pain. Prolonged torture can even cause a person to have a mental breakdown and become a living dead. To Dewey's surprise, the Cruciatus Curse was even more powerful against the dragon Smaug than the Killing Curse. Smaug, tormented by the Crucifixion Curse, was too weak to even take off. He could only writhe and writhe on the ground in agony, letting out screams and groans. "Spare me, wizard, spare me, I surrender." Smaug finally broke down and began to wail and beg for mercy. Everyone stared in shock as the dragon begged for mercy in front of Dewey, unable to recover for a long time. The dwarves, in particular, were even more shocked and confused. Smaug, the dragon that had caused the dwarves heavy losses and left them devastated, was actually forced to surrender by Dewey. Dewey was not fooled by Smaug's sweet talk. Although the Cruciatus Curse could cause dragons great pain, it was not fatal. Once the spell is stopped, giving it a chance to catch its breath, it will immediately revive on the spot and become even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, he focused all his energy on malice and increased the output of magic. Heart-piercing and bone-scraping. The dragon let out an even more painful scream, and as it rolled and struggled violently, the surrounding mountains were continuously destroyed. Smaug was tortured to the point of unbearable pain, but he did not lose consciousness. He mustered his last burst of strength and smashed his tail like a battering ram into the giant stone pillars that were supporting the structure. The stone pillars shattered instantly under the heavy blow, and the mountainside at the main gate, now unsupported, collapsed rapidly, sending countless boulders crashing down. Faced with the barrage of countless boulders, Dewey had to divert his attention to cast a spell to create a protective layer for himself. Taking advantage of Dewey's distraction, the dragon Smaug seized the opportunity, quickly spread its wings, and soared into the sky, flying away into the distance. "I will remember this humiliation, wizard. I will take my revenge. I will turn everything you care about to ashes." As he was leaving, the dragon Smaug still uttered some harsh words. The dragon's gaze fell on the brightly lit Changhu Town in the distance, his eyes full of malice. "You are the first targets of my revenge. You will bear the brunt of my endless rage." As the dragon flew towards Lake Town, Gandalf looked anxious and worried. "Smaug is going to destroy Lake Town. We must stop him. I'll go after him." Dewey grabbed a broom and was about to give chase, but Gandalf immediately stopped him. "I'll go with you." With time of the essence, Dewey and Gandalf had no time to speak with Bilbo and the dwarves. They immediately mounted their flying brooms and chased after the dragon at top speed. As for Lonely Mountain, without the dragon, there's no need to worry about their safety. The dragon was incredibly fast, and by the time Dai and Gandalf caught up, it was already spewing dragonfire over Lake Town. The town of Changhu below has fallen into chaos and terror. The town mayor was about to escape with a boatload of gold and silver treasures, but because he was carrying too much and it was too heavy, he and the boatload of gold and silver treasures were burned to ashes by the dragon flames. As a descendant of Jirian, Lord of the Valley, Bard took out his ancestral black arrow, went to the highest tower and aimed at the dragon high in the sky, trying to find an opportunity to hit the dragon. Seeing this, Dewey and Gandalf did not hesitate and charged directly at the dragon. "Jur, send me up to the dragon. You must stop Smaug from going any further in his madness," Gandalf shouted. Without saying a word, Dewey raised the broom head high and charged straight into the sky at a 90-degree angle. The broom carried the two directly to the top of Smaug's head. Without waiting for Dewey to react, Gandalf immediately jumped off the broom and landed heavily on the back of the dragon Smaug, raising his sword high and thrusting it into the dragon's back. The dragon's scales were so hard that even a sword could only penetrate halfway before getting stuck. For the huge Smaug, this was like a toothpick stuck in flesh, painful but not fatal. Finding Gandalf on his back, Smaug flipped in the air trying to shake him off. But no matter how hard he tried to shake it, Gandalf held on tightly to the sword stuck in the dragon's back, like a cockroach that could not be shaken off, which made Smaug very angry. He no longer cared about continuing to spit fire at the Long Lake town below and turned around to spit fire at Gandalf on his back. Heart-piercing and bone-destroying, Dewey's attack followed closely. The dragon's body stiffened, it let out a scream of pain, and its body quickly fell downwards. Just as it was about to crash into the lake, the dragon spread its wings and flew up again. The cunning dragon used the distance of falling to avoid the attack of the Cruciatus curse and did not give Dewey another chance to get close. Seeing the dragon playing guerrilla warfare with him, Dewey noticed Bard on the tower below who was aiming a black arrow at the dragon. Remembering that Bard probably didn't know the dragon's weakness yet, he flew over immediately. "Bard, there's a gap in the dragon's chest where your ancestor Jirian shot it off with a black arrow. Try to aim there." Hearing Dewey's words, Bard's eyes lit up and he immediately searched for the weakness on the dragon's chest. Dewey continued to chase Smaug on his flying broom, trying to force him to come to Bard's side and let Bard complete the feat of slaying the dragon again. The dragon is too difficult to deal with. Now he just wants to use the inertia of fate to see if he can get rid of the dragon Smaug. The dragon Smaug was still frightened by Dewey's Cruciatus curse. Seeing him approaching again, he immediately increased his speed to create enough distance between them. But it wasn't just Dewey who was causing him trouble. Gandalf on his back hit him hard on the back with his staff. The huge impact force brought by the staff made the dragon feel like it was hit by a weight of 10,000 tons. It staggered and fell down, almost hitting the ground heavily. Dewey also caught up and immediately cast a Cruciatus curse. The dragon was instantly in a state of despair and fled towards Bard in a panic, not noticing that there was a black arrow aimed at her in front of it. For Chenghu Town and for River Valley City, Bard shouted and shot the black arrow with all his strength. The black arrow shot directly towards the gap in the dragon scales on the dragon's chest. Just when everyone thought the black arrow was about to hit the target successfully, it was caught by a giant claw. The dragon caught the black arrow and sneered in his eyes. "Do you think I'll be hurt again after being hurt once?" As he spoke, he threw the black arrow high up, raised his head, and spewed out scorching dragon flames, which quickly melted it into a pool of molten lava. He then applied the molten lava from the black arrow directly to the gap in the scales on his chest to fill it. This scene was a huge blow to Bader. Dewey was even more shocked. He had thought that Bard would succeed in killing the dragon as his original destiny had led him to do, but I didn't expect such a huge change to happen now. But if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. In the original trajectory of fate, Bard was able to shoot Smaug only because of luck and coincidence. The most important thing is that the dragon had no opponents at that time. Even if it left Lonely Mountain, it was only because it knew that Long Lake Town was cooperating with the dwarves that it wanted to take revenge on the humans in Long Lake Town. So the dragon Smaug died largely because of his arrogance and carelessness. But this time it was different. The dragon Smaug was severely injured by Dewey and others and was forced to flee from Lonely Mountain. His mentality had changed drastically and he became very cautious. Naturally, the success rate of killing him with a black arrow is much lower. The black arrow failed to kill Smaug. In fact, it was melted by his dragon fire. This result greatly disappointed everyone who had high hopes for it. "Bard, there's still a chance," Dewey shouted loudly as he looked at the disheartened Bard. Bard looked up, shook his head with a wry smile and said, "But the only black arrow that could kill the dragon is gone." "What else can we do?" Dewey drew a magnificent spear that gleamed with silver light from his empty spatial bag. "This is the spear Egros, the weapon of Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor. It once pierced through the armor of Sauron, the Dark Lord, and wounded him. It possesses unparalleled penetrating power. Its length is about the same as the black arrow. Use it to shoot the dragon once more." Dewey tossed the silver spear to Bard and said. Bard was very surprised when he received the spear. He had a good eye and could tell that the spear was very powerful, far more precious and sharper than his black arrow. However, he added with some concern, "But the dragon is already on guard and it has already patched up the gaps in its scales with molten lava. I'm afraid it won't give us a chance to hit its weak point." Dewey shook his head, his face full of confidence. "This time we won't shoot at the gap in the scales on his chest. Not shoot the breach. Yes, don't shoot there, aim for his wing. I need you to shoot off one of the dragon's wings so that he can no longer fly, Dewey said with a very serious expression. I'll give you a chance later, only one chance to shoot him down. Can you do it? I can, Bard nodded firmly. Dewey gave Bard a deep look, hoping that fate would be on his side this time. Then he turned his flying broomstick and chased after the dragon Smaug. Meanwhile, Gandalf on the dragon's back was also very busy. With one hand, he tightly gripped the sword stuck in the dragon's back, and with the other hand, he used his staff to cast holy light, preventing the dragon from opening its eyes and forcing it to fly around aimlessly. This gave Dewey the opportunity to catch up, and he cast another Cruciatus Curse, slowing down the dragon's speed and reaction time. Dewey and Gandalf worked together seamlessly, intentionally or unintentionally driving the dragon back towards Bard. Seeing that the dragon had already entered Bard's firing range, Dewey once again unleashed his full power in a spell, Soul Out of Body. The imperious curse struck the dragon Smaug. For the first time, Dewey clearly felt the power of the dragon's soul. No wonder his killing curse couldn't kill Smaug. The imperious curse, when applied to a dragon's soul, is like him trying to move a giant many times heavier than himself, extremely difficult. Even so, it still managed to make the dragon lose its focus for a few seconds, and its movements became sluggish. Now, Bard, Dewey shouted through gritted teeth, veins bulging. Bard placed the spear eglos on the giant crossbow, and as Dewey's voice rang out, he, who had already aimed at the dragon, instantly fired the spear. As the divine spear transformed into a streak of silver light, emitting a rapid whooshing sound, it instantly pierced through the dragon's scales and struck the point where the dragon's wing connected to its body. With a mournful cry from the dragon, it plummeted to the ground like a bird with broken wings, dragged along with Gandalf on its back by gravity and acceleration. With a deafening roar, the giant dragon crashed heavily into the long lake, creating towering waves. The dragon's body was so enormous that even after falling into the lake, half of its body remained exposed on the surface. Gandalf, on the other hand, remained standing on the dragon's back, completely unharmed. He brandished his staff and kept smashing it at the dragon, unleashing shockwaves and holy light spells, slamming the dragon back into the lake. Smaug tried to struggle and fly again, but his wings, which were shot by the divine spear Erebor, were no longer able to support him to fly, and instead he fell into the lake again in a mess. No, this shouldn't be happening. I won't lose like this. The dragon struggled incessantly, constantly wailing. The ground is frozen and the sky is cold. Dewey released cold air towards the lake surrounding the dragon. The lake's surface quickly froze, trying to freeze the dragon inside. The dragon realized Dewey's intention and struggled even more fiercely. Don't try to trap me, destroy them all. Smaug roared madly, then spewed out scorching flames to burn the lake water, even breathing fire on himself to prevent the lake from freezing. Smaug's crazy behavior forced Gandalf to jump off his back to prevent the flames from burning himself. The flames spewed out by the dragon were extremely difficult to extinguish. Even in the lake, the flames continued to burn on the lake's surface and spread to the surroundings, gradually threatening Chenghu Town not far from here. Jur, we have to find a way to stop him from breathing fire, otherwise Lake Town will probably be burned down, Gandalf reminded loudly. Dewey naturally knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately waved his wand. Water prison binding. As the magic power surged, a huge whirlpool appeared on the lake, forming a giant rotating water ball, trapping the dragon inside and causing it to spin continuously, and even the flames it spewed out were caught up in it. This is the advanced water magic water prison. When Harry Potter went to the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic in the 5th grade, Dumbledore used this spell to trap Voldemort. When Dewey saw this spell in the Book of Spells, he was impressed and learned it. It is not easy to build a water prison big enough to trap a dragon. Fortunately, we are in a favorable geographical location, and there is an inexhaustible supply of lake water around us. The giant dragon rolled left and right and up and down like in a washing machine. When it opened its mouth, the lake water poured directly into its throat, leaving it no chance to spit fire. Dewey was completely focused, constantly channeling his magic power. He didn't know if a dragon could drown, so he could only keep going, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Although he did not run out of magic power, it was still mentally exhausting to mobilize magic power, and he would feel tired. Just as Dewey's mental strength was starting to wane, a warm energy flowed into his body, instantly relieving his fatigue and filling him with renewed energy. It was Gandalf who made the move. The ring of fire in his hand, Nea, shone brightly, continuously channeling its energy into Dewey's body. With the blessing of the power of the ring of fire, Dewey's spell became more powerful. More and more lake water gathered together to wrap the dragon tightly, leaving him no chance to escape. As time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Smaug inside the water sphere stopped struggling and remained motionless as if dead. But Dewey and Gandalf still dared not be careless. Dragons have great vitality. If they could be drowned so easily, they would not become the embodiment of disaster that the people of Middle-earth fear. Sure enough, seeing that Dewey and Gandalf were not fooled, the giant dragon Smaug in the water ball opened his cunning eyes again, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. Looking at the dragon in the water ball, it is still alive. Dewey frowned slightly and cast the most powerful transfiguration spell with his wand. The water ball quickly deformed into a giant python larger than Smaug, tightly wrapping around him, and finally turned into a huge chain that firmly bound the dragon. After doing all this, Dewey couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his face turning slightly pale. Transfiguring such a huge creature was too much for him now. If it weren't for the help of Gandalf's Ring of Fire, he would not have dared to try it. "Are you all right?" Gandalf asked concernedly. Dewey shook his head. "I'm fine. The most important thing now is to get rid of this dragon. The dragon is now bound by huge chains, its limbs and mouth firmly restrained, and it has temporarily lost the ability to move. They must take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the dragon recovers and breaks free, it will be difficult to deal with it." The two quickly arrived at the dragon's side. Now that their mouths were bound by chains, they didn't have to worry about the dragon suddenly spewing dragon fire. Gandalf stood on the dragon's back and forcefully pulled the sword that had been stuck in the dragon's back. Dewey also came to the dragon's injured wing, grabbed the divine spear Egros with both hands and pulled it out with great effort. A stream of blood as hot as magma flowed out from the wound. The dragon suddenly let out a painful groan. Dai waved his wand, causing the dragon to flip over, its chest exposed on its back. The two looked at the spot on the dragon's chest where a scale had been cut open, now covered by molten lava from the dragon's black arrow. The material of the black arrow is very hard, and now it covers the gap. Its defense is no less than the original dragon scales. It can be said that the dragon now has no weaknesses, but that's only for other people. Dewey gently tapped the black iron on the notch with his wand, and the iron slowly deformed, turning into a huge nail that pierced into the flesh. The dragon, sensing its life was threatened, struggled violently, its eyes filled with terror. "No, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. As long as you let me go, I promise not to retaliate against you again. I can even give you all my treasures." The silenced Smaug used his mental power to convey a message of begging for mercy. When Gandalf saw Dai stop moving, he thought Dai had been bewitched by the dragon and quickly warned him, "Dai, don't believe the dragon's words. Dragons are very cunning, and language is their magic. They are very good at using words to sow discord and bewitch people." Seeing Gandalf's worried expression, Dai smiled and shook his head. "Gandalf, don't worry, I'm not so easily seduced by dragons. But I thought of a better way than killing the dragon, so I wanted to give it a try." Gandalf was still uneasy. In his view, such evil creatures as dragons should be killed completely. It was Duel who trapped the dragon, though, so it was Duel who had to decide what to do with it. "Dial, what can you do? I have a contract magic here. It requires both parties to sign voluntarily and be witnessed by a witness. It will form an absolute binding force and ensure that no one can violate the contract." Dewey explained, "I would like to ask Gandalf to be my witness before I sign a contract with Smaug and make him my servant." Upon hearing Dewey's words, Gandalf frowned, his face showing worry. "Is it really possible? Let's give it a try." Dewey shrugged, but his face was full of confidence. As he said this, he turned to look at the dragon with a cold look in his eyes. "Smaug, you heard that too. Now say it. Are you willing to swear an oath to me and submit to me? If you don't want to, I'll send you to your death right now." The divine spear Egros in his hand emitted a sharp edge and directly hit the dragon's forehead, causing a faint, tingling sensation. Upon hearing that there was a chance to live, the dragon Smaug was overjoyed, a sly glint in his eyes, and immediately nodded. "Yes, I do." Seeing that he agreed so quickly, Dewey sneered inwardly. Anyway, he was just asking, regardless of whether Smaug was true or false. Once the contract is finalized, it will be too late for the other party to back out. So Dewey cast a soundproof spell on himself and Gandalf and blurred the image before giving Gandalf the unbreakable oath. Gandalf's eyes lit up as he listened, and his previously worried expression gradually softened. His face was full of surprise and admiration for Dewey. "Jur, you've given me another surprise." Smaug, standing outside the soundproof spell, watched the two talking but couldn't hear a word, and the change in Gandalf's attitude gave him a vague sense of unease. Before long, Dewey removed the soundproofing spell. "Smaug, from now on you shall do as I say, without the slightest resistance. Otherwise, if you hesitate even for a moment, I'll let that iron nail in your chest continue to grow until it pierces your heart and kills you. Did you hear that?" Dewey's tone turned stern and cold. Smaug grew increasingly uneasy, but seeing the undisguised murderous intent in Dai's eyes and the iron nail throbbing in his chest, he quickly nodded. "I heard you, and I'm willing to obey you." Time was of the essence, and Dewey didn't waste any more words with Smaug. He placed one hand on the dragon's forehead and began chanting a spell. Gandalf, as a witness, took out the wand that Dai had made for him and placed it on Dai's hand where he had made contact with the dragon. "Smaug the dragon, are you willing to submit to me and serve me from this day forward?" Dewey asked. Smaug could feel an invisible magic enveloping him and Jur. Once he agreed, that magic would descend upon him, forming an unbreakable bond between their souls. Once Smaug understood the situation, he instantly sensed something was wrong. He was initially very confident that even if he had signed some kind of magical contract, he was confident he could break free. Then he planned to take advantage of Dewey's momentary lapse in attention and exact a severe revenge to repay the humiliation Dewey had inflicted upon him. But he never expected that there was such a contract magic in the world that he had never heard of before, which actually bound directly to the soul. Without giving him time to hesitate, the giant iron nail in his chest grew rapidly, piercing through his flesh and heading straight for his heart. Smaug was instantly terrified. He clearly felt the tip of the nail touch his heart and that it would pierce through him in the next second. I promise, Smaug cried out in alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin, dazzling tongue of fire shot from the tip of Gandalf's wand like a red-hot metal wire and wrapped around Dai's hand and the dragon's neck. Then it merged into it, becoming a golden red pattern. Smaug the dragon, from this moment on, do you promise never to betray me, never to harm me until the end of your life? This time, without waiting for Dewey's threat, Smaug quickly replied, I do. Another tongue of fire shot from the tip of the wand, adding a tattoo to Dai's right hand and Smaug's neck. Smaug the dragon, from this moment on, are you willing to obey my commands forever and never disobey them? I do. With the wise Gandalf present, they offered further reminders. Dewey made more than a dozen oaths in succession, guaranteeing from all aspects that his oaths would not be exploited or leave any opportunity for verbal traps. Ultimately, Dewey's arms were left with streaks of gold and red, which looked very mysterious and cool. Having fulfilled his vow, Dewey waved his hand and unlocked Smaug's chains. Smaug, the dragon bound by his oath, had now resigned himself to his fate. They didn't even dare to harbor the slightest malice towards Dewey. If even a tiny bit is exposed, the golden red patterns on his neck will come to life, turning into hot red metal wires that tighten relentlessly, trying to strangle him to death. His soul will also suffer excruciating pain, comparable to the power of the Cruciatus Curse. Even if he dares to retaliate, he will die instantly before he can even hurt Dewey. Master Smaug lowered his head and called out humbly. Dewey was very pleased with the submission of the dragon Smaug. Gandalf beside him was also happy for Dewey. Congratulations, Dewar. From this day forward, you are the only being in Middle-earth who can tame a dragon. This is an unprecedented achievement. The dragon clan, as powerful creatures created by the Dark Morgoth, once wreaked havoc in Middle-earth, bringing fear and destruction to the people of Middle-earth. Although it is a dark creature, its power and terror are unquestionable. The devil Sauron once tried to subdue the dragon to serve him, but failed, because the dragons are only greedy for gold, silver, and jewelry, but have no interest in ruling Middle-earth. However, because of this, the greedy dragons and the dwarves who were good at making money formed a hatred that lasted for thousands of years. Thorin's ancestors originally lived in the Grey Mountains north of the Lonely Mountain, but their wealth attracted the covetousness of dragons, which attacked and killed the then Dwarf King Dane-I and his son Forer. Only the eldest son, Threll, survived and led some of his people to Lonely Mountain to establish the kingdom under the mountain. But unexpectedly, the treasure of the kingdom under the mountain attracted the invasion of a more ferocious dragon, Smaug, which led to the wandering life of Thorin and other dwarves of the Lonely Mountain. Now this giant dragon has been tamed by Dewey and has become his helper. Dewey's power changed dramatically, and he became one of the most formidable people in Middle-earth. After taming the dragon, Dewey and Gandalf rode on the dragon's back and were about to leave. After all, they are still in the lake. One of Smaug's wings was injured and he could not fly for the time being. He could only walk with the two people on his back towards Lake Town. Thanks to the timely intervention of Dewey and Gandalf, there were not many casualties in Long Lake Town. However, the houses set on fire by the dragon flames continued to spread, and it was difficult to extinguish them with water. When the residents of Changhu Town were grieving over the fire on their houses, they saw a giant dragon in the lake in the distance approaching them, and they were suddenly filled with fear and despair. Bard was even more shocked and aimed his bow at the dragon. Although he knew that this would have no effect on the dragon, he didn't want to sit there and wait for death. However, he soon spotted the figures of Dew and Gandalf on the dragon's back with his sharp eyes and was immediately shocked. He was smart and found that things seemed to be different from what he thought. Bard took a deep breath, and amid the residents' exclamations and worries, he quickly came to the edge of the dock, only a few meters away from the approaching dragon Smaug. Although he was mentally prepared, his heartbeat still quickened in the face of the might and oppression emanating from the dragon. If the dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spit fire or bit him, he would have no chance of escaping. Dewar, Gandalf, what's going on with you? Bard asked in surprise. Dewey didn't say anything but just waved his wand, constantly extinguishing the surrounding flames to prevent the flames from spreading further. Gandalf followed the dragon's neck and head and jumped directly onto the dock. He smiled and explained to Bard and the others, the dragon has now been tamed by Dial. He now obeys Dial's orders and will no longer pose a danger to you. After hearing Gandalf's words and looking at the giant dragon Smaug who didn't make any attacking moves, everyone was in disbelief. As descendants of the river valley, the residents of Lake Town are well aware of the horror and danger of the dragon Smog. When the city of Dale was destroyed by a dragon, their ancestors had to abandon their homes and go downstream to build a new home in this long lake to avoid Smog's persecution. But they never expected that this giant dragon that was once their nightmare would be tamed one day. Everyone looked at the man riding on a broom and waving a wand to put out the fire, feeling awe. Soon Dewey put out the fire in Changhu Town. However, the burned buildings were caused by dragon flames, and even Dewey couldn't restore them to their original state using the repair spell. Looking at the residents who were left homeless because their houses were burned, Dewey felt a little guilty at this moment. After all, these were all caused by the dragon. Now that the dragon has been tamed by him and has become one with him, the destruction caused by the dragon seems to have become his responsibility. Dewey took out a bag from the space bag and handed it to Bud. There are some gold coins and jewelry in here. Please distribute them to the residents affected by the disaster. Bud looked at the small purse in his hand with some surprise. However, when he opened the bag and looked inside, he saw a space of about 2 meters filled with countless gold coins and precious jewels. The value of so much treasure is more than that of the richest mayor in the town. Even if it is distributed among every resident in the town, it is enough for everyone to live a prosperous life. Bard was shocked by the amount of treasure, but he did not feel greedy. Instead, he nodded gratefully to Dewey. "Thank you for your generosity, Dial. I will accept it on behalf of the residents. Don't worry, I will distribute the treasures to the residents so that they can survive this winter smoothly." And he also knew that Dewey was helping him improve his prestige. The mayor had previously abandoned the residents of Changhu Town and fled with only a boatload of money, but he was first noticed by a giant dragon, which immediately killed him with a breath of dragon flame. With Lake Town leaderless, Bard, a descendant of Lord Girion of Dale, naturally became the leader of the residents of Lake Town. "What are you going to do, Bud?" Gandalf asked him. Looking at the many damaged buildings around him, Bard felt a surge of ambition. He said, "We were forced to come to Long Lake to live, but now that the dragon is no longer a threat, I want to lead the residents to rebuild the Valley City. And if the dwarves hadn't insisted on going to Lonely Mountain and waking up the dragon wouldn't have come out. So I need the dwarves to share a portion of Lonely Mountain's treasures to compensate the residents and rebuild Dale. After all, when the dragon attacked Lonely Mountain and Dale, it looted the treasures of Dale and brought them to Lonely Mountain. As a descendant of Girion, Lord of Dale, I should also have the right to share some of the treasures." Dewey and Gandalf had no objection to this, since it was a matter between Bard and Thorin's oak shield. After exchanging words with Bard, Dai and Gandalf did not linger in Lake Town, but instead rode their dragon Smog towards Lonely Mountain. Although the residents of Changhu Town knew that the dragon would no longer harm them, they only breathed a sigh of relief after watching the dragon leave. The fear of the dragon has penetrated into their bones, and they cannot help but be afraid. Smog's wing was pierced by the spear Egolos, rendering him unable to fly for a short period of time. So they could only move on the ground with Dewey and Gandalf. However, even on the ground, the dragon moves very fast. Sitting on the dragon's back, Gandalf said with a look of curiosity, "Thanks to you, I never thought that one day I would have the opportunity to experience riding a dragon. It's really wonderful." Dewey was also a little excited. He had never thought that he would have the experience of being a dragon knight one day. The only downside is that the dragon can't fly, which reduces the overall experience. "Smog, when will your wings be healed?" Dewey asked. "Master, it was your divine spear, Egros, that pierced my wings. The spear contains a powerful force that will prevent my wound from healing. Without a panacea, I'm afraid I won't be able to fly for a long time." Smog's voice was filled with resentment and grievance. Bound by the unbreakable oath curse, he dared not harbor any resentment towards Dewey and could only lament his misfortune in encountering Dewey, the one who was his nemesis. Upon hearing this, Dewey became somewhat anxious for the dragon, since one of the dragon's major advantages was its ability to fly, allowing it to exert pressure on the ground from the air. If a dragon can only move on the ground, its combat power and threat level will be greatly reduced. Seeing Dewey frown, Gandalf, who was standing nearby, smiled and comforted him. "This isn't a big problem. Once this mission is completely over, we can go to the Valley of the Dead to ask Lord Elrond for help. He is the most skilled healer in all of Middle-earth. He can heal even the most fatal injuries. Smog's wounds would likely be a trivial matter for him." Gandalf had been worried that the dragon Smog would ally with the orcs, so he organized the dwarves to launch an expedition to the Lonely Mountain, hoping to use their power to kill the dragon and eliminate the threat. But now the dragon has been tamed by Dewey and has become a force for justice. Gandalf genuinely hoped that the dragon would recover from its injuries as soon as possible, so that his side could become stronger and defeat the forces of darkness. Soon the two men and the dragon returned to Lonely Mountain. As soon as I arrived at the main gate, I saw that the main entrance was blocked. "What's going on?" Gandalf asked, frowning in confusion. It wasn't like this when I left. How come I'm blocked as soon as I come back? Could something have happened here after we left? Dewey looked at the tightly blocked door and had a guess in his mind. He sneered and said, I'm afraid some of the people inside don't welcome us back. Gandalf frowned even more upon hearing this, and thinking of Thorin's previous situation, he became somewhat inclined to believe Dewey's guess. The dragon Smaug took the initiative to speak. He looked eager to try and said, Master, let me handle this. These walls can't stop me at all. I'll storm in, kill all the dwarves inside, and then the entire Lonely Mountain and all its treasures will be ours. Seeing Gandalf's disapproving expression, Dewey's face darkened instantly and he said unhappily, Shut up. Even if this guy is forced to submit to him, he still can't change his ways and is extremely greedy for treasure. He even tried to trick him into stealing the treasure. Seeing that Dewey was angry, Smaug immediately shut up. However, the dragon's 2 eyes gleamed with restless light, still unwilling to give up on the treasure of Lonely Mountain. After all, in his opinion, these treasures were all plundered, and now that he has surrendered to Dewey, these treasures should belong to Dewey. In this way, the master's things are his things, and the master's treasures are his treasures, and it will not affect his continued possession of these treasures. Even after the owner owns the treasures, he can apply to guard the treasures for the owner. Guaranteed not a single coin will be lost. Dewey, you and Smaug stay here for a bit. Let me speak with Thorin, is that all right? Gandalf did not want to see a conflict between Dewey and the dwarves to occur. The original Dewey was already beyond the dwarves' ability to deal with, and now with the addition of a dragon, even the Duelan dwarves at their peak might not be a match for them, let alone the fact that there are only 13 dwarves left on Lonely Mountain. Dewey didn't care. He had no interest in the treasure of Lonely Mountain, nor did he intend to harm the dwarves. Please do as you wish. However, I think you're going to be disappointed, Gandalf. Thorin's dragon disease should have fully manifested by now. Without reason and driven mad, he probably won't accept your kindness at all. Gandalf sighed, we should give it a try. He then leaped off the dragon's back, strode to the massive gate, and his voice boomed like thunder, Thorin Oakenshield, come out and meet me. After a while, there was no response from behind the blocked door. Gandalf's brow furrowed, his voice carrying an air of authority even without anger. Thorin Oakenshield, come out and see me. There has been no response yet. Gandalf's face showed anger, and he raised his staff to smash the boulder blocking the doorway. Just then, a short figure poked its head out from the city wall and waved quickly. Gandalf, I'm here. Gandalf looked up in surprise and said, Bilbo, it's you. Where are Thorin and the other dwarves? Upon seeing Gandalf, Bilbo seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly explained, Thorin has gone completely mad. After you left with the dragon, he had Bofur and the others use explosives to blast the gate open, completely sealing it off. Now he's having everyone search for the Arkenstone in the vault. My God, what is that? Before Bilbo could finish speaking, his gaze fell upon the figure of the dragon Smaug in the distance, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Gandalf, how come the dragons came back with you? Gandalf smiled and said, the dragon has been tamed by Dur, and he is now Dur's mount. Is this real? Bilbo stared in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming. How come the dragon suddenly became Dur's mount after only half a day? All right, Bilbo, go and fetch Thorin. I need to speak with him. Gandalf said. Bilbo was still reeling from the shock of the dragon being subdued. He nodded blankly and turned to call Thorin. Time passed little by little. By the time Gandalf's patience was almost worn out, Thorin finally appeared leisurely on the city wall. However, before he could even speak arrogantly, his pupils contracted and he instinctively retreated when he saw the dragon behind Gandalf. Gandalf, what does this mean? Why have the dragons followed you back? Have you conspired with the dragons to steal my treasure? Thorin questioned sharply, his eyes filled with a fanatical obsession and unease over the treasure. Gandalf rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated by Thorin's frantic talk of treasure. Thorin is now clearly terminally ill, with only greed and possessiveness for treasure in his eyes. Thorin, son of Tharain, you have reclaimed Lonely Mountain, and we rejoice for you, Gandalf proclaimed. But why does the king of the mountain want to confine himself within his own walls, like a bandit in a stronghold? Thorin looked at Gandalf below the city with wary and suspicious eyes, as well as Dewey and the dragon in the distance. The reason for this is, of course, that I have bandits at my door, intending to seize my treasure. Moreover, I am not yet the king of the mountain. My clan's heirloom, the Arkenstone, has not yet been found. I will isolate everyone from entering and leaving until the Arkenstone is found. Gandalf suffered a heart attack from Thorin's words. My Vala, Thorin Oakenshield, no one here will covet your treasure. It is utterly insignificant. What you should be doing now is not guarding your pile of treasure and imprisoning yourself, but actively contacting other dwarves and forming an alliance with the humans of Lake Town, building defenses, forging weapons, and together resisting the impending danger. Danger. Apart from the fact that you are carrying a dragon, I don't see any other danger. Thorin said coldly. Thorin Oakenshield, wake up. We are not your enemies. Smaug the dragon has been subdued by Dur, and he is on our side. Gandalf's voice carried a power that shook the very soul. The threat from Lonely Mountain is not over yet. The orc army could appear at any time. We must organize more forces to deal with the orc threat. Thorin's eyes showed a hint of struggle, as if he had been persuaded. But in the end, his desire to possess the treasure prevailed and his eyes turned cold again. Gandalf, you are not welcome here. Please leave. Gandalf was shaken by Thorin's unyielding beard. And what about me, Thorin Oakenshield? Dewey's voice came as he rode his flying broomstick to Thorin's side, looking down at him coldly. You promised me that once I helped you reclaim Lonely Mountain, 1/10 of its treasure would belong to me. Now that I've solved the dragon problem for you and helped you reclaim Lonely Mountain, when will you pay my reward? Thorin's pupils contracted as he looked at Dewey flying in front of him, and his expression became wary and alert. Meanwhile, Smaug, the dragon that had been stationary in the distance, let out a deafening roar and stared intently at him. The fear of the dragon brought Thorin back to his senses, causing him to swallow his words of refusal. He glanced at Dewey, who held the magic wand, then at the dragon in the distance. His face was extremely grim, and he struggled internally for a long time, feeling as if his own flesh was being torn apart. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I promise to give you 1/10 of the treasure after I find the Arkenstone. But Dewey was not easy to fool. He narrowed his eyes and said, But if the Arkenstone isn't found, or if it's found but you don't tell me, are you going to give it away? Thorin's expression turned even uglier. Of course not, but you promised me to recapture the Lonely Mountain. If you want a share of the treasure, you must help me find the Arkenstone first. Dewey chuckled and shook his head, and with a flick of his fingers, the contract flew out of his pocket and floated in front of Thorin. I think you've misremembered, Thorin Oakenshield. The contract only requires me to help you reclaim Lonely Mountain, not to find the Arkenstone. That's an extra requirement outside the contract, and I didn't agree to it. Besides, Smaug unleashed so much dragon fire in the treasury before. Who knows if the Arkenstone would be burned to ashes by the dragon fire? I have fulfilled the terms of the contract. Now it's time for you to fulfill your original promise. Faced with Dewey's strong attitude, Thorin's gloomy face seemed to be dripping with ink. Give me a month. In a month I will place your share of the treasure before you, without missing a single cent. Dewey looked at him meaningfully and said, I hope you can keep your word. Then he turned his broom around and asked Bilbo, who was not far away, Bilbo, will you leave with Gandalf and me? Bilbo glanced at Thorin, whose face was grim, then at Dewey, who was all smiles, and nodded after a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Dewey lowered the broom and reached out to pull Bilbo onto it. Don't go. Thorin's voice suddenly rang out. Dewey paused, turned to look at Thorin, his expression cold. You have a problem with that. Bilbo also looked at Thorin in astonishment. You can leave if you want, but you must prove that you didn't take anything belonging to Lonely Mountain, Thorin said, looking at Bilbo with a skeptical look on his face. A demonic pressure erupted from Dewey's body. Thorin Oakenshield, am I being too generous to you, to let you suspect my friend? Thorin felt as if the air around him suddenly solidified and even breathing became suffocating. But even so, he still gritted his teeth and said, if he didn't hide it, why didn't he dare let me check? Is the Arkenstone hidden on his body? Dewey drew his wand and was ready to teach him a lesson. Bilbo stopped them. Bilbo stopped Dai's wand, shaking his head slightly with a calm expression. Dial, it's okay, since he suspects me, let him check and prove my innocence. Seeing Bilbo speak, Dewey snorted coldly and let go of Thorin. Thorin breathed hard to relieve the feeling of suffocation, but he looked at Dewey with even more fear and a hint of dread. Under Thorin's gaze, Bilbo opened his pockets one by one to prove that he had nothing hidden. Wait, in that purse, I know it's enchanted and can hold a lot of things. Bilbo was now completely disappointed with Thorin. He nodded expressionlessly, then opened the purse and poured it to the ground. In an instant, all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry fell out and quickly piled up on the ground into a small hill. These were among the treasures Dewey had previously harvested from the Goblin Cave. Thorin looked at the treasure in front of him. Greed flashed in his eyes. Suffering from dragon disease, he wanted to take all the treasure he saw into his pocket. However, he still had a trace of rationality. Looking at Dewey in front of him and the giant dragon that was eyeing this side with a covetous look, he suppressed his greed. Dewey naturally noticed the change in Thorin's eyes. He sneered, pointed at the pile of treasure on the ground, and said, Now, go and search among these treasures to see if there is anything that belongs to your Lonely Mountain. If you don't find it, please put them all back into the purse and return them to Bilbo. Naturally, Thorin failed to find the Arkenstone he wanted. Under Dewey's threat, Bilbo had no choice but to put the treasure back into his purse and return it to Bilbo. Then Dewey took Bilbo away from the city wall and flew towards Gandalf. Welcome back, Bilbo, Gandalf said, smiling at Bilbo. He also saw what happened on the city wall and was disappointed with Thorin's performance. Today, Thorin no longer has the rationality and conscience he once had and is left with only paranoia, obsession with treasure, and greed. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. If this expedition had not been organized, would Thorin be safe? Fortunately, Dewey didn't know what Gandalf was thinking now. Otherwise, he would just say he was overthinking it. Reclaiming the Lonely Mountain is Thorin Oakenshield's obsession. Even if Gandalf was not there, he would probably go to the Lonely Mountain. And without Gandalf's care, he would have been defeated and died at the hands of orcs just like his father, King Thrain Rowan II. or they would reach Lonely Mountain and eventually be devoured by the dragon's flames. The three of them left the gate of Lonely Mountain and headed towards River Valley City. During this time, Bilbo experienced riding a dragon for the first time. He was so excited that his face turned red and he forgot all the unpleasantness that had just happened on the city wall. By the way, Dial, I searched the entire treasury for the mandrake you lent me, but couldn't find it. Could it have been burned by the dragon's flame? On the dragon's back, Bilbo suddenly thought of something and said to Dewey with an apologetic look on his face. Dewey smiled and shook his head. I forgot to tell you before, but I actually took the mandrake back a long time ago. After all, it's something that can be solved with a flying spell. Bilbo finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good. I thought I lost your mandrake. After leaving Lonely Mountain, Dewey and the other two came to River Valley to stay temporarily. The dragon Smaug was too huge, so Dewey let him hunt alone in the wilderness near Lonely Mountain and wait for his call at any time. Many of the buildings in Dale were destroyed by Smaug's dragon fire, and even if Dewey wanted to restore them, he couldn't. The three of them went directly to the house they had lived in before. The fireplace here is still connected to the valley and has not been severed by Dewey. Gandalf was a busy man, and as soon as he rested for a while, he was ready to go find Bard. Let him lead the residents of Chenghu Town to migrate to River Valley City. River Valley City is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and it is backed by Lonely Mountain. Once the orcs make any unusual moves, they can quickly unite with the dwarves of Lonely Mountain to form a force that can always resist the orcs, so as not to be defeated one by the orcs. But the area around Chenghu Town is endless and there is no barrier. Once the orc army attacks, there is no way to stop the orcs from destroying it. Therefore, for the safety of the residents of Lake Town, Gandalf must move the residents of Lake Town to Dale as soon as possible before the arrival of the orc army. If possible, Gandalf also wanted to persuade Thranduil, the Elven King, to join the alliance against the orcs. After the dragon Smaug was subdued, Dewey and Gandalf asked him about cooperation with the orcs. Smaug naturally did not dare to hide it. According to him, the orcs had contacted him before Azog was alive and tried to persuade him to cooperate with the orcs. However, Smaug was only interested in protecting his treasure and had no interest in ruling and conquering Middle-earth, so he refused Azog's cooperation. Until recently, Azog's son, Paulj, contacted him and informed him of Thorin Oakenshield's intention to retake Lonely Mountain, and on this basis, he reached a cooperation with Smaug. Smaug allowed Borg's orc army to enter the Lonely Mountain and march north to reclaim the kingdom of Angmar. The orcs recognized the dragon Smaug's rule over the Lonely Mountain and promised to give Smaug half of the treasures they had looted in battle. Now that the dragon has been subdued, as the news spreads, Borg will certainly not sit still and will probably launch a large-scale attack on Lonely Mountain in order to occupy this important strategic stronghold in the north. While Gandalf was anxiously preparing for the impending war, Dewey also faced an important matter at this moment. At sunrise that morning, Dewey, as usual, pointed the tip of his wand at his heart and chanted the incantation, Amado and Amado Animagus. As the incantation ended, it felt as if a second heart had appeared in his chest. The faint heartbeat rose and fell with the original heartbeat like a duet, which amazed him. Dewey was delighted to discover this, seeing it as a sign of Animagus's impending success. Then he took out the Stone of Palantir and checked the weather conditions at the high pass in the Misty Mountains. When Dewey saw the dark clouds rolling in and thunder and lightning at the high pass, he set off immediately. He let Bilbo stay in Dale, and he was teleported to Rivendell through the fireplace, and then rode his flying broom nonstop to the Misty Mountains. There were heavy rain and flashes of thunder at the high pass. Dewey didn't dare fly too high on his broom, for fear of being struck by lightning in the sky. They went all the way to the spot where the crystal bottle had been buried and dug it up. The mixture in the crystal bottle had now turned into a blood-red liquid. Upon seeing the potion in the bottle, Dewey's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately stopped and quickly returned towards the valley. Now we are only one step away from the Animagus transformation. After returning to Rivendell, Dewey did not immediately return to Riverdale City from Hearth, but stayed in Rivendell for a while. When performing transformation, a spacious and safe place is required to ensure that the transformation process will not be disturbed or put in danger. Did the trip go smoothly? Elrond asked with a smile, having already returned to the valley from Lorien. Dewey nodded and pleaded with Elrond for help. Lord Elrond, could you please find me a secluded room where I won't be disturbed? I want to make sure there won't be any accidents during the transformation. Elrond naturally wouldn't refuse, and he was also very curious about Dewey's Animagus transformation. To date, only the skin changer race has been able to transform into animals. Now that there is a wizard like Dewey who masters the magic of human body transformation, he also wants to see what kind of animal Dewey will turn into. Elend led Dewey to a spacious hall. There are no tables here, only fireplaces with roaring flames on each side between the pillars. There was no firewood in the fireplace, but it burned all year round, providing warmth and light for the hall. Mysterious elven runes are carved on the marble floor. As soon as Dewey entered, he felt refreshed and his mind became clear. This is the Hall of Flames. I spend some time here whenever I want to find peace, to meditate and reflect. Elrond explained, you can transform here and no one will bother you. Dewey didn't expect that there was such a good place in the valley. He felt that if he practiced magic here, his efficiency would be several times faster than usual. He suddenly felt more confident in his animagus transformation. After sincerely thanking Elrond, Dewey began to focus all his attention on the transformation. He pressed his wand against his chest once more at his heart and chanted the incantation one last time, Amado Animo Animado Animagus. Then he opened the crystal bottle and drank the red liquid inside in one gulp. The next second, 2 rapid heartbeats came from his chest, the loud thumping so loud that it could be heard even in the empty hall. What followed was an intense pain, as if the entire body was being reshaped, no less intense than the crucifixion. Meanwhile, the image of an animal gradually emerged in Dewey's mind, becoming clearer and clearer. Dewey was determined and tried hard not to resist the change. His body began to shrink rapidly, and his clothes, jewelry, and other items melted into his skin and turned into hair. In the end, only one enormous owl remained in the hall, to be precise. It is an eagle owl. Its round head is topped with its signature ear tufts. Its body is covered in a mix of yellow and black fur. Its large, golden eyes gleam with a sharp, cold light. Its beak is like a hook, and its powerful claws conceal sharp blades. The eagle owl is one of the largest owls, and the eagle owl that Dewey has transformed into is even larger than the ordinary eagle owl, standing a full meter tall with a wingspan of more than 3 meters. Upon first transformation, Dewey was somewhat bewildered. He looked down and saw his reflection in the smooth ground. So my animagus is just like my guardian spirit, an owl. Dewey was surprised, yet it was also expected. Although it wasn't the handsome bird of prey like the eagle that he most wanted, an owl would be fine too. Owls not only have excellent flying abilities, but also night vision and hearing, allowing them to move freely at night and making them ideal for stealth. However, just because he turned into an owl doesn't mean he can fly. Dewey flapped its wings and tried to fly up repeatedly in the hall, stumbling and falling countless times, causing its feathers to fly everywhere. After countless attempts, it finally took flight. Although I've already experienced flying on a broomstick, flying on my own is a completely different experience. Immersed in flight, Dewey felt the hall wasn't big enough, so he quickly drifted out of the window and flew over the valley, circling and soaring, taking in the entire valley's scenery. On the viewing platform below, Elrond looked up at the sky and smiled. After flying enough, Dewey flew directly towards Elrond and immediately returned to human form upon landing. Thank you for your help, Lord Elrond. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to transform so quickly. Dewey thanked him gratefully. Elrond shook his head. This is your own hard work. I'm just providing you with a space to practice. He then asked, by the way, how's your mission going? Dewey briefly recounted everything that had happened on the lonely mountain. Upon hearing that Dewey had subdued the dragon Smaug, even the well-informed Elrond was taken aback. Since Morgoth created the dragons, no one other than Morgoth has ever been able to subdue them. Even the demon King Sauron was no exception. Unexpectedly, things have changed here in Dewey. At first, Elrond was worried that this might be a trick by the dragon Smaug, but after learning the nature of the unbreakable oath and that the contract was made under Gandalf's witness, Elrond was finally relieved. He believed in Gandalf's wisdom and that he wouldn't speak without reason. So after Dewey requested to treat the dragon's injuries, Elrond readily agreed. Dewey did not linger in the valley and returned to the city of Vale once more. This time, however, he did not choose to return through the fireplace. Instead, he transformed into an owl and prepared to cross the misty mountains to familiarize himself with his animagus. Although he has successfully mastered animagus transformation, he's still only at the beginner level and cannot do without his wand. If someone is a transfiguration master like Professor McGonagall, they can cast animagus spells without a wand at all, and can even integrate the wand into their body, making it a part of their body. Therefore, even if Dewey successfully masters animagus, he still needs to practice continuously until it becomes instinctive. The misty mountains soared into the clouds, and Dewey flew along, spotting many ogres, orcs, and dire wolves in the mountains. However, he did not stop and continued flying eastward until he crossed the mountain range and arrived at the eastern side of the misty mountains. Here he encountered the giant eagle clan. The giant eagle also spotted him and quickly swooped down towards him. Dewey was startled. Could it be that they mistook him for prey? Just as he was about to transform back into human form, a voice reached his ears. What are you? Although you look like an owl, you don't smell like an owl. Instead, you have the scent of a human. A giant eagle circled around Dewey, curiously observing him and asking questions. Dewey breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the giant eagle had no intention of attacking him. But then she realized what she was doing and was even more surprised. You can talk. No, I mean I can understand you. A strange look appeared in the giant eagle's sharp eyes. I am the messenger of Manwë, the king of the Valor and the king of all birds, so I can naturally communicate with all birds. But what are you? Why do you look like an owl yet smell like a human? I'm not a thing, Tui, I'm a thing. Dewey felt as if his brain had shrunk after he turned into a bird and quickly introduced himself. I am the wizard Dewar. When I crossed the misty mountains with Gandalf and the others, you even gave us a ride. Do you remember? The giant eagle suddenly realized. I remember you, the wizard who was with Gandalf. You killed Azog, the king of orcs. Yes, it's me. Dewey nodded. Then how did you turn into a bird? I remember you were human before. This is magical transformation. It allows me to turn into an animal. It sounds similar to a skin-changing person. They met Dewey, a wizard who could transform into a bird and communicate with them. The giant eagle was very interested in Dewey and invited him to visit its nest. At the giant eagle's invitation, Dewey arrived at their dwelling place, which was located on a cliff not far from the high pass in Goblin Town, where there was a rocky platform that resembled a wide shelf. On top were giant bird nests made of thick branches stacked in an interlocking pattern, lined with even thinner branches and feathers, and even with whole dire wolf pelts. When Dewey landed on the bird's nest, it was as if he had entered a land of giants, surrounded by giant eagles that were looking at him with interest and curiosity. The Eagle King welcomed his arrival. The giant eagle possesses intelligence and understands the languages of elves and humans, but it cannot communicate directly with them. Now, the giant eagles are quite intrigued to encounter Dewey, a wizard who can transform into an owl and communicate with them. The giant eagles brought him fruit that grew in the misty mountains to treat him, and even captured a half-dead dire wolf. Dewey was somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiastic attitude. In the eagle's nest, there were also some fledglings that had just been born. They were all bigger than Dewey and were very active, chirping away. However, Dewey noticed one of the lone eaglets, which was very thin and had a weak cry compared to its brothers. He seemed to be born weak and couldn't compete with his brothers at all, so he ate the least. Their parents seemed very indifferent and showed no intention of taking care of them. Dewey frowned slightly. He knew that in nature, the weak are selected based on their own survival, so there would be cases where ordinary eagles would abandon or even eat sick or weak eaglets. But giant eagles are an intelligent species. Would they do the same? However, this was an internal matter for the giant eagle, so he couldn't say anything. As if knowing what Dewey was thinking, the Eagle King sighed. Our great Eagle clan lives in the Misty Mountains, where we must fight every day against the dire wolves, orcs, and even more dangerous creatures. Only the strongest members of our clan can survive in these mountains. The weak are destined to be eliminated, and perhaps returning to Manway's embrace as soon as possible is the best outcome for them. However, if you, Wizard Dewar, have any pity, you can take this poor child away and provide him with a place to live. This may be a new beginning for him. I'm taking him away. Dewey couldn't believe it. How could a child be given away like this? Eagle King nodded. The parents of the fledgling eagle had no objections. Dewey looked at the thin, pitiful fledgling eagle and didn't know what to say for a moment. Little one, would you like to come with me? Dewey transformed back into human form, took out some jerky from his pocket and offered it to the young eagle, who was supposedly less than 3 years old, and asked him a question. The giant eagle race has a long growth period, and their infancy is also longer than that of other races. Even though it's not even 3 years old, the fledgling eagle is already able to understand what Dewey is saying. The fledgling eagle, which had been starving for a long time, immediately became greedy when it saw the jerky. While its brothers were about to snatch the food, it quickly and greedily devoured the jerky. Then he looked at the benevolent birdman in front of him, then at his parents with their indifferent eyes, and his brothers who were frantically fighting over it. He finally nodded. Dewey still took the fledgling eagle with him. To this end, he specially used a seamless expansion spell to expand the space inside a money bag to a diameter of 10 meters. This is the limit of what he can currently achieve, but it's enough for the fledglings to live in. Accompanying the fledgling eagles was an eagle nest gifted by the Eagle King, said to be the nest where the Eagle King had hatched and raised his young, built with fragrant wood. In addition, Dewey received feathers from the giant eagles, a dire wolf pelt, and some eggshells left behind by the eaglets. Giant eagle feathers can be used to make wand cores, and eggshells can be used to make potions. As for dire wolf skin, it can be used as a seat cushion. After bidding farewell to the giant eagles, Dewey transformed back into a hawk owl, grabbed the money bag containing the eaglets in the eagle's nest, and continued flying eastward. As for the fledgling eagle in the money bag space, it was currently engrossed in eating all the food stored in Dewey's space. For him, who has never been full since he hatched, nothing is more important than food. So the little one, who would turn to anyone who fed him, felt no sadness at being abandoned and only cared about eating. Dewey flew over the misty mountains, but did not fly directly towards the lonely mountain. Instead, he circled over Beorn's house for a while and then flew down. Who is it? Beorn noticed something unusual in the sky. Seeing that it was an eagle owl flying over, he still did not let down his guard. However, when the eagle owl landed on the ground and turned into a human form, Beorn's vigilance disappeared instantly. Beorn, long time no see, Dewey greeted with a smile. Seeing that it was Dewey, Beorn also showed a happy smile on his face. Oh, it's you, Dewar. Was that your animal form just now? If we skin changers didn't all transform into giant bears, I would have thought you were one of my kind. Dewey smiled and nodded. I just happened to be passing by you, so I came down to visit. This is the animagus transformation I just mastered, but can only transform into ordinary animals. It can't compare to your transformation ability. Beorn disagreed and said enviously, I'd really like to be a flying animal. That would be much cooler than a bear that can only run on the ground. Well, please come in and sit down. I haven't heard from you since you left here. Tell me what happened during this time. Dewey naturally would not refuse the master's invitation. What's more, he came here this time with the purpose of asking Beorn for advice. See if you can get some inspiration from the skin changer bear transformation to level up the animagus. Dewey is not just satisfied with turning into an owl. He also wants to possess more powerful magical creatures animagus, such as phoenix, thunderbird, fire dragon, unicorn, etc. Of course, now that his animagus is an owl, a bird, he has to first rule out irrelevant animals such as dragons and unicorns. After all, no matter how much an owl evolves, it can never turn into a species like a fire dragon or a unicorn. On the contrary, powerful avian magical creatures such as the phoenix and thunderbird may have a slight possibility of evolution. After all, there's a saying that goes, a sparrow turns into a phoenix. Maybe an owl can do the same, although it is a very unreliable idea. If it succeeds, the rewards will be huge. The phoenix possesses the ability to be immortal. Once it ages or dies, even if it is struck by a Vada Kedavra, it will be reborn from the ashes. This ability is something everyone dreams of. The second is the Thunderbird, which has the power to change the celestial phenomena, can summon thunder and storms, and can even predict danger. In Beorn's hut, Dewey also told Beorn everything that had happened during this period. When Beorn heard that Thorin had lost his mind due to dragon disease, he snorted coldly. These dwarves are always so greedy and blind. Even if the treasure tainted with dragon magic is the inducement, isn't it also his own problem? Beorn had never liked dwarves. The reason they were able to be taken in was because both sides had a common enemy. Now that Thorin has gone mad, Beorn thinks it is his own fault. However, Beorn wasn't very interested in the dwarves' situation. Instead, he focused more on something else. Did you really tame the dragon? Beorn asked with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Dewey was no longer surprised by this expression and nodded with a smile. This is truly unheard of, absolutely astonishing. Beorn exclaimed, looking at him with admiration. To be able to subdue an evil dragon, it won't be long before your name is known throughout Middle-earth. I imagine you'll soon have a very honorable title, perhaps Dragonbinder or Lord of Smog, but if you ask me, Dragon Rider is the most suitable. After all, you are the only one in Middle-earth who can control a dragon. Beorn was already enthusiastically thinking of a future title for Dewey. Seeing that Beorn was half joking about his title, Dewey took the opportunity to ask him about the principle of the skin changer's transformation. At this, Beorn shook his head. Our ability to transform as skin changers comes from the bloodline of our ancestors. Legend has it that our ancestors were humans who lived in the Misty Mountains. They were blessed by the spirits of nature and thus gained the ability to transform into bears. I don't know if this rumor is true or not, because turning into a giant bear is a natural thing for us, and we will awaken when we reach a certain age. So I don't know much. Dewey was mentally prepared for this and was not too disappointed. However, he still asked Beorn for a favor and asked him to transform on the spot to see if he could find anything. Beorn did not refuse, but before transforming, he still had to take off his clothes. Beorn's transformation is different from Dewey's animagus. He will melt the clothes on his body into his skin, so once he transforms, his clothes will be torn. So Dewey could only try his best to ignore the naked man in front of him, and silently said to himself that it was just for research. Oh my God, my eyes are going to get sty, Dewey groaned inwardly. When Beorn was ready, he began to adjust his emotions, and as if his anger was rising, veins began to pop out on his forehead and his muscles twitched. He gasped and clenched his fists. His body swelled rapidly and his skin grew thick black hair. Finally, a giant black bear as big as a house stood in front of Dewey. As Beorn transformed into a giant bear, the savage and wild feeling of oppression came over him. Even knowing that the giant bear in front of him was Beorn, he still had an urge to back away. Beorn, please don't resist. Can I check your magic circulation? The giant bear nodded upon hearing this, indicating that he could do as he pleased. Seeing that Beorn agreed, Dewey immediately placed his hand on the giant bear's skin and slowly injected magic into it to feel how the magic worked within the giant bear's body. The reason why animagus cannot become magical creatures is because the magic of wizards and the magic of magical creatures are fundamentally different in their operation. Once this magical mode of operation is forcibly broken, it can easily lead to unpredictable, serious consequences. Just like the five-legged monsters in the magical world, it is said that they were transformed by wizards. However, because the way the magic power in the body works changed during the transformation process, it can never change back after becoming a five-legged monster, thus adding a new creature to the magic world. In the magical world, very few wizards practice animagus and even fewer succeed. There were only 7 registered animagus in the entire 20th century. Even if you include those who practiced secretly and were not registered, there were not many in total. There were no successful precedents for transforming magical creatures, coupled with the serious consequences that followed. Therefore, wizards in the magical world never dare to easily try to transform animagus into magical animals. However, the situation is different here in Dewey. Although Beorn is a skin changer, he can transform into a giant bear, making him a good reference. If he could unlock the secrets of transformation within Beorn and integrate them into his own animagus, he might be able to possess an even stronger animagus. Dewey carefully felt the operation of magic power in the giant bear's body and felt the difference between the way magic circulated in the giant bear and his own body. Beorn also possesses magical power, and it's not insignificant. This is also why he can transform into a giant bear. However, as Dewey continued to sense the magic operating system in the giant bear's body, his expression became more and more solemn, and finally he could only sigh and withdrew his hand. "Thank you, Beorn, you can change back." Upon hearing this, the giant bear let out a low growl, its massive body rapidly shrinking until it finally transformed back into human form. Beorn put his clothes back on and asked, "Anything?" Dewey nodded. "I've learned a lot. The way your magic circulates is very unique. If I can replicate it completely, perhaps I can unlock the secret of the skin changer's transformation. It's just that your magic circulation system is too complicated. If I want to remember it all, it will probably be a huge project. It will take at least several years, or even longer. The circulation of magic power is similar to the circulation of true energy in the meridians in martial arts novels, and will form a complete and complex magic power circulation system in the body. The magical cycle and operation of wizards are different from those of magical creatures. If a wizard forcibly transforms into a magical creature, the magical energy cycle within his body will be disrupted. At the very least, the magic power loses balance, becomes disordered, and turns into a dud. In severe cases, they may be permanently transformed into magical creatures, their souls trapped within the bodies of wild beasts, making them even worse off than blood-cursed orcs. After all, it's impossible for 2 different magic circulation systems to exist within a single person's body at the same time. However, Beorn is different. Dewey discovered that when he was in human form, there was one magic cycle, but when he transformed into a giant bear, there was another magic cycle system. Beorn can switch between the 2 systems freely, allowing him to change back and forth between human form and giant bear form. If Dewey could find the switching point between the 2, he might be able to find a way to turn animagus into a magical creature. But that's still too far off for Dewey at the moment. It would take a long time to record the complex magic circulation system in Beorn alone. Moreover, there can be no deviation or omission in the middle. Otherwise, it would be a serious magical accident. In response, Beorn waved his hand very readily and said, "What's the big deal? You can come to me anytime if you want to study this, or even stay here permanently. I'm the only one here all year round, so you're very welcome to come and visit." Dewey was very grateful to Beorn. He had been prepared to be rejected and even treated hostilely by Beorn. After all, the ability to transform is the basis of the skin changer's strength. If it is cracked by outsiders or a method of restraining it is found, it means that the power of life and death of the skin changers is handed over to others. But Beorn allowed Dewey to study him, which was a great trust. Dewey was grateful for the favor and naturally wanted to repay it. He thought for a moment, and since Beorn possessed magic, he would make a wand for him. Beorn was also very surprised to hear that Dewey was going to make a wand for him. "Is this okay? I mean, I'm just a skin changer. Can I really cast spells with a wand?" Dewey nodded affirmatively. "You have magic power in your body. As long as you have a wand, you can cast spells. If you don't believe me, you can try using my wand." Dewey handed Beorn his wand and taught him the basics of the luminescence charm. Dewey's wand is certainly not suitable for Beorn, but it is not difficult to cast the simplest fluorescent spell with it. As a little fluorescence lit up at the tip of the wand, Beorn smiled happily, as if he had seen the most novel thing. He immediately couldn't wait to ask Dewey, "Dewey, please help me make a magic wand. This is amazing." Dewey smiled and nodded. "Of course, this is exactly what I was going to do. If you want to make a wand for Beorn, the first thing you need to do is to find a wand body and core that suits him. The materials suitable for making the core of the wand in his hand were Galadriel's hair and the feathers of a giant eagle. However, after Dewey took out these 2, neither of them was suitable for Beorn. It was not until Beorn brought out a warg that he had killed the day before that Dewey found the core of his wand, the heart and tendon of the warg. As for the staff, there are also many magical trees in the dark forest. Dewey rode his broom into the woods and found a suitable shaft for Beorn, a piece of wood cut from a very old oak tree. After collecting the materials for making the wand, Dewey began to make a wand for Beorn. But Dewey doesn't plan to make it here. The wand-making process is complicated and time-consuming. He has been away from River Valley for some time and doesn't know whether the orc army has arrived. especially the giant dragon. I wonder if it has been behaving well during the days I was away. Beorn, are you interested in experiencing flue powder teleportation? Dewey invited him with a smile. Gandalf was busy dealing with the coming of the orc army, so he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. By the way, he invited Beorn to go to Dale and join the team to fight against the orcs. He remembered that in his original destiny, this man had also participated in the Battle of 5 Armies, inflicted heavy casualties on the orcs, and even killed Balg, son of Azog. When Beorn heard that they were going to fight against the orcs, he agreed without thinking. All his people died at the hands of orcs, and his hatred for orcs was deep in his bones. He would agree without hesitation to anything that meant killing orcs. So after arranging the livestock, the two of them used flue powder to teleport directly to River Valley City through the fireplace. In the fireplace of River Valley City, green fire flashed and Dewey walked out first. The next second, the tall Beorn also appeared. He accidentally inhaled a puff of cigarette ash and coughed a little embarrassedly as he crawled out of the fireplace with his back hunched. Seeing this, Dewey waved his hand to clean the cigarette ash off his body and asked with a smile, "Beorn, are you all right?" Beorn coughed until tears came out, waved his hands, and looked speechless. "Ahem, I'm fine." Bilbo heard the noise and walked in from outside. When he saw the two of them, his eyes lit up and he ran forward quickly. "Dwar and Mr. Beorn, why are you here together?" "Long time no see, Mr. Baggins." Beorn greeted politely. He had a good impression of this halfling. Dewey also smiled and explained, "Beorn is my guest. He will join us in the fight against the orcs. By the way, where's Gandalf? Hasn't he come back yet?" Bilbo shook his head. "Bard and the residents of Lake Town have all moved here, but Gandalf hasn't returned yet. I heard from Bard that he went to Mirwood, trying to convince the elves, humans, and dwarves to form an alliance." Dewey shook his head upon hearing this. "I'm afraid Gandalf's journey will not go smoothly. Thranduil is not an elf like Elrond who cares about the world. He only wants to be responsible for the elves of the Woodland Kingdom. Not to mention forming an alliance with the dwarves. Don't even think about it." Putting this matter aside, he asked, "What are Bud and the others doing now?" "Bard and his men are now building defenses, preparing to fill the gaps in the city wall to resist the attacks of the orcs," said Bilbo. "Then let's go take a look together," Dewey said. Then the three of them went to where Bard was. Along the way, Dewey frowned as he watched the residents of Changhu Town building lake detection tents based on the ruins of the city. It is now the transition period between autumn and winter, and the temperature in the Valley City deep in the north is beginning to turn cold. Such poor living conditions can freeze people to death. The three of them walked all the way to the city gate. At this time, Bud and the men were moving the stones and piling them up one by one at the gap in the city wall. After moving a large stone, Bud took a breath and saw Dewey and the other two. He immediately showed an expression of surprise and joy. "Dewar, Bilbo told me you were away on a long journey. I didn't expect you to be back so soon." "Are you repairing the city wall?" Dewey said. Bud nodded. "Although the walls of Dale are badly damaged, they are still serviceable. I want to repair them as soon as possible before the orc army arrives. This will also prevent the orcs from entering the city and harming the residents. In that case, I'll help you too," Dewey said, pulling out his wand. Then he waved his wand at the damaged city wall. Recover as before tilde the next second time seemed to flow backwards. Aside from the areas burned by the dragon's flames, the city walls were constantly repairing themselves. Scattered rubble was turning back, filling in the gaps that had been damaged. Looking at the city wall, which was mostly repaired in an instant, everyone present was stunned and shocked. Only Bilbo, who had witnessed Dewey's abilities, looked proud and was clearly satisfied with everyone's reaction. Dewey didn't stop moving. He walked through the city, waving his wand as he went. Wherever they went, the surrounding buildings were constantly being repaired. This miraculous scene left thousands of residents in the city looking at the figure in awe. Once the repairs were nearly complete, Dewey finally put down his wand and took a deep breath. Finally, it's habitable now. Although the River Valley City in front of us is dilapidated, it has already begun to resemble a city. Some of the houses that were not destroyed by the dragon flames have been restored and are now habitable. Instead of having to live in makeshift tents like before, Bard, filled with excitement and joy, bowed deeply to Dewey with gratitude. "I don't know how to express my gratitude. Dewar, your kindness has helped us a lot." Dewey waved his hand. "I'm glad I could help. However, my magic cannot repair those gaps. You'll probably have to fix them yourselves." Bard shook his head. "That's enough. Perhaps I can help," Beorn said. "Who is this?" Bard asked, puzzled. "This is Beorn, who lives in the western part of Mirkwood, near the Anduin River. He is the helper I invited to fight against the orcs," Dewey introduced. Then Beorn took off his coat and quickly transformed into a giant bear as tall as the city wall. Its enormous size and imposing aura startled the residents, who gasped in alarm. However, seeing that the giant bear did not attack them, they were relieved and looked at him with awe. Bard was also very surprised. As expected, those invited by the wizard Dewar must be extraordinary people. Then the giant bear that Beorn had transformed into easily picked up huge stones and piled them up at the gap in the city wall. Seeing this, Bard was overjoyed and quickly organized everyone to work with the giant bear to repair the city wall. This time, Dewey didn't help. Instead, he returned to his house and began making a wand. As for Bilbo, he stayed where he was and helped out in whatever way he could. Time flies. Dewey quickly finished Bayon's wand. The heart of a dire wolf, the shaft of an oak staff 16 inches long. This is the longest wand I have ever made, almost as long as a staff. Dewey handed the wand to Beorn, his face full of anticipation. Give it a try. Beorn was also a little excited and nervous. He eagerly took the wand and carefully waved it. The next second, the wand quickly grew branches, blossomed, and bore fruit, eventually producing a ripe acorn. Beorn was delighted to pick the acorn, feeling its rich vitality. He loved it so much that he kept it, planning to plant it in his garden when he got back. Dewey was also pleased to see this. Congratulations, it seems you found the perfect partner. He finally understood Ollivander's feelings. The satisfaction of seeing the wand he had made find its destined owner was hard to express in words. Baby Beorn kept stroking the wand, expressing her gratitude to Dewey. Thank you, Dewey. Thank you for making this wand for me. Dewey smiled and waved his hand. We're friends, aren't we? Yes, we are friends. Dewey then taught Beorn some basic spells. Watching Beorn successfully unleash raging flames and flowing water, Dewey felt a sense of accomplishment in teaching a student. He thought that if he were at Hogwarts, he might be able to become a professor. After teaching Beorn, Dewey turned his attention to something else. He opened the money bag, revealing the baby giant eagle living inside. Is that a giant eagle? Beorn and Bilbo stared wide-eyed at the giant fledgling before them. You stole it. How could that be? Oh, this is something the Eagle King entrusted to me to take care of. Dewey was speechless. That's good. Beorn breathed a sigh of relief. The giant eagles are the overlords of the sky. Few people can harm them. I was really afraid that you had abducted their child and would be hunted down by them. However, he seems to be underdeveloped. Is he congenitally weak? Otherwise, why would they let me take it away? Dewey shrugged, then used his wand to examine the giant eagle chick together. The results of the examination made Dewey frown. It's no wonder the giant eagle clan abandoned this fledgling eagle. The fledgling was underdeveloped and inherently weak when it was hatching and gestating in the egg. In addition, after hatching, it couldn't compete with its brothers and never got a full meal, which made it even weaker. If Dewey hadn't taken him away, he probably would have starved to death or died of weakness in no time. Poor little guy, don't worry, I'll find a way to help you grow up healthy so that you can soar through the sky like other giant eagles in the future, Dewey said sympathetically. The fledgling eagle seemed to understand Dewey's words, responding with a few tender and clear chirps. For the fledgling eagle, the most suitable thing to help it grow up healthily is a magic potion. Dewey searched through another spatial bag and took out the only remaining bottle of soothing potion. Here, little one, drinking this will make you feel better. The fledgling eagle is very intelligent. Before it was even 3 years old, it was already able to understand what people were saying. Given her previous experiences, she is very well behaved and sensible. He obediently opened his mouth and drank the terribly bitter potion without the slightest resistance, because he knew it was something that would benefit him. The potion worked quickly, and the once weak fledgling eagle now had a renewed vitality, and even its plumage became brighter. The fledgling eagle let out a joyful cry, its voice even stronger than before. His gaze toward Dewey became affectionate and tender, as if he regarded Dewey as a family member. Beorn and the others naturally noticed the change and exclaimed happily, "It seems he has accepted you, Dewey. You now have a giant eagle companion." Dewey had a slight smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. It seems he needs to make some more potions. The remedy is effective, but it can't change the fledgling eagle's congenital weakness. He'll need to make healing potions and recovery potions later. However, some of the ingredients for these potions only exist in another world, so he has to find alternative potion ingredients. On this point, he could consult Daragaster, the herbalist of Middle-earth. By the way, Dewey, have you named this little guy yet? Bilbo asked curiously, looking at the eaglet that was taller than him. Dewey thought for a moment and said, Zorando, I hope he can inherit his ancestor's name and become a giant eagle soaring through the sky. Solando. Beorn was somewhat surprised to hear this, not expecting Dewey to have such high expectations for this fledgling eagle. It's important to know that Zorando is the name of the world's first giant eagle and the ancestor of all giant eagles. He led the great eagles in the war against Morgoth in the First Age, helping the Valar and the elves defeat the forces of darkness, destroying Morgoth's fortress Angband, and rescuing the elven leader Turgon, who had been captured by Morgoth during the War of Wrath. He was renowned for his military exploits, and his fame spread far and wide. And so, a sickly fledgling eagle was given a very resounding name. The fledgling eagle showed what it means to be fearless like a newborn calf, accepting the name without any pressure whatsoever. Dewey was afraid that Zorando, the fledgling eagle, would become too stifled, so he released him and entrusted him to Bilbo's care. Bilbo was clearly very interested in taking care of a baby eagle, even though the chick was bigger than him. They even used gold coins to buy large quantities of meat from the residents of Lake Town to feed Zorando. He was more responsible than Dewey, the master. After leaving the responsibility of caring for the eaglets to Bilbo, Dewey began to study the Book of Abraham on his own. The Book of Abraham contains many alchemical runes and knowledge, the most important of which is about the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Magic Stone. The book's content is extremely profound, and even with Nicholas Flamel's interpretations and annotations, it still gave Dewey a huge headache. Dewey was naturally most interested in the method of making the magic stone. However, he hasn't even mastered alchemy yet, let alone understood the most profound Philosopher's Stone chapter. Unfortunately, Dewey could only start by learning the most basic and simple alchemical knowledge. Fortunately, after he signed in and received the Dictionary of Runes, he never stopped learning runes. Runes are the prerequisite and foundation for learning alchemy. That's why you can understand the alchemical runes and knowledge in the Book of Abraham. However, before Dewey could finish learning the basics of alchemy, Gandalf returned. Moreover, he was accompanied back by the Elf King Thranduil and the elf army. Looking at the elven army outside Vale, clad in golden armor and standing at attention, with Thranduil riding a giant stag at their head, Dewey turned to look at Gandalf. "Gandalf, have you successfully persuaded Thranduil?" Gandalf shook his head with a wry smile. "No, Thranduil's stubbornness is no less than that of the dwarves. He has come to ask Thorin for a white gemstone bracelet that he once commissioned the dwarves to forge. He brought an army here just for a necklace." Bard couldn't believe it. Those were his deceased wife's belongings, and they held great significance for him. Gandalf could only explain. "The only good news is that Thranduil is willing to ally with the humans of Lake Town and has brought enough food to last through the winter." Upon hearing this good news, Bader's worries turned to joy. He was worried about the lack of winter supplies for the residents of Lake Town, but the grain from Thranduil was a timely help, so Bard led the people out of the city to welcome Thranduil's arrival. "Your Majesty Thranduil, I did not expect you to come." Thranduil rode atop a giant stag with enormous antlers, his posture still upright and his demeanor imposing. "I heard you needed help, so I brought some supplies with me." With a wave of his hand, elves brought up large carriages loaded with grain, vegetables, and meat. Looking at the large amount of supplies, Bard was overjoyed. This was more than just a little. It was more than enough to keep them fed and clothed throughout the winter. "You saved us. We really don't know how to thank you." "There's no need for your thanks. I'm not here for you," Thranduil said. "I'm here to reclaim what's rightfully mine, something that the dwarves have been keeping for themselves." Bard did not comment on this, but he still warmly welcomed Thranduil and the elves and invited them to rest in the city of Dale. Thranduil did not refuse and entered the city with a group of guards and Bard. He looked around, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "This valley city was destroyed by an evil dragon. When did you acquire skilled craftsmen who could rebuild the city walls in just a few days?" Upon hearing this, Bard explained with a proud expression, "This is all thanks to Wizard Dewar. His magic was like a miracle, and the damaged building was repaired in an instant." And Mr. Beorn transformed into a giant bear to move huge stones for us, which is how we built the sturdy city walls we see today. Dewey suddenly realized, but his surprise only deepened. And just ahead, Dewey and his group were waiting. "Your Majesty Thranduil, it's a pleasure to see you again," Dewey said with a smile. "I am also surprised that the one who subdued the dragon, the Master of Smog, the black-robed Wizard Dewar, now has a name that resounds throughout Mirkwood." Thranduil tumbled off the giant stag's back, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Faced with Thranduil's praise, Dewey gave a modest smile. "Your Majesty Thranduil is too kind. This is not my achievement alone. Oh, by the way, where is Prince Legolas?" "I haven't seen him." When Dewey asked about his proudest son, Thranduil's smile deepened. "He has discovered some traces of oak and is tracking him down." Upon hearing the mention of orcs, Gandalf's expression immediately hardened and his brows furrowed slightly. "Does your Majesty know where these orcs appear?" Thranduil said casually, "They appeared in the northern misty forest, seemingly coming from the northern misty mountains." Legolas was worried and followed them. "He should be back in a few days." Thranduil was indifferent to the outside world, except for matters concerning the Woodland Kingdom. He came here to retrieve the white gemstone necklace that he had commissioned for his late wife. As for the war between the dwarves and orcs, he did not offer assistance when the dragons attacked Lonely Mountain, and he has no intention of intervening this time either. However, his son Legolas disagreed with him. Legolas had a more compassionate heart. He believed that although the Lonely Mountain dwarves had grudges against them, they were interdependent, and now their great enemy, the orc, was at hand, they needed to put aside their past grievances and unite against the enemy, instead of passively hiding in the dark forest. Therefore, they actively chose to track down the orcs' team in an attempt to find orcs' headquarters. Thranduil did not stay long in Vale. After allowing the elven army to regroup, they were to continue their march to Lonely Mountain. Seeing this, Gandalf tried to persuade him again. "Your Majesty Thranduil, the orc army could invade at any moment. Your conflict with Thorin will only give the orcs an opportunity to exploit." Thranduil raised his hand to stop Gandalf from continuing his persuasion and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is not my decision. As long as Thorin Oakenshield hands over the things belonging to my deceased wife, I will immediately turn the army around and not linger for a moment longer." A mocking look appeared on his face. But do you think Thorin Oakenshield would agree? There's a mad disease flowing in their family's blood. I've personally witnessed his grandfather's madness, and Thorin himself is probably no less so. The white gemstone necklace that Thranduil wanted, though not as valuable as the Arcan brooch, was still priceless. Thorin's grandfather Thor was affected by the dragon disease. After the white gem necklace was completed, he became greedy and refused to return it to Thranduil. This caused a feud between the Lonely Mountain dwarves and the woodland elves. This also meant that when Lonely Mountain was attacked by the dragon Smaug, the woodland kingdom chose to stand by and watch. Gandalf sighed helplessly as he thought of Thorin's current state of madness due to the dragon disease. Without a doubt, given Thorin's current mental state, he would probably not be willing to share even a single gold coin, let alone the white gem necklace. What troubled Gandalf even more was that Thranduil was demanding the white gem necklace from Thorin. Even Bard, along with Thranduil, demanded compensation from Thorin for the losses suffered in Lake Town, and as a descendant of Lord Gillian of Dale, he was entitled to reclaim his share of the treasure. After all, when the dragon Smaug destroyed Dale, he also took all of Dale's treasures to the Lonely Mountain. Therefore, the treasure on Lonely Mountain belongs not only to the dwarves, but also to some of the humans of Vale. However, Bard did not want to see elves, humans, and dwarves go to war, so he asked Thranduil to let him go and negotiate with Thorin first. Thranduil had little hope for this, but he did not refuse Bard's request either. Anyway, he won't be in a hurry. However, the elven army was still prepared to march directly into Lonely Mountain and reclaim the gem necklace when Bard's negotiations failed. Bard was going to negotiate, and Gandalf, worried about him, decided to go with him to see if he could persuade Thorin and thus prevent a war. Dewey knew the outcome and did not follow. He took out the Crystal of Knowledge and first checked the location of the dragon Smaug. I haven't paid any attention to this guy these past few days. I wonder where he's been wandering off to. On the desolate wasteland north of Lonely Mountain, Smaug bit a bison to death, then breathed out scorching flames to roast it. Once it was almost cooked, he began to eat his meal. The dragon had a big appetite. A bison was only enough for one meal. But they are also incredibly resistant to hunger. Once they fall into a deep sleep, they can go for decades without eating or drinking. These days, Smaug has considered taking the opportunity to escape. But as soon as he thinks about it, the golden red lines left by the unbreakable oath on his neck come to life, becoming tight and hot, as if his tendons and marrow are being pulled out, causing the entire dragon unbearable pain. Under such constant torment, Smaug finally resigned himself to his fate and dared not have the slightest thought of escaping or betraying. So Smaug could only obediently hunt in the wilderness and wait for Dewey's summons. After Smaug finished eating the roasted bison, he suddenly looked up at the sky warily. He keenly sensed that someone was watching him. Owner, Smaug felt that the unknown gaze was somewhat familiar and tentatively asked. The next second, the oath line on his neck tightened slightly and became somewhat hot. This was a vow made back then. Wherever the dragon Smaug was, Dewey would have to come to him unconditionally if he needed him. Having confirmed that it was Dewey who was summoning him, Smaug immediately stopped and rushed toward Lonely Mountain at top speed. The only pity is that his wings are not yet healed, so he cannot fly there directly. HMPH, quick reaction indeed. Dewey snorted as he looked at the image of Smaug moving rapidly displayed on the crystal sphere. Don't think he doesn't know how many times this guy has had ulterior motives lately. He even considered escaping to the north of the Grey Mountains to hide, intending to outlive him before emerging again. But Smaug didn't know that every time he had a change of heart, his side would sense it. Therefore, whenever Smaug was tormented by the oath for harboring disloyalty, he would deliberately increase the punishment, making it even more painful for him. Seeing that Smaug had obediently returned, Dai stopped looking at him. Instead, they re-examined the situation of the new king of orcs, Borg. Now that the conflict between the elves and dwarves is about to begin, there's no reason why the orcs wouldn't make a move. Sure enough, the image of Mount Gondab appeared on the True Knowledge crystal very quickly. Mount Gundabad is located in the northern part of the Misty Mountains. It is a huge fortress inhabited by a large number of orcs and is the territory of Borg. At this moment, with a command from Polgar, countless trolls, orcs, and wargs rushed out of the fortress, while giant bats blotted out the sun in the sky, allowing the light-fearing dark creatures to move around during the day. The densely packed army of Ak, numbering in the tens of thousands, advanced rapidly towards Lonely Mountain. I didn't expect him to have tracked me all the way here. Dewey looked on in surprise as Legolas and Toriel appeared on the screen. They were hiding behind a boulder in the Gondabad fortress, secretly observing the movements of the orc army. Suddenly, Legolas seemed to sense something and immediately looked warily at the sky behind him. "What's wrong, Legolas?" Toriel asked, puzzled. Legolas shook his head hesitantly. "I don't know, I just feel like someone is watching me." Tusk, so perceptive. Dewey was somewhat surprised, then withdrew his gaze and continued to examine other situations. This time, his focus was on the area east of Gushan. As far as he knew, there was also a tribe of dwarves living in the Iron Hills east of Lonely Mountain, whose lord was Dane Roman II Ironfoot, a cousin of Thorin Oakenshield. Now only Thorin and 13 other dwarves remain on Lonely Mountain. Even if they block the city gates, they cannot withstand the attack of the elven army. So unless Thorin is stupid, he will definitely ask Dane Roman II for help. Sure enough, on the desolate east of Lonely Mountain, an army of tens of thousands of dwarves was approaching. All the parties involved in the 5 armies' war had arrived, and Dewey stopped checking and put away the crystal ball. He then found Beorn and Bilbo. Let's go to the gates of Lonely Mountain. The orc army is coming soon, and we can't let them start fighting first. Upon hearing that the orc army was coming, Beorn's eyes lit up. Finally, these guys are here. Bilbo was a little nervous, but not afraid. Instead, he gripped his elven dagger tightly. Dewey handed the flying broom to Beorn. You bring Bilbo with you, I'll go stop them first. With that, he used Animagus to transform into a hawk owl and flew towards the gate of Lonely Mountain. Beorn had ridden a flying broomstick a few days ago, so he wasn't worried about any accidents. At this moment, the atmosphere in front of the gate of Gushan was tense. Thorin unsurprisingly refused Thranduil's request for the white gem necklace and Bard's demand to share the treasure. Even though Gandalf tried his best to persuade both sides, neither of them accepted his good intentions. Thorin, lay down your weapons, open the gates, and the treasure will kill you. Gandalf said, you can't win this battle. Don't let your comrades who follow you die. Thorin's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained unmoved. All right, Gandalf, shut up your useless words. You can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Thranduil, dressed in full armor, rode a giant stag to the front and spoke in a mocking tone. Then his cold gaze fell upon Solin on the city wall mountain. Now it's time to answer us, Thorin Oakenshield. Do you want peace or war? Looking at the tens of thousands of elven troops, Thorin felt uneasy and paced back and forth on the city wall, his gaze fixed on the far east, as if waiting for something. Finally, a raven appeared on the wall. Thorin was overjoyed, his confidence instantly boosted, and without hesitation he answered Thranduil below, I choose war. Thranduil was taken aback by Thorin's sudden confidence and immediately looked towards the eastern mountains as if sensing something. Suddenly, a dense army of dwarves appeared on the eastern hilltop. Be on alert, Thranduil commanded. The elven army quickly turned its attention to the more threatening dwarven army. The heavily armed dwarf army marched on foot to within a kilometer of the elven army. Lord Dane Roman II Ironfoot of the Iron Hills rode a warboar, wielding an iron hammer, and arrived at the forefront. Good morning, everyone. I have a small suggestion. If you don't mind, I'll take up a little of your time. Could you all perhaps go as far away as possible? Get out, all of you. Get out now, Dane Ironfoot roared, his tone arrogant and disdainful. Lord Dane, may I have something to say? Gandalf stepped out from the elven army and called out to Dane. Gandalf the Grey, Din squinted at him. Get these rioters out of here, or I'll water the earth with their blood. There should not be such a war between dwarves, men, and elves, Gandalf said solemnly. A large army of orcs is heading towards Lonely Mountain. Lift your troops off guard and aim your weapons at the enemy orcs. I will not lower my guard in front of elves, especially this wicked woodland sprite. Dane pointed at Thranduil. He harbors only malice towards my people. If he intends to stand between me and my king, I will shave off his handsome head and see if he can still laugh then. Thranduil laughed in anger, his eyes cold as he looked at Dane Roman II as if he were looking at a dead object. Dane, wait! Ignoring Gandalf's advice, Din turned back to his army and prepared to fight. Let them push forward and see how far they can go, Thranduil scoffed, not taking the dwarves seriously. But Din was clearly not a good-tempered person and immediately retorted sarcastically, Do you think I care about your dead dog's threats, pointy-eared little princess? Did you all hear that, soldiers? Let's give these bastards a good beating this time, as a horn sounded. The dwarven army charged down the hillside towards the elves. Shoot an arrow. At Thranduil's command, the elves swiftly drew their bows and unleashed a rain of thousands of arrows upon the dwarven army. Just then, an eagle owl suddenly flew into the sky above the battlefield, blocking the rain of arrows. The eagle owl instantly transformed into human form, and in the brief moment of suspended air, it waved its wand and fired at the rain of arrows. The rain of arrows quickly transformed into countless flowers that drifted down with the wind. Dewey appeared in the sky above the battlefield, his body as light and weightless as a feather, slowly descending. They landed in the open area between the elven and dwarven armies. The dwarven army charging forward was startled into a halt by Dewey's sudden landing in front of them. Who are you? Dane Ironfoot asked warily, looking at the fallen flowers scattered on the ground. I am the black-robed wizard Dewar, here to stop your continued pointless losses. Dewar's voice echoed across the battlefield. The orc army has already marched here from Mount Gundabad, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and will arrive in about an hour or two. If you don't want to be wiped out by the orcs, you should prepare your defenses as soon as possible instead of fighting amongst yourselves here. Upon hearing Dewey's words, the crowd stirred. The number of elves, dwarves, and humans combined here is only a few tens of thousands. Compared to the orc army, they were more than 10 times worse. How can I believe you're telling the truth? Dane asked, squinting his eyes with suspicion. I know you're in cahoots with Gandalf the Grey, but who knows if you're lying for those mobs and pointy-eared bastards. Dewey sneered upon hearing this. Whether you believe it or not is your own business. I don't need to prove it to you. Just then, Beorn flew over on his flying broomstick with Bilbo in tow. He leaped down from midair and transformed into a giant bear, catching Bilbo with one hand while roaring at Dane. The warboar beneath Dane was so frightened by the giant bear that it scurried backward, almost causing Dane to fall off. Ignoring Dane Ironfoot's reaction, Dewey turned and walked toward the elven and human armies. Gandalf rushed forward and asked, Dewar, has the orc army really arrived? Dewey nodded. I saw it with the true knowledge crystal. Gandalf suddenly understood, but his brows furrowed even more. With hundreds of thousands of orc troops, this is likely to be a difficult battle. But what caught Gandalf off guard was that the elves suddenly put away their weapons and prepared to retreat. Your Majesty Thranduil, with a formidable enemy at hand, why do you retreat? Gandalf asked Thranduil hastily. Thranduil said coldly, this is a war between the orcs and the dwarves. I need to be responsible for my people. Every elf in the Woodland Kingdom is precious and cannot be lost on this battlefield that does not belong to them. But if Lonely Mountain falls, how long can the Woodland Kingdom hold out? Gandalf disagreed. Do you think the orcs will let the Woodland Kingdom go, or that His Majesty Thranduil is prepared to bow down to them? Sarandui snorted coldly. Gandalf, you don't need to provoke me. I have lived through Morgoth's darkest times, witnessed the fall of countless kin, and killed more orcs than there are trees in Mirkwood. But my woodland people will only die fighting to defend their homeland, not be buried with these dwarves in vain. But the enemy probably won't give you a chance to retreat. Dewey suddenly pointed to the distant mountain peaks and said. Thranduil and Gandalf looked in the direction Thranduil pointed. Then the flag of OK appeared on a distant mountaintop. At the same time, a dull, deafening roar came from the ground. The next second, giant earthworms emerged from the mountain and dug tunnels. Countless orcs poured out of the tunnel, densely covering the surrounding mountains and surrounding the army of elves and dwarves. Alert, Dane, no longer able to confront the elves, immediately ordered his army to change their defensive direction. This was the first time Dewey had ever seen a Middle-earth version of a tunnel-boring machine. The speed at which it could dig through a mountain was something even the engineering teams of his previous life couldn't match. If given the chance, he would love to catch one. It would be excellent for digging tunnels or doing construction work. War was imminent, and the dwarven army at the forefront clashed with the orc army. The dwarves were fully armed, but the number of orcs was countless times that of the dwarves, not to mention that there were also dire wolves and trolls among them. The two sides fought fiercely, and screams filled the air. Just as the dwarves were losing ground, the elves, who had been silent until now, suddenly made their move. They quickly joined the battle and fought alongside the orcs. Countless arrows shot towards the orcs, instantly killing countless orcs. Even though the number of orc casualties far exceeded the total number of elves and dwarves combined, orcs continued to pour out of the tunnel. Bard and several hundred humans from Lake Town also joined the battle. Meanwhile, Beorn had already rushed into the orcs, moving through them in his bare form as if they were nothing, crushing or swatting them away one by one. Gandalf drew his sword and looked solemnly at the orcs covering the hillsides. He asked Dai, where's your dragon? We need it. As if sensing something, Dewey looked into the distance and smiled. I think he's here. Before the words were even finished, the figure of the giant dragon Smog appeared on the distant mountaintop. The dragon stood atop the mountain, raised its head, and let out a deafening roar before spewing scorching flames at the orcs on the mountaintop. The appearance of the dragon caused the entire battlefield to pause for a few seconds. The dwarves and elves were startled, but when they saw the dragon attacking the orcs, they were overjoyed. The orcs were terrified, their formation was thrown into disarray, and the elves and dwarves quickly seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Dewar, there are too many orcs, we can't kill them all. We must find Paulge's location. As long as we kill him, the orc army will be thrown into chaos, and then we can turn the tide of battle. Gandalf killed an orc with a single blow and shouted to Dewey. Dewey nodded and with a wave of his wand, wiped out all the orcs and dire wolves around him. I know, leave this to me. As he spoke, he took out the true knowledge crystal to locate Paulge. Found you. Dewey looked at the figure of Borge that appeared on the crystal ball and quickly determined his location. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Borge's figure on the crystal sphere disappeared, and then a fiery red demonic eye appeared, emitting a mental fluctuation full of dark energy that corrupted and degraded people. Dewar in black robes, wizard who subdued the dragon, I know your desires. How about we make a deal? If you cooperate with me and help orcs take Lonely Mountain, I can teach you how to forge a ring of power that will grant you immense strength and endless life. A strand of Galadriel's hair on his wrist emanated a holy power, snapping Dewey out of his fascination with the seductive voice. Dewey felt a cold sweat run down his back. He had almost been caught off guard and taken into control. He never expected to see the Demon King Sauron again so soon, especially through the Crystal of True Knowledge. It was clear that Sauron had discovered the True Knowledge crystal in his possession. Sauron also possessed a true knowledge crystal, which was the very crystal through which the other party contacted him, attempting to bewitch, corrupt, and degrade him. Who would have thought that he would one day suffer the same fate as Saruman? Dewey dared not respond to Sauron. After all, if Saruman could be corrupted and controlled by him through the true knowledge crystal, then he was in even greater danger. Eat shit, Dewey immediately took out the crystal bottle given to him by Galadriel and activated its magic to unleash the light within. The crystal bottle instantly burst forth with a dazzling, holy light, the light of Eärendil. Sauron naturally had a deep memory of the light of Eärendil, and his pupils contracted the moment he saw it. The next second, his demonic eyes were burned by the holy and dazzling light, and he cried out in pain before disappearing instantly into the true knowledge crystal. Seeing that there was no Sauron's eye on the crystal, Dewey was still not at ease, so he carefully shone it with the light of Eärendil to prevent Sauron from leaving any hidden tricks in it. After confirming there were no hidden dangers, Dewey finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still decided to keep the true knowledge crystal and the light of Eärendil together from now on. With the light of Eärendil, which can restrain the power of darkness, let's see if Sauron will still dare to spy. If it doesn't blind him, he'll take his surname. Dewey frowned slightly as he looked at the true knowledge crystal. Now that Sauron knows he possesses the true knowledge crystal, he should be more cautious in using it in the future. The other party can see what's going on your side through the true knowledge crystal, which is equivalent to installing a surveillance camera next to you. What's even more infuriating is that he doesn't even have the confidence to look at the other side. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Saruman. Store the true knowledge crystal and the light of Eärendil together. Dewey immediately prepared to go find Borg. Although there was an unexpected turn of events, he still managed to spot Borg's location. This Palger is truly cautious and cunning. Instead of being on the command platform, he hid inside the tunnel dug by the earthworms. Having located Borg, the natural next step is to eliminate him. However, he looked at Bilbo beside him, thought for a moment, and said, "Bilbo, I need to go to the orc stronghold across the river to deal with Palger. It's not safe here. I'll take you to Thorin's city walls." But Bilbo shook his head, holding the elven sword. "Dear, don't worry about me. You know I can protect myself." Seeing that Bilbo insisted, Dewey did not force him. "All right, then take care of yourself." But I was still worried, so I added several layers of protection for him. Then, riding his flying broom, he flew towards the direction of Palge. But before they could fly far, giant bats that blotted out the sun attacked Dewey. Crushed to pieces, crushed to pieces. Dewey's spell continued, and the giant bats around him fell like rain on the battlefield of Gushan. The elven and dwarven armies, being ancient rivals for thousands of years, were very familiar with each other's fighting styles and cooperated seamlessly. The dwarves repelled the first wave of orc attacks, and the elven soldiers quickly filled in, with both sides cooperating and taking turns to defend. Meanwhile, Beorn, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for the orcs, charged directly into the orc ranks in the form of a giant bear, engaging in a frenzied battle. The giant bear's thick fur and powerful defense allowed it to ignore the orcs' weapons, and wherever it went, orcs were smashed and killed. The most eye-catching of all is the dragon Smog. Although the dragon was temporarily unable to fly, its destructive power was still terrifying. With a gentle sweep of its tail, which was as hard as a battering ram, it was like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of a large number of orcs around it. Even more terrifying is the dragon's flames, whose scorching heat can melt even the hardest steel, let alone the flesh and blood of the orcs. Wherever the dragon's flames reached, orcs turned to ashes and the earth became scorched wasteland. All the orcs dared not face the dragon and fled in terror, which led to chaos in the orc army. The dragon Smog seemed to want to vent all the frustration he had accumulated over the past few days, unleashing a frenzied fire-breathing attack and using the orcs as his outlet. Meanwhile, Dewey was battling giant bats in the sky. The giant bats number in the millions, their sheer numbers blocking out the sun so that the orc army below can move about during the day. Dark creatures are naturally at odds with the sun. Orcs feel discomfort and pain when exposed to sunlight, while trolls are instantly petrified. Therefore, Sauron specifically bred giant bats to compensate for the Dark Army's weakness during the day. The giant bats are so large that they can easily grab an adult. If there are only dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of them, Dewey is confident that he can handle them with ease. But faced with millions of bats, Dewey simply couldn't kill them all. He could only cast a magical barrier on himself to block the giant bats that attacked from all directions. Thousands upon thousands of bats densely surrounded Dewey, making the area completely impenetrable and obscuring even a sliver of light. What's more troublesome is that the bats also know how to attack with sound, emitting ultrasonic waves together. The ultrasonic waves emitted by a single bat are not very powerful, but when thousands of bats gather together, their power becomes terrifying. Fortunately, when he sensed something was wrong, Dewey immediately cast a soundproof spell. Otherwise, we'd really be in for a serious fall. HMPH, you think your voices are so powerful. Today I'll let you taste the sound of mandrake. Dewey took out the mandrake from his spatial bag, plucked it out of the pot, and stretched it outside the soundproofing spell. The mandrake was suddenly awakened from its slumber. Filled with resentment and looking aggrieved, it immediately opened its mouth and let out a deadly, piercing cry. Loud and loud, Dewey even added a sound amplification spell to it. Instantly, a loud and piercing cry rang out from high above. Like ordinary bats, giant bats have extremely sensitive hearing and even rely on hearing to determine their location and obstacles. The cries of the mandrake are even more deadly to them. Wherever the cries of the mandrake reached, the giant bats in the sky seemed to be frozen in place, their bodies instantly stiffening before they rapidly plummeted to the ground. A large number of giant bats fell, even tearing a hole in the sky to let the sun's rays shine onto the ground. Upon being irradiated, the Auk immediately lost its fighting ability and let out a painful howl. The troll was instantly petrified into a giant statue. Countless giant bats fell, like a barrage of cannonballs, crushing and injuring the Auk on the ground. Dewey simply took the mandrake as a weapon and chased after the area where the giant bats were densely packed. Huge swarms of giant bats fell continuously, tearing through the dark sky and causing secondary damage to the orcs on the ground. Take out the mogul arrow and shoot him dead. Kill that wizard in the sky. In black language, Palger roared in terror and rage. At the command of the orc messenger, rows of giant crossbows were set up on the hilltop. These arrows were engraved with dark incantations and exuded an aura of dark magic. They waited until Dewey appeared before taking out the weapon, which was clearly prepared specifically to deal with him. Mogul's arrows rained down on Dewey in the sky, giving him absolutely no room to dodge. Seeing the arrows coming at him, Dewey frowned and quickly rushed to higher ground to avoid them. These mogul arrows possess anti-magic power, and ordinary protective spells cannot stop them. These orcs really went to great lengths to deal with him, firing so many mogul arrows at once as if they were free. Seeing the threat of Mogul's arrow, Dewey was temporarily unable to approach the orc command camp. They immediately changed direction and flew straight to the location of the dragon Smog. Smog was currently frolicking and spewing fire everywhere, and when he saw Dewey appear, he instinctively wanted to breathe fire as well. But upon realizing what was happening, he immediately shut his mouth in terror, only thick black smoke billowing from his nostrils choking him. The scene looked somewhat comical. "Master, what are your orders?" Smog asked somewhat nervously and obsequiously. Dewey didn't pay attention to his earlier actions, landed on his back, and pointed to the command camp of Oak on the distant hilltop. "Borg is hiding there. Destroy him with your dragon fire." "Your will is my direction," Smog said, and then led Dewey on a rampage toward the distant mountain. Smog's scales are incredibly strong, and even Mogul's arrows cannot harm him. With Smog as the toughest human shield, Dewey didn't need to do anything. Mogul's arrows couldn't reach him, and he quickly approached the location where Palger was hiding. "So that giant dragon is charging at us." In black language, Akko the Herald cried out in alarm. The surrounding Auk was also thrown into a panic. If not for being intimidated by Borg's imposing presence, they would probably have already fled in panic. A flicker of panic and fear flashed in Palger's eyes, then his expression hardened. "Attack the dragon with earthworms." Slang. "Once the dragon is dragged underground, it will pose no threat whatsoever." Slang. Dewey rode his dragon, sweeping and crushing everything in his path, turning all the orcs in his way into a pile of mud. Just as they were getting close to where Palge was, the ground suddenly shook, and then a worm suddenly emerged from the ground, its sharp, dense fangs biting into one of Smog's legs, trying to drag him into the ground. Smog, in pain, bit down on the worm's head and tried to pull it out of the ground, but the worm seemed to be rooted deep underground. No matter how hard Smog tried to tear and drag it, the worm could not be pulled out. It still held onto Smog's leg tightly, trying to drag him into the underground tunnel he had dug out. Heart-piercing and bone-splitting. Upon seeing this, Dewey on the dragon's back launched a direct attack on the earthworm. The earthworm was instantly in pain, its massive body writhing and emitting a low hiss. Taking advantage of the moment, the dragon Smog pulled back forcefully, and a worm about 100 meters long and 75 meters wide appeared intact on the ground. The earthworm looks quite unique and terrifying. Its body is cylindrical and covered with a rough and hard shell. Its overall color is a dark brown, similar to the color of soil. Its head is huge and flat, without eyes, only a round, sharp mouthpart. These mouthparts are closely arranged like serrations, which can easily crush rocks and soil and dig tunnels. The worm, pulled out and exposed to the air, looked very agitated and tried to burrow back into the ground. Smog the dragon was very unhappy with the insect that had ambushed him, and naturally he would not allow it to have the chance to escape back underground. He immediately unleashed scorching dragon flames at the earthworm, roasting the giant worm alive. The earthworm emitted a low, painful wail, its body twisting and turning as it tried to extinguish the dragon's flames. The ground trembled violently from the enormous commotion, and countless orcs were also affected. But how could dragon flames be extinguished so easily? Soon an unpleasant meaty smell wafted out. "Smog, don't be careless, there are definitely more earthworms underground," Dewey warned solemnly from the dragon's back. He remembered that there was more than one earthworm that had dug a tunnel directly through the ground. Sure enough, before long, 2 earthworms of the same size suddenly emerged from the ground. Smog reacted swiftly, dodging a worm that was biting his neck and spewed a burst of scorching flames at it. The worm, in pain, quickly retreated back into the ground. But another earthworm bit Smog's tail and forcefully pulled it into the underground tunnel. Avada Kedavra, Dewey unleashed a killing spell that struck the earthworm. The earthworm froze instantly, released Smog's tail, and lay lifeless on the spot. Dewey was delighted. This was the first time he had successfully killed someone with the killing curse. It was truly remarkable. The third time is the limit. The first 2 attempts to kill with the killing curse failed, which made him lose much confidence in the killing curse. Now they've finally achieved their first kill. After dealing with 2 ground worms, the remaining one seemed frightened and did not emerge from the ground to attack again. But Dewey did not dare to be careless. Worms are kings underground. If Smog were dragged underground, the outcome would be uncertain. The ground shook again the next second. Just when Dewey thought the earthworms were about to launch a sneak attack, things turned out differently than he expected. The groundworm's target was actually the 2 dead groundworms. It quickly dragged the 2 groundworm corpses into the ground, leaving only 2 bottomless huge holes, and then it went completely silent. Seeing this, Dewey and Smog ignored it and continued their advance towards Borg. The defeat of the earthworms greatly dampened the morale of the orc army, and all the orcs who saw the dragon, Smog, and Dewey scattered and fled. Lord Polger, even the earthworms can't stop the dragon and that wizard. We're no match for them. Retreat. In black language, the Oshard said in terror, his eyes filled with fear. Polger's already ugly face grew even uglier as he smashed the messenger's head with the mace in his hand. Then, taking a deep breath, he commanded, retreat into the tunnel. At Polger's command, the orc army fled into the tunnels dug by the earthworms. So when Dewey arrived on Smog, he only killed the orcs who didn't have time to hide in the tunnel. But all the other Orc, including Polge, went into the tunnel, not giving Dewey a chance to find him. Dewey was somewhat helpless when he saw this situation. This Polge was clearly more difficult to deal with than his father Azog, and would immediately hide in the tunnel as soon as he sensed trouble. Smog noticed Dai's expression and quickly tried to impress him. Master, even if Polge hides in the tunnel, it's fine. I'll just keep breathing fire into the tunnel and burn them alive inside. Dewey shook his head. Have you forgotten that they also have a ground worm? As long as the ground worm is there, they can burrow to anywhere underground. How far can your dragon flames burn? As for the idea of chasing them into the tunnel, Dewey had never considered it. Once you enter the underground tunnel, it's the world of the earthworms. Perhaps right now, Borg is hoping he'll chase after him. However, not pursuing them doesn't mean Dewey has no options. He leaped off Smog's back, arrived at the tunnel entrance, pointed his wand inside, and chanted a malevolent incantation. Hellfire, a small wisp of eerie blue flame shot out from the tip of the wand. The flames were filled with violence and evil as if they came from hell. Upon landing, it quickly began to devour all flammable materials around it, including Dewey, the caster of the curse. Dewey's expression turned cold, and with a forceful swing of his wand, he pulled the flames back. The flames seemed to have their own consciousness. Knowing that Dewey was not to be trifled with, they quickly spread into the tunnel, and nothing flammable could escape them. The flames grew larger and larger, eventually coalescing into a giant flaming serpent that filled the tunnel. Dewey immediately used a thunder explosion spell to blast the tunnel entrance into a hole, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He just cast the most dangerous fiendfire spell in the magical world. As one of the advanced forms of dark magic, fiendfire is an extremely difficult spell to control. The summoned fiendfire grows stronger and stronger over time, and it can mimic the forms of monsters, relentlessly pursuing anything that can burn, including the caster himself, regardless of friend or foe. Therefore, when some wizards who are not skilled enough cast the fiendfire spell, they often suffer the consequences because they cannot control the fiendfire and do not know how to break the spell. Therefore, even the most vicious black wizards never dare to cast the spell lightly. To date, the only exception is the dark magic master Grindelwald, who can control fiendfire with ease. They can even use the fierce fire to distinguish friend from foe. Those loyal to him were unharmed in the raging fire, while those disloyal to him were reduced to ashes. If it weren't for the great magician Nicholas Flamel, who joined forces with the Scamander brothers and others to attack with all their might, even the whole of Paris would have been almost burned to ashes by Grindelwald's fierce fire. Dewey believed he did not possess Grindelwald's abilities to control the fiery blaze. Therefore, after releasing the fiery blaze into the tunnel, it immediately blocked the fiery blaze escape route. Since there are only enemies like orcs inside the tunnel, there's no need to worry about harming innocent bystanders. Smog saw the fiery blaze unleashed by Dewey with his own eyes, and his pupils contracted immediately. He took a few steps back with great fear and apprehension. Master, what was that flame you just used? Why did it make me feel so dangerous? Smog felt that the flames were even more powerful than his own dragon fire. If he were to get even a little bit on them, even the hardest dragon scales would not be able to withstand their burning. That's fiery blaze, also known as devil's flame or hellfire. It can grow stronger by devouring everything. If the curse isn't broken, it will keep burning until it becomes uncontrollable. Dewey explained simply. Upon hearing this, Smog felt even more fear of the fiend fire. He had always been proud of his dragon fire, which could easily melt even the hardest armor and weapons forged by the dwarves. But now this fiery blaze truly lives up to its name, as if it were a flame from hell carrying a power to destroy everything. Therefore, he felt even greater awe for the master who could unleash such terrifying flames. If his master had used this kind of fire against him, he would have been burned to charcoal long ago. Thinking this way, Smog couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Dewey had no idea what Smog was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, he could only say that he was overthinking it. If the fiery curse weren't so difficult to control, do you think he wouldn't want to use it? Having blocked the tunnel entrance, Dewey did not linger there. He ordered Smog to continue attacking the orc army and weapons, while he rode his broomstick into the air and waited quietly. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a large number of panicked oaks poured out of one of the tunnel entrances below. They scrambled to step on their companions' bodies and squeeze out of the tunnel, as if some terrifying thing was chasing them. The next second, accompanied by a huge roar, a fiery creature mimicking a basilisk burst out of the tunnel, instantly burning orc, who had no time to escape, to ashes. The serpent-like fiery creature burst forth from the ground with a hiss, like a demon breaking free of its cage, attempting to spread and devour everything around it. Dewey charged forward on his broomstick and swung his wand forcefully. Get back there! An invisible barrier pressed down on the raging fire, trying to force it back into the tunnel. The raging fire that had been burning in the tunnel for so long had become even more powerful than before. It writhed wildly in flames, unwilling to be forced back, hissing as it spewed fierce fire at Dewey, attempting to break through the barrier. Dewey used his magic to suppress it, forcing it back into the tunnel, and then immediately collapsed the tunnel, blocking this exit as well. Dewey continued to wait. A short while later, another group of Auk poured out of another tunnel entrance. This time, Dewey directly collapsed the tunnel exit in advance, blocking both the orcs and the fiends inside. Next, Dewey blocked all the tunnel entrances that Lai Hua was trying to emerge from, like playing whack-a-mole, preventing it from ever getting out. After an unknown amount of time, a huge sound suddenly rang out tens of thousands of meters north of Gushan. Blue flames shot into the sky, and a giant fire python roared incessantly, as if announcing its escape from its cage. Dewey's expression hardened. He hadn't expected that Lai Hua would emerge from the other end of the tunnel that Oak had dug. He immediately rushed towards that direction without hesitation. The raging fire will not be extinguished as long as there is even a tiny bit of flammable material, even just a small piece of wood. If left unchecked, even he might not be able to suppress it in time. When Dewey arrived, he saw that the fiery flame had condensed into a serpent monster several hundred meters long, which was frantically devouring and burning a ground worm. Meanwhile, Palger and some Auk were incredibly lucky to survive and were desperately trying to escape Fiery's pursuit. However, before Palger could be burned to ashes by the fiery blaze, Dewey's curse arrived first. Torn apart, Palger's horrified expression froze instantly, and his body was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Dealing with Palger was just a matter of course. Without pausing, Dewey flew swiftly toward the fiery serpent, his wand emitting a dazzling light. All curses end. The curse of all curses can be used to undo almost all curses. It can dispel most curses within the range of their influence, including the dark magic fiend curse. As Dewey cast the curse of all curses, the incantation formed a huge barrier that enveloped the fiery blaze, causing it to shrink continuously. The giant serpent monster, mimicking the fiery flames, furiously attacked the barrier, creating waves as it tried to break free of its prison and burn everything in its path. Dewey was also struggling at this moment. Although the curse of all curses ends is the antidote to the curse of fiery inferno, its effectiveness depends on the strength of the fiery inferno. If it is a newly cast raging fire, this spell can easily extinguish it. But the fiery serpent before us now is a 100-meter-long monster formed after devouring the lives of tens of thousands of orcs. It is already extremely powerful. Such intense flames would require at least 4 or 5 R-level elites to work together to unleash the All Curses End spell to completely extinguish them. Now, Dewey is finding it difficult to handle the situation alone. However, Dewey did not intend to completely extinguish it by his own efforts. His goal was to force it back into the tunnel and then completely block the exit. Although the Fiendfire spell can burn most objects, even steel is no exception. But it doesn't really burn everything. Like stones and soil, they can stop the spread of raging fire. Therefore, once the tunnel is blocked, the Fiendfire can only burn inside the tunnel. Once nothing combustible remains inside, the Fiendfire will naturally extinguish. But clearly, the fiery blaze, possessing its own consciousness, is not something that will obediently follow orders. Seeing that the basilisk's form couldn't break through the barrier, Fiendfire actually transformed into the Balrog of Middle-earth. The Balrog looks just like the demon from the previous life, with a pair of curved horns on its head, a pair of bat wings on its back, and a long tail. It wielded a long, flaming whip, forcefully striking and lashing at the barrier. the barrier suddenly trembled, showing signs of weakening. Dewey's expression changed, and he immediately activated his magic power to the fullest extent. Get back into the tunnel. The barrier continued to shrink, forcing the fiery demon to retreat. The fiery demon was not a true fire demon and did not possess much intelligence. Seeing that it was being suppressed, it slowly retreated back into the tunnel. Thunderous explosion. Dewey reacted swiftly, striking upwards towards the tunnel in an instant. A violent explosion caused the tunnel to collapse, burying the entrance directly. Still not satisfied, Dewey cast several more spells to completely block the tunnel entrance before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then, waving his wand, he floated Borg's head up and flew back to the battlefield on a broomstick. On the battlefield at this time, the combined forces of elves, dwarves, and humans have gained the upper hand. Since Dewey forced Orc's leader, Borg, back into the tunnel and unleashed fiendfire. On the battlefield, the morale of the OK army had already plummeted and their troops were unstable. Then, the giant eagles were summoned by Gandalf, and the immense pressure they exerted from the air caused the Orc army to crumble at the first contact and retreat in defeat. If the orcs weren't several times more numerous than the total number of elves and dwarves, making them impossible to kill in a short time, the orcs would have already suffered a crushing defeat. When Dewey flew back over the battlefield, he threw Polge's head down. His voice, amplified by the incantation, echoed across the entire battlefield. Orcs, your leader Polger is dead. You have been defeated. Then he took out a black horn. It was a horn made from the horn of some unknown animal, with incantations engraved on it. These are the things Dewey found on Borg. He wiped the mouthpiece of the horn with some disdain, then blew hard. The horn emitted a piercing, penetrating sound that quickly spread in all directions. The next second, the giant swarm of bats that had blotted out the sun in the sky became chaotic and disorderly, flying and scattering in all directions, as if they had received some unknown command. The dark sky quickly brightened again, and the sun shone on the earth once more. The orc army frantically tried to find shade, but they had no time to hide before the sun shone upon them. Instantly, the orcs collapsed to the ground in agony, losing their fighting ability. The ogres turned to stone, their expressions of terror frozen on their faces. Upon hearing that their leader, Polge, was dead, the morale of the orc army instantly plummeted. With the giant bats no longer blocking the sun, the orcs felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless orcs fled frantically, trying to find a place to hide from the sunlight. Many more Ak were unable to escape and were succumbed to pain and weakness under the sun's rays. Both the elven and dwarven armies were highly trained elite forces, and upon seeing this opportunity, they immediately launched a one-sided massacre, relentlessly pursuing Orc. Even Thorin and his men, who were guarding the gates of Lonely Mountain, somehow found their way to the battlefield and fought alongside the dwarven army led by Dane Ironfoot. The most ferocious of all is undoubtedly the dragon Smaug. On the battlefield, he is like the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping the lives of countless orcs with his dragon fire and incredibly hard tail. Secondly, there's Beorn in his bear form, who acts like a human tank on the battlefield, crushing and tearing enemies apart. The orcs were powerless to resist and were killed one by the elves, dwarves, and humans in terror and despair. The war lasted until sunset. The hundreds of thousands of orc troops brought by Polge were almost completely wiped out. The remaining orcs, having recovered their strength after sunset, fled in disarray into the wilderness and forests. But these Ox, who had been killed and lost their courage, were no longer a threat and were not worth fearing at all. On the battlefield littered with orc corpses, Thranduil the Elven King, Dane Ironfoot, the Dwarven Lord of the Iron Hills, Gandalf, Bilbo, and Thorin, among others, finally gathered together. Apart from Thranduil, who maintained his splendid appearance, everyone else looked disheveled, their bodies splattered with orcs' black blood. After this great battle, the elves and dwarves were no longer at odds with each other. It was the first time we stood together so peacefully. However, everyone's eyes were now focused on Dewey. Dewey landed on a flying broomstick, followed only by the giant dragon Smaug. Seeing Smaug approach, even though they knew he had been won over by Dai, stood on their side and played a decisive role in the war. But the elves and dwarves were still instinctively afraid and involuntarily retreated. Thranduil, Thorin, and Dane were tense, looking at the dragon with some apprehension. Seeing this, Dewey told Smaug to stay where he was and join the others. Let us welcome the greatest contributor to the victory of the Five Armies War, the one who slew King Azog and Borg of Orcs, the destroyer of orcs, the master of dragons, the black-robed Djur. Gandalf said loudly with great delight. Bilbo looked at Dewey with excitement and admiration. King Thranduil, his gaze softening, for the first time abandoning his arrogance, stepped forward and solemnly said, "Wizard Djur, I must express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for your miraculous intervention, I would have foreseen that my people would have shed their blood on the earth and never be able to return to the forest." As the Elven King, Thranduil possessed no shortage of wisdom and foresight. He knew that if Dewey hadn't stopped the elves and dwarves from going to war in time, and then single-handedly reversed the course of the battle, it's likely that the elven army he brought this time will suffer heavy losses or even be completely wiped out. In that situation, he simply couldn't imagine how he would face the people of the Woodland Kingdom. Therefore, Thranduil was filled with gratitude towards Dewey. Dewar, you will be an honored guest of Thranduil, a friend of the Woodland Kingdom forever, and Mirkwood will always welcome you. Thranduil solemnly performed an elven greeting towards Dewey. Legolas, standing behind Thranduil, also smiled gratefully and bowed to Thranduil along with his father. The elven army saluted Dewey in unison, their movements swift and fluid, without any unnecessary frills, giving an overall impression of calm, solemnity, and sincerity. Dewey was taken aback by the sudden solemnity and became somewhat flustered. Your Majesty Thranduil, you are too kind. However, I am very happy to become friends with the Woodland Kingdom. It is my honor. Dewey returned the greeting. Upon hearing this, Thranduil showed a pleased expression and immediately invited, if you have time, Dewar, please be sure to visit the Woodland Kingdom. I will certainly treat you to the grandest banquet. Legolas has always spoken highly of your friend, and I think he would be very much looking forward to your arrival. Once things are settled here, I will definitely visit the Woodland Kingdom when I go back. Dewey nodded and happily agreed. Dewey's smile deepened. Through this war, Dewey's strength was witnessed by everyone, not to mention he also has a powerful dragon. For the Woodland Kingdom, befriending such a wizard would only bring benefits and no harm. Seeing Thranduil trying to win over Dewey, the dwarves were not to be outdone. Lord Dane Ironfoot of the Iron Hills immediately stepped forward, his previous arrogance replaced by a warm and enthusiastic declaration. And there is also our Iron Hills. Dewar, as a friend I, Dane Ironfoot, acknowledge. The Iron Hills will always welcome you. Dewar, you have helped us dwarves. To express our gratitude, the Iron Hills will forge a set of dragon armor for the dragon as a token of friendship. We hope you will not refuse. Dragon armor? Dewey was taken aback. He hadn't expected Dane Ironfoot to offer such a reward. But seeing the eager look in Smaug's eyes, he gladly accepted Dane's advances. Just then, Smaug's chest scale was knocked off by a black arrow, leaving him vulnerable. If you wear the armor made by the dwarves, your defense will be greatly enhanced, and you won't be afraid of black arrows anymore. Seeing Dane deliver the gift to Dewey's heart brought a smile to Dewey's face. The way everyone else looked at Dane Ironfoot changed. Thranduil glanced sideways at the dwarf, his heart filled with vigilance. I never expected that this seemingly rude and arrogant dwarf would be so cunning. At this moment, Thorin Oakenshield looked at Dewey with a complicated expression, who was being courted by the elves and his cousin Dane. He took a deep breath, stepped out of the crowd, and solemnly said to Dewey, Dewar, thank you for helping me reclaim Lonely Mountain from the dragons, and now you've helped us defend against the orc army, preventing Lonely Mountain from falling. And I'm sorry that I said some rude things to you before because of my mental instability, although that wasn't my intention. Dewey's smile faded, and he looked calmly at Thorin, saying in a flat voice, I'm glad to see you've come to your senses. I accept your apology. Thorin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately assured him, Don't worry, I will have someone divide your 1/10 of the treasure as quickly as possible and deliver it to you. And although Bilbo didn't find the Arkenstone, I won't skimp on his share either. Dewey nodded, finally giving Thorin a friendly look. It is unclear how Thorin overcame the effects of the dragon disease and regained his sanity. But at this moment, Thorin finally began to resemble the king of the mountain. Thranduil also took this opportunity to ask Thorin for the custom-made white gemstone necklace. This time, however, he did not choose to seize it by force. Instead, he expressed his willingness to pay a reward that would satisfy Thorin in order to retrieve the item that belonged to his deceased wife. Having regained his senses, Thorin immediately expressed his willingness to return the item to its rightful owner without asking for Thranduil's reward. This is in the hope of repairing the relationship between the Kingdom of the Mountain and the Kingdom of the Woodland. This softened Thranduil's attitude towards Thorin considerably, and he also said he would return the beastbite sword that had been confiscated from Thorin. In addition, Thorin promised to share 1/14 of the treasure with Bard and the residents of Lake Town. He also sent a quarter of the treasure to his cousin Dane Ironfoot, in gratitude for his long journey and the arrival of his dwarven army to aid him. Similarly, the 12 dwarves who came to Lonely Mountain with Thorin also received a share of the treasure. Thorin's generosity impressed everyone. Gandalf, who had already been disappointed in Thorin, was even happier about this. They believed that a wise dwarf king would be born on Lonely Mountain, and the kingdom below would be more powerful than ever before. After the war, after receiving the white gem necklace, Thranduil formally took his leave and led the elven army back to Mirkwood. A small incident occurred during this time. The elf Tauriel asked Thranduil to leave the Woodland Kingdom, as she wanted to be with the dwarf Killy. Tauriel and Killy first crossed paths when Tauriel captured a group of dwarves in Mirkwood and imprisoned them in the elven dungeon. Later, after being ordered to pursue the dwarves to Lake Town, Tauriel used Kingleaf to save Killy, who had been struck by Mogul's arrow. So, feelings developed between the two of them without them even realizing it. Thranduil did not approve of Tauriel's idea of being with the dwarves. Elves possess eternal life, while dwarves only live for a few hundred years, which is but a fleeting moment to elves. Although elves have an infinite lifespan, they are not immortal. They either die from being killed or from a broken heart. If Toriel chooses to be with Chili and their feelings deepen as they spend time together, Toriel will also die of grief and heartbreak when Chili dies of old age. To give up eternal life for love is, in Thranduil's view, extremely irrational. Legolas, who had a very close relationship with Toriel and considered her like a sister, also couldn't accept Toriel's choice. He tried to persuade Toriel. Even Chili didn't want Toriel to give up his long life for him. However, Toriel was very persistent. She was extremely determined when she fell in love. Seeing her resolute attitude, Thranduil stopped trying to persuade her and agreed to her request. He then took the heartbroken Legolas back to Mirkwood. Meanwhile, Chili, moved by Toriel's efforts, also made a request to Soren. Toriel is not suited to living on Lonely Mountain, so he plans to leave Lonely Mountain and live with Toriel. Thorin was naturally very reluctant to part with him, as Chili was not only his right-hand man but also his nephew. Thorin has no offspring. Fili and Chili are his nephews, and one of them will likely inherit the position of King of the Mountain. But now that Kyrie insists on his request, Thorin has no choice but to agree. Dewey did not express his opinion on this interracial love, but he was a little curious about what the offspring of dwarves and elves would look like. Will they lean towards dwarves or elves? An image of a dwarf with pointed ears involuntarily popped into Dewey's mind. He was instantly speechless at his own wild imagination and quickly shook off this absurd idea. When Chili and Toriel were about to leave, Dewey also offered them his blessings. He asked curiously, "What are your plans next? Where are you going?" Chili and Teorir exchanged a glance, their eyes practically glazing at each other. He said with a bright smile, "We plan to travel around and stop if we come across a place we like. If you come to the west, please be sure to visit Fengyun Peak so that I can show you the hospitality of a host." Dewey extended the invitation with a smile. Inside the hall of the dwarfs of Lonely Mountain, Thorin sat on the throne at the head of the table. Dewey, Gandalf, Dane, Bilbo, and Bud sat on either side. As for Bayon, after the defeat of orcs, he hitched a ride with the great eagles and had already returned home. The purpose of everyone gathering here is for the mountain of treasure in the vault. Thorin looked at the crowd below, his eyes flashing slightly, and said, "I have already distributed the treasure these past few days. The purpose of bringing everyone here is to ensure that everyone can receive their share of the treasure. The only pity is that we did not find the Arkenstone in the treasury. This treasure of our people is probably missing and will never be seen by everyone." As he spoke, he glanced around at everyone, subtly observing their reactions. What, the Arkenstone is gone? No one was more agitated than Dane. How could the Arkenstone be missing? Wasn't it hidden in a vault? How could it not be found? The Arkenstone was like the imperial seal to the dwarves, a symbol of royal power. Only by possessing it could one command the 7 dwarven tribes, making it of paramount importance. Now that this treasure is gone, Dai Yin has no choice but to be anxious. After all, Thorin, who possessed the Arkenstone, was the true king of the mountain, the king acknowledged by all the dwarves. Otherwise, Thorin would only be the king of the Durin tribe, but would not be able to command the other dwarves. The difference between the two is significant. The 7 tribes of dwarves are the Longbeard tribe, the Firebeard tribe, the Broadbeam tribe, the Ironfist tribe, the Hardbeard tribe, the Blackhaired tribe, and the Stonefoot tribe. The Longbeard clan is the same clan as Thorin's, the Durin clan. The 7 races of dwarves live in different parts of Middle-earth, relatively independent yet interconnected. The 7 rings of the dwarves that Sauron gave away were bestowed upon the leaders of these 7 tribes. During the reign of Thorin's ancestor, the Rain-Eye, the Arkenstone was unearthed from the depths of the Lonely Mountain and crafted by dwarven artisans. This precious diamond was recognized by the 7 dwarven families, who swore allegiance to the owner of the Arkenstone. Therefore, whoever possesses it is considered the king of the dwarves and can command all the dwarves. The others were also very surprised to hear that the Arkenstone was missing. Besides being surprised, Bilbo felt somewhat guilty. He thought that if he had been more careful back then, he might have already obtained the Arkenstone and instead of going missing. In Bilbo's view, since the Arkenstone could not be found, it was very likely that, as Dial had said before, it had long been destroyed in Smaug's dragonfire. Upon hearing this, Gandalf was somewhat surprised, and he also glanced thoughtfully at Bilbo and Dai. As for Dewey, he appeared indifferent, as if it were none of his business. Thorin looked at the reactions of the crowd below and then turned his gaze to Dewey. "Dewar, I want to ask you for a favor. Could you lend me the Crystal of True Knowledge so I can find out the whereabouts of the Arkenstone and fulfill a wish of mine?" All eyes turned to Dewey. Dewey raised his eyelids slightly, his eyes flashed, and he said in a calm voice, "It is possible, but the True Knowledge Crystal has already been discovered by Sauron. He once tried to corrupt me with the crystal, and I was only spared because of the protection of Lady Lorien. If you use it, be prepared to be discovered and corrupted by it, falling into darkness." Upon hearing Dewey's words, before Thorin could even speak, Gandalf's expression changed, and he shook his head with a very serious look. The fact that Soren can see Dior through the true knowledge crystal means that he also has a true knowledge crystal. He can see everything here through the crystal and even influence people, causing them to fall into darkness and become his servants. Sauron's dark power is far more dangerous than dragon disease. You never know when you'll fall victim to his attacks. It's extremely dangerous. Thorin, you can't risk using the crystal of knowledge. Even after Thorin regained his sanity, he remained the same stubborn dwarf. The Arkenstone is of vital importance to my Durin family. Gandalf, I am willing to take the risk. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I am willing to bear all the consequences. With that, he stepped down from the throne and came before Dewey, looking him straight in the eye. Dewey, please grant me this request. Dewey did not avoid the other party's gaze and chuckled, saying, since you insist, then I have no reason to refuse. As he spoke, he took out the true knowledge crystal from his spatial bag and placed it on the table in front of him. Please. Thorin glanced at Dewey, his eyes darting around. Thank you. As he spoke, he picked up the true knowledge crystal with both hands, stared intently inside, and focused his attention on the location of the Arkenstone. The mist inside the crystal quickly dissipated, revealing a scene from the treasure vault. Thorin was overjoyed. Could it be that the Arkenstone was still in the vault? But as he tried to find the Arkenstone in the image, all he saw were mountains of treasure, with no sign of the Arkenstone at all. Thorin continued searching, unwilling to give up, but after a long time he still found nothing. He put down the crystal of truth with great disappointment. Could it be that the Arkenstone was really destroyed by dragonfire? Thorin murmured, lost and confused. Dewey ignored his emotions and put the true knowledge crystal away again. All right, Thorin, now that we've finished our investigation, let's get down to business. Thorin was somewhat dejected at this moment. He waved his hand, signaling Balin and the others to lead everyone to the treasure vault to retrieve their share of the treasure. He, meanwhile, stared silently at the empty seat on the throne, inlaid with an Arkenzi. When everyone arrived at the treasure vault, they were once again awestruck by the treasures inside. The treasure vault was enormous, and all the treasures were divided into several portions, each piled high like a mountain. Dur, this is your treasure, occupying 1/10 of it. Bahrain led Dewey to the tallest golden mountain and explained it to him. And these nearby houses belonged to Lord Dane, Lord Bard, and Bilbo, respectively. He then pointed to a few shorter golden mountains nearby and said to Dane, Bard, and Bilbo. When Dane saw the mountain of gold that belonged to her, her eyes lit up with joy. After all, no dwarf could refuse so much treasure. Bard was also very happy. With so much treasure, he could rebuild the city of Vale and restore the glory of his ancestors. Bilbo, however, was very uneasy about the mountain of gold that had been allocated to him. He felt he hadn't accomplished his mission of helping Thorin obtain the Arkenstone, and therefore shouldn't have received so much treasure. So he shook his head and took a few steps back, feeling ashamed of himself. No, I didn't complete the mission. I shouldn't get a share of the treasure. I can't accept it. Philip and Beaufort pushed Bilbo back, laughing as they said, All right, Bilbo, don't be so polite. Even if you didn't find the Arkenstone, you're still a member of our expedition. Don't forget that in the dark forest, it was you who rescued us from the giant spider's jaws and released us from the elven dungeon. You deserve all of that. Even so, Bilbo still felt he didn't deserve so much. This was the first time anyone had ever seen a hobbit so indifferent to money. In the end, Bilbo still only intended to take a small amount. Thorin had calmed down and went into the vault. Seeing that Bilbo didn't want the mountain of gold, he felt even more favorably toward him. He immediately took out a piece of mithril armor from the vault and put it on Bilbo. Mithril armor is priceless. It feels weightless when worn, yet it is impervious to blades and spears. Even the sharpest elven sword cannot penetrate it. This is perfect for protecting Bilbo. Then they prepared to fill Bilbo's bag with gold coins and jewelry that he could take with him. Dewey didn't want Bilbo to suffer a loss, so he immediately cast a smear spell on a money bag and stuffed almost half of the mountain of gold into it. He only stopped the spell reluctantly when Bilbo shouted that it was enough. Thorin twitched his lips when he saw this, his expression almost cracking open. He'd completely forgotten about Dewey, that unreasonable guy. Dewey didn't care what Thorin thought. He took out a leather money bag and used his wand to continuously expand the space inside until it reached the size of half a football field before stopping. Then, like a whale swallowing its prey, the pocket automatically jumped onto its own golden mountain, continuously sucking in the treasures. Thus, 1/10 of the treasure that belonged to him fell into his hands. These treasures were enough to make him the second richest man in the entire Middle Continent, second only to Lonely Mountain. Bard and Dane, who witnessed this scene, were dumbfounded, followed by envy and longing. They also wished they had a money bag that could hold an entire mountain of gold. Dewey also cast a spell on their purses, but neither could match the space in Dewey's. Even so, the two regarded it as a treasure, since such a money bag, capable of holding a huge amount of space, was no less valuable than the treasure in front of them. Having taken his share of the treasure, Dewey did not stay any longer. He left the Lonely Mountain with Gandalf, Bilbo, and Bard, first returning to Dale. After spending a few days in Dale, Dewey, Gandalf, and Bilbo set off again amidst bards and the residents' reluctant farewell. As for the fireplace in Riverdale, Dewey still kept it and even gave Bard a small bottle of flue powder, welcoming him to visit Windry's Peak in the future. The house where Dewey and his companions lived was later renovated by Bard into a magnificent building, second only to the Lord's mansion. Furthermore, Bard permanently retained Dewey's ownership of the house, declaring him a permanent member of the River Valley and free to reside there at any time. However, these details are currently unknown to Dewey. He was riding on Smaug's back with Gandalf and Bilbo, heading towards Mirkwood. Having promised Thranduil that he would visit the Woodland Kingdom, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. More importantly, he also had to take Smaug to the Valley of the Dead so that Elrond, the Master Healer, could heal Smaug's wings. Dewey's current unseen stretching spell is still not enough to successfully fit the dragon Smaug into a space. After all, Smaug was over 140 meters long, with a head 12 meters high excluding its horns, and a wingspan of 120 meters. With such a massive body, the only way to fit him completely inside and still move around freely is probably with Newt Scamander's suitcase. But clearly, Dewey doesn't have that capability yet, so they had no choice but to take the most cumbersome method, to take Smaug across the Misty Mountains to the valley on the other side of the mountains to treat him. Of course, Dai also tried to persuade Gandalf and Bilbo to teleport directly from the fireplace in Dale to the valley to wait for him. However, the two clearly preferred the cooler activity of riding a dragon. Instead of arriving at the destination in the blink of an eye, there's no sense of participation in the journey. These words came from a gray-robed wizard who wished to remain anonymous. Dewey and his two companions arrived at the edge of the dark, dense forest. Upon arrival, the elves of the Woodland Kingdom were already waiting for us. Dewey was surprised to see the people who came to meet him. "Your Highness Legolas, why did you come in person? When you first arrived near Lake Town, the patrolling guards spotted the dragon in the distance. Father knew it was you and specially sent me to greet you," Legolas said with a warm smile. His gaze then fell on the giant dragon behind the three of them. "Although I had seen it before on the battlefield of Gushan, seeing it again now still gave me a chill. Please follow me, everyone. My father has prepared a banquet in anticipation of your arrival." To avoid Smaug's appearance causing unease among the elves, Dewey left Smaug outside the woods, and the three of them followed Legolas to the Woodland Kingdom once again. Thranduil sat high on his throne, dressed in a magnificent robe and wearing a crown woven from fiery red maple leaves and blueberries, exuding a noble, majestic, and elegant aura. He was clearly an elven king who ruled over the endless forest. Unlike their last meeting, this time Thranduil stepped down from his throne, his demeanor both reserved and friendly. "Welcome, welcome back to the three of you. I have prepared a sumptuous feast of fine wine and delicacies. Please do me the honor of attending this time." Gandalf, who was in charge of diplomacy among the three, nodded slightly in greeting while leaning on his staff and said with a smile, "We are honored to have the opportunity to attend His Majesty's banquet." Thranduil asked Dewey, "Where is the dragon Smaug?" "Smaug's body is too large and would crush the trees in the forest. So we have to have him wait outside the forest," Dewey explained. Thranduil nodded. "That being said, we cannot neglect the dragon. I will have someone arrange another banquet for it outside the forest." Dewey hadn't expected Thranduil to have considered these things and thanked him, saying, "Then thank you very much, Your Majesty." Then, led by Thranduil and accompanied by Legolas, the group entered the banquet hall to attend the feast. Unlike the elves of the valley, whose diet tends to be vegetarian and light, the elves of the dark forest have a diet that includes both meat and vegetables. Moreover, it is unknown whether the elves here are close to the lonely mountain dwarves, but the wood elves also like to drink and even become drunk. Their movements are elegant but more unrestrained. During the banquet, melodious music accompanied the guests as elven maidens sang ancient elven epics, and elven attendants gracefully moved among the guests, pouring wine for everyone. Thranduil and Gandalf discussed the situation in Middle-earth. Dewey and Bilbo listened to Legolas and translated the elven epics sung by the elven maidens for them. During the conversation, the wood elf Toriel, who chose to be with the dwarf Killy, was mentioned inadvertently. Legolas was somewhat downcast, saddened by the impending loss of a friend, although he did not understand why Toriel would give up eternal life for love, only to die heartbroken a few hundred years later because of the death of his lover. But in the end, I chose to offer my blessings. The banquet atmosphere was just right when Thranduil looked at Dewey and said something that surprised everyone. Thranduil planned to send Legolas out to gain experience. He also instructed Dewey to have Legolas accompany them when he left this time. Legolas was also taken aback by this sudden announcement, as his father had clearly not told him beforehand. Dewey was surprised by Thranduil's request, but not entirely unexpected. When it comes to the well-being of one's children, one should think far ahead. Thranduil wanted Legolas to go out and broaden his horizons so that he could grow up quickly and become capable of standing on his own. If Dewey hadn't appeared, it wouldn't have been long before Thranduil would have sent Legolas out to gain experience, and might even have let him join the future Fellowship of the Ring, making him the only elf in the team. But with Dewey present this time, and having witnessed Dewey's abilities, Thranduil clearly had the idea of letting his son gain experience ahead of time. His Highness Legolas is an excellent archer and elven warrior, and it is an honor for us to have him with us. Dewey naturally wouldn't refuse Thranduil's request. He had a good impression of Legolas and didn't dislike having such a companion. Dewey was delighted to hear Dewey readily agree. At his signal, an elf placed a golden tray in front of Dewey. Dewey looked at a small box on the tray, inlaid with various jewels and jade, with a puzzled expression. He looked at Thranduil. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?" "This is a token of my gratitude," Dewey said sincerely, "as a token of gratitude that the elves were not wiped out in the Battle of the Five Armies. Of course, there is an additional request involved." "What request?" "I would like you to make a wand for Legolas." Dewey wasn't too surprised to hear this request. He still owes Elrohir, Eladin, and Arwen their wands, and with the idea that he might as well herd one sheep or two, he agreed to Thranduil's terms. However, it also filled him with curiosity about what was inside the treasure box. The treasure box is of extraordinary value. What kind of treasure could Thranduil keep so carefully inside? He curiously opened the treasure box, then paused for a moment. Inside the box, lined with silk, was a silvery white fruit. Given that it was treasured so much, Dewey naturally wouldn't consider it an ordinary fruit. It's the fruit of the sacred white tree," Gandalf exclaimed in surprise. "Your Majesty Thranduil, where did you obtain the fruit of the sacred white tree?" Thranduil, seeing that Gandalf recognized his worth, smiled slightly and explained casually, "This is a seed of the sacred white tree Ninglos. I visited Númenor during the Second Age, before Ninglos was felled. I picked a fruit from her and brought it back. I tried to plant it, but unfortunately the dark forest was not suitable for its growth, and it never took root and sprouted." Gandalf was even more surprised to hear that it was the seed of Nimroth, the sacred white tree on the island of Númenor. Even Dewey was taken aback, looking at the fruit in the box and suddenly feeling a sense of heaviness. As Dewey knew, after the two trees were destroyed by the evil gods Ugoliath and Morgoth, Yavanna, one of the valor goddesses of plants, created the white tree Galatherion for the Vanya and Noldor elves, modeled after the silver tree. This sacred white tree is similar to the silver tree, one of the twin sacred trees, except that it does not emit light. Later, the elves planted Galatherion's descendants on the island of Toriarsha, naming them Celeborn. The elves of Toriarsha were on good terms with the Númenorians, so they gave the Númenorians the seeds of Celeborn. The Númenor people planted the seed in the royal court on the island of Númenor, and it grew into a sacred white tree named Nimrose. The sacred white tree thus became a symbol of the Númenor people. Afterwards, Sauron bewitched and corrupted the king and some of the Númenor nobles, and cut down and burned the sacred white tree Ninlos. Only the loyalist Isildur risked his life to secretly salvage a fruit the night before Ninglos was to be felled. After the island of Númenor sank, Isildur planted it in Minas Ushal in Gondor, where it became the first sacred white tree in Gondor. But the fate of the sacred white tree seems to be constantly plagued by hardship. Later, this sacred white tree of Gondor was burned by Sauron after he conquered Minas Ushal. Before Minas Ithil was captured, Isildur snatched a seed and planted it in Minas Anor, which became the second white tree of Gondor. But this sacred white tree perished in the Great Plague of 1636 in the Third Age. In the year 1640 of the Third Age, King Talendor of Gondor planted a new seedling in Minas Tirith. However, in the year 2872 of the Third Age, with the extinction of the Gondorian royal bloodline, the white tree gradually withered, and no new white tree has appeared since. The fruit of the sacred white tree that Thranduil sent was the seed of the third-generation sacred white tree Ninglos. It can be said to be the fourth generation of the white tree, which is of the same generation as the first white tree in Gondor. If the people of Dunedin or Gondor knew about this seed, they would probably go to great lengths to obtain it. "Your Majesty Thranduil, this is truly too precious." Dewey was somewhat reluctant to accept it. Dewey shook his head. "You don't have to refuse, Dewar. Although this fruit has historical value, the growing conditions are too harsh. If I couldn't feel the vitality in it, I would think it was a bad fruit. So don't get your hopes up too high. I even doubt that apart from a holy place like Valinor, there is no other environment that can allow it to break out of its shell and grow." Seeing Thranduil's resolute attitude, Dewey had no choice but to accept the precious fruit, and he decided to make the best wand for Legolas. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy receiving the gifts. The banquet atmosphere at Dewey's side was quite good, and the dragon Smaug's side was also very lively. The wood elves, trembling with fear, pushed carts laden with delicious food before Smaug to entertain him. There were whole roasted lambs and pigs, as well as barrels of wine. Smaug enjoyed the elf service like a king, devouring roasted lamb and sipping a barrel of wine, his eyes half closed in blissful contentment. I could only sigh in my heart, this is true enjoyment. Why didn't he think of hiring some servants to serve him back then? Smaug, with his enormous appetite, ate dozens of pigs and sheep and drank more than a dozen barrels of wine before finally managing to let out a satisfied burp. This scene infuriated the elves who were entertaining him, and their faces turned black. especially the elven chefs in charge of grilling the meat. They couldn't even keep up with the dragon's eating speed, and they were so tired they just wanted to go on strike. They no longer cared about being afraid of the dragon. All they wanted was to get rid of the gluttonous beast as quickly as possible. If they keep eating, their woodland kingdom will face famine. Dewey and his companions stayed in the woodland kingdom for 2 days. He then formally bid farewell to Thranduil. However, before leaving, Dewey, with Thranduil's permission, set a fireplace as a node on the Floo network. They also gifted Thranduil some Floo powder. Thranduil was very interested in the Floo network. Although Thranduil was a little disgusted by the Floo fans' messy teleportation method, he immediately saw the strategic importance of the Floo network. This completely connects all the forces in the central continent closely. Any news can be transmitted through the fly net immediately or even sent there. However, this powerful tool was in the hands of Dewey alone. This made Thranduil value Dewey even more. After saying goodbye to Thranduil, Dewey's team gained another member. The 4 men rode on Smaug's back and continued westward. Legolas was extremely excited and thrilled to be riding a dragon for the first time. Although his reserved nature prevented him from showing much emotion, his bright red, pointed ears betrayed it. As they traveled west through the dark, dense forest, they encountered a giant spider that had been frightened away by a dragon. Legolas immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting the head with each shot. Just as he was about to shoot the remaining 2 giant spiders, Dewey reached out and stopped him. Seeing Legolas's questioning look, Dewey smiled and said, "Don't kill them all, leave 2 alive for me." With that, he waved his wand, petrifying the 2 giant spiders that were fleeing in panic. He then used a levitation charm to bring them over and put them directly into his spatial bag. Seeing Dewey's actions, not only Legolas was surprised, but Bilbo and Gandalf were also astonished. "Jur, what are you doing with 2 giant spiders?" Gandalf asked, puzzled. Dewey chuckled and explained, "Don't you think the giant spider's silk is incredibly tough? I happen to have a weaving magic spell that can use spider silk to weave cloth, which will definitely be more defensive than most armor and absolutely valuable." The 3 of them were speechless upon hearing this. Gandalf looked at Dai with utter bewilderment. "The treasure you received from Lonely Mountain is enough to make you one of the richest men in Middle-earth, so why are you still thinking about making more money?" Dewey immediately kicked Smaug, who was standing at his feet, in an annoyed manner. "Because I'm raising a giant dragon now, and no amount of money is enough to cover the costs." Thinking of how the wood elves tried to suppress the smiles as they left, and even Thranduil secretly breathed a sigh of relief, Dewey felt the toothache. "I never imagined that one day I would become an unpopular person myself." Smaug ate over 100 sheep and pigs in 2 days and drank all the wine stored in the cellar. The elves had to take their bows and arrows and go hunting in the forest to supplement their scarce meat. Dewey never expected that the sleeping dragon would have such a huge appetite. After witnessing the dragon's voracious appetite, Dewey wished he could immediately find a place for the creature to continue sleeping. That way, you won't have to worry about not being able to feed him properly. The problem is that Smaug insists on sleeping with the floor covered in gold. Moreover, he was extremely resolute, with a better-to-die-than-compromise attitude, and did not yield even when Dewey threatened him with the Cruciatus curse. In Smaug's words, their only and unwavering ideal was to sleep on a bed of countless treasures. To seize treasure, dragons not only attack dwarves, but they also fight each other for it, plundering the treasures in each other's caves. This is also why there are fewer and fewer dragons, and now only Smaug remains as a known dragon. Dai promised Smaug that once they returned to Windrise, he would use the treasure he had received from Lonely Mountain as his bed. This barely stopped Smaug from nagging and complaining in his ear. Smaug still felt that this amount of treasure was too meager to make a bed. After all, it only accounted for 1/10 of the treasure on Lonely Mountain, and it wasn't even enough to cover him. Back then, he was lying on the treasure of Lonely Mountain, possessing the greatest wealth in the world, but now he's with a penniless master. The difference in treatment is like jumping off a cliff. Dewey was so angry he wanted to kill that stupid dragon right then and there. He didn't just tame the mount, he invited a big shot, and a big shot at that, a gold-devouring beast. Gandalf and Bilbo chuckled as they listened to Dewey's endless complaints. Even Legolas couldn't help but smile. "I originally thought Smaug would be some kind of ferocious dragon, but I never expected him to be like this." Of course, everyone knew that Dewey was joking about making money. However, everyone thought the idea of using spider silk was a good one. They had all witnessed the power of the giant spider's silk, which even a sharp elven sword could not easily cut through. If protective clothing could truly be woven from spider silk, its quality would be far superior to most armor, and it would be much lighter and softer. Moreover, the source of materials is simple and continuous. Thinking this way, Legolas began to feel that the giant spider in the dense forest wasn't entirely useless. He could perhaps send a message to his father Thranduil, asking him to capture some giant spiders and imprison them, then have the skilled craftsmen of the elven race weave tough armor from their silk. The group rode the dragon through the dark forest, then had afternoon tea at Bayon's house before bidding farewell and continuing their journey. This time, however, they did not continue westward to the Misty Mountains, but instead headed south along the Anduin River. Before crossing the Misty Mountains to reach the valley, Dewey needs to make a trip to Lothlorien first. Not only did Dewey promise to make wands for Elrohir, Elladan, and Arwen, but now Legola's wand has also been added to the mix. And there was also the staff that Gandalf had promised to make for him. For all of this, he needs to make a trip to Lorien. Lorien is located east of the Misty Mountains and west of the Anduin River, separated from Dorgudu, the southernmost city of Mirkwood, only by the Anduin River. The Nimrodal Creek, originating from the Misty Mountains, and the Celebrant River flow together here into the Anduin River, forming a beautiful delta basin. Lorien is enveloped and protected by the power of the Ring of Water Nanya, which is difficult for even time to erode. The valley remains eternally holy and beautiful, the last pure land in Middle-earth. When Dewey and the others arrived at the outskirts of Lorien, they sensed an invisible magical barrier. Without permission from those inside, it would be difficult to find the correct path to enter. But what can you expect when one of them is Gandalf, a regular customer of Lorien? On Gandalf's advice, Smaug was left outside Lorien. Then the three of them followed Gandalf upstream along the river. The trees along the way were evergreen, and the grass was lush, as if it were early spring in ancient times, forever green and never withering, bearing the marks of time. Golden leaves drifted down from upstream into the river from time to time. The leaves were so dazzling and beautiful that they seemed to be made of real gold, enough to arouse the covetousness of even a dragon. The four of them walked deeper into the forest, and the surrounding green faded away, turning into a golden kingdom. In the heart of the forest grew countless tall morris trees. The bark of the morris trees was silvery gray, while the leaves were golden yellow, as if they were made of gold. Golden leaves fell piling up on the ground like a golden carpet. The name of Lorien's Golden Forest comes from this. Here they encountered 3 elves. "Ah, Haldir, it's been a long time," Gandalf greeted the leading elf. The elf named Haldir smiled and nodded. "Miss Lander, the Lady of the Lord knows you have arrived and sent us to greet you. Please come with us." Upon hearing this, Gandalf smiled and exclaimed, "Lady Lorien always has such farsightedness. It seems she spotted us the moment we entered Lorien's territory." The group followed the elf who was leading the way to the capital of Lorien, Carasgarasan. The city of Carasgarasan sits atop a green hill covered with towering mammoth trees, surrounded by green walls and a moat. The elves of Lorien do not live on the ground, but rather on platforms or dwellings built in the tall moron trees. The entire city of Carasgarasan is a city built on trees. Countless lights hung from the trees, like countless stars adorning the forest, making the entire hill seem to be submerged in a sea of stars. Among the countless tall morris trees, the largest one housed the palace of Lord Lorien and his wife. Beneath this largest and oldest mahogany tree, a central fountain has been built on a lush green lawn. The spring water first fell into a silver basin next to it, and then overflowed to form a lake. The lake water flowed down the mountain to form a stream, which is called Yonquin Stream. This spring is said to have the power to wash away fatigue and possess extraordinary magic. Where Spring Creek flows, there's a beautiful garden, Lady Galadriel's private garden, where all kinds of exotic flowers and plants bloom in all seasons and never wither. The group walked up the spiral wooden ladder from the foot of the giant tree until they reached a huge platform. The Lord and his wife's palace was situated on a platform. The palace was oval-shaped and built around the tree, consisting of several platforms and a large hall. Looking up from under the tree, it seems to float in the air, blending perfectly with the surrounding natural environment. From the treetop platform, one can overlook the entire Lorien forest and enjoy a panoramic view of its various beautiful landscapes. The group entered the hall. Inside the hall, at the very front, the thrones of the Lord and his wife were placed side by side, without any distinction of rank. On the other side of the throne, a simple and elegant escalator spirals upwards from the lobby until it disappears into a higher platform. That was the place where the Lord and his wife rested. Gandalf was already very familiar with the environment here. But Dewey, Bilbo, and Legolas, who were here for the first time, looked around in amazement while waiting. A moment later, a couple of elves, hand in hand, came down from the end of the escalator. Their arrival seemed to brighten the entire hall. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the two of them, just like creatures instinctively chasing after light. They were none other than Lorien's masters, Celeborn and Galadriel. "Miss Landel, the autumn leaves of Lorien have fallen dozens of times, covering your past footprints, but what storms outside have delayed your arrival?" Celeborn greeted her. His voice was like the first thunder of spring, deep and resonant, like a gentle spring breeze. He was tall and imposing, with silver hair, and wore a naturally gorgeous and exquisite robe, exuding majesty and elegance. If Elrond is like a spring breeze, carrying compassion and tolerance, it is a benevolent king. Thranduil, like the dark forest itself, is mysterious and unapproachable, a proud and aloof king. The Celeborn before me possessed an ancient serenity and composure, as if he had weathered the test of time. His demeanor carried an almost eternal calmness, unhurried and unperturbed, as if the turmoil of the world could not shake his composure. He is more like an elder who silently protects his homeland, a king who has been tempered by the world, whose sharpness is restrained, and who is profound and steady. No matter how fierce the storm outside may be, it cannot shake Lord Celeborn's composure. Gandalf nodded slightly and complimented him with a smile. Of course, except for your beautiful Lady Galadriel. Upon hearing this, Celeborn smiled. Galadriel, who was standing hand in hand with her husband, turned her attention to the remaining people. Young wizard, we meet again. Galadriel met Dewey's gaze with a smile. A voice echoed in Dewey's mind. Inside the hall, after exchanging pleasantries with Gandalf, Celeborn turned his attention to Dewey, Bilbo, and Legolas. However, the main issue lies with Dewey. This must be the black-robed wizard Dewar who subdued the dragon Smaug, killed the orc king Azog and Borg, and turned the tide in the Battle of the Five Armies. Celeborn's tone was full of admiration. Seeing is believing. You are even younger and more outstanding than I imagined. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Celeborn. Dewey nodded in greeting and accepted Celeborn's praise with a smile. The Lord of Lorien before me is not as renowned as Elrond or Thranduil. Even Galadriel, as his wife, far surpassed him in prestige, status, and power in Middle-earth. But that doesn't mean he's mediocre. If one were not exceptionally strong, how could one win Galadriel's favor? Therefore, Dai never looked down on him because of the saying the man behind Galadriel. Celeborn saw that Dewey was neither humble nor arrogant, and a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Galantel once told me that Middle-earth would welcome a wizard of unparalleled talent, and it seems that her vision remains as sharp as ever. Lady Galadriel, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary wizard. Ordinary wizards can't subdue a dragon. Celeborn smiled, turning his gaze to Legolas. When his emerald eyes met the elf prince's, they held a touch of elder's gentleness. Thranduil's sun is indeed as bright as a star. I see some of your father's former glory in you. Is your father well? Legolas bowed deeply, his tone even more respectful. Greetings, my father, Lord Celeborn. I extend my greetings on his behalf. He often speaks of you to me, saying you possess more profound wisdom than the ancient trees of the Darkwood and more expansive wisdom than the deep lakes of the Misty Mountains. Although Thranduil and Celeborn are not related by blood, they both belong to the Sindar elves, so they are naturally closer. Therefore, Celeborn treated Legolas like a younger family member. After exchanging a few words with Legolas, he finally gave Bilbo a gentle greeting. Galadriel stood beside her husband, looking tenderly at everyone without saying a word. After everyone had finished exchanging pleasantries, he instructed the elves to prepare a banquet to entertain the guests who had come from afar. The dinner was not grand, but the atmosphere was solemn and gentle, without any noise. The Lord and his wife sat in the main seat, dining with Gandalf, Dewey, Bilbo, and Legolas. In addition, an elf also attended the banquet. She is Arwen, the princess of the Twilight Star, daughter of Elrond, who has lived in Lorien since childhood. She is also the granddaughter of Celeborn and Galadriel. Alvin has long, glossy black hair, bright and deep gray eyes, fair and jade-like skin, a graceful figure, and a light and agile physique. Every move she makes exudes a lively and elegant temperament. She possesses the bloodline of the sub-god Maiar, the blood of the three royal families of the elves, and the bloodline of the three ancient human families. Such a complex and noble lineage endows it with the divinity of the Maya, the elegance of the elves, and the free will of humans. Dewey's eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at the elven princess nestled against Galadriel. If Galadriel's beauty is as bright and dazzling as the moon, she is the queen of the night sky, inspiring awe. Alvin, like her titled Twilight Star, possesses a beauty that is gentle and pure. She's like a star in the night sky, radiating a soft yet dazzling light that attracts attention. Alwyn was clearly favored by Lorien. She nestled close to Celeborn and Galadriel with a youthful vivacity. The two powerful elven lords always looked at her with loving eyes. As Dewey sized up the Princess of Twilight, the other party was also very curious about Dewey, the wizard who had subdued the dragon. Their eyes met. Alvin paused for a moment, then smiled gently and politely, nodding to him. Dewey showed no remorse for being caught peeping. His gaze remained calm, and he politely nodded in response. It was a pity in my heart that such a beautiful star chose to become immortal for love, and only left this world after losing everything she had. He remembered the very end, after all the elves had crossed the sea to the west, and the old Aragorn had passed away. This twilight star chose to leave the human realm and return to the forest where the elves once lived, spending the rest of her life in solitude and sorrow. I wonder if she regretted it at that time. However, none of this had happened yet. Aragorn was still just a little kid at the time, so there was no such thing as falling in love at first sight. Dewey thought with a wicked sense of humor that perhaps he could intervene and connect Lorien to the fireplace in the valley, then send Arwen to the valley so she can meet the child version of Aragorn as soon as possible. In such a situation, if Alvin could still fall in love with Aragorn, he could only say that it was his fate. But before he could continue to let his thoughts wander, the system gave him a long-awaited prompt. Hogwarts check-in system. Locating lost Lorien, check-in required. Dewey snapped out of his reverie and silently muttered to himself, Sign in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the prophetic talent. A talent for prophecy. Dewey was taken aback. The image of Professor Trelawney, eccentric and mad, flashed through his mind instantly. What if he doesn't really want this kind of talent? The next second, Dewey felt a sudden clarity in his mind. It was as if he had been given a third eye, allowing him to see the world from a perspective he had never had before. A mysterious aura enveloped him, making him suddenly very rational and enigmatic. Such a change was very subtle, but it could not escape the perception of the powerful people present. Galadriel, Gandalf, and Celeborn all turned to look at Dewey, their faces filled with surprise. That is, Celeborn's composed face showed a change for the first time, filled with surprise and doubt. It is the power of fate, Galadriel said with a glint in her eyes. Dewar, how are you? Gandalf asked with some concern. Dewey looked at Gandalf, about to answer. Suddenly, some images he had never seen before appeared in his mind, and he involuntarily uttered, The age of the elves will end and the age of humanity will begin. On the day the broken sword is reforged, the one who has lost his crown will reign once more, darkness will rise again, and the demon king will seek his lost treasure. His voice was deep and devoid of emotion as he calmly delivered the prophecy. Everyone stared in astonishment at Dewey's vacant eyes, listening to his emotionless voice in a deathly silence. Only after Dewey finished speaking his last sentence did his empty eyes refocus, and he coughed lightly. The crowd snapped out of their daze and looked at Dewey with curiosity. Dewar, you never told me you could make prophecies? Gandalf exclaimed with a complex expression. Dewey coughed again, looking a little awkward. Actually, I just found out myself. Gandalf shook his head. He knew Dewey had some secrets, but he had his own secrets too, so he had no intention of prying into them. He then turned to Galadriel and Celeborn. What do you think of Duar's prophecy just now? To be honest, prophecies in Middle-earth are not unusual. For example, Lord Glorfindel of the Golden Flower once prophesied that the Witch King of Angmar would not die at the hands of others. The word Chinese letter here is man, which can refer to either a person or a man. Ultimately, the Witch King of Angmar was killed by Eowyn, the Princess of Lohan, and Merry, the hobbit who stabbed him with a dagger, was not human. This ending perfectly corresponds to Glorfindel's prophecy. Furthermore, the prophet Mobbith of Azardin foretold that Aragorn would traverse the king's path, calling upon the dead to fulfill their oaths. Even Elrond and Galadriel possess prophetic abilities. Of course, their prophecies were not a gift, but rather the result of wisdom and foresight gained over a long period of time, allowing them to see the possibilities of the future. So while the group was surprised that Dewey was able to make a prediction, they weren't too astonished. They focused their attention on the content of Dewey's prophecy. Their boundless wisdom allowed them to easily decipher the ambiguous meanings of prophecies and understand their true message. The prophecy is clear: the forces of darkness will rise once more, and Sauron and his minions are trying to find the one ring that was once lost. Galadriel's deep gaze turned to the far east, her face showing worry. Clearly, we were all wrong before. The one ring did not flow down the Anduin River into the ocean as we thought. Otherwise, Sauron would not have tried to find it. Celeborn frowned upon hearing this. When Isildur was killed by the orcs at the river Golden Iris, the One Ring was lost. Orcs, men, and even elves searched the area, but to no avail. But if the One Ring isn't there, where could it be? It's hidden somewhere or in the hands of someone, Gandalf said. Hearing what the others said, Bilbo looked a little uncomfortable, lowered his head, and unconsciously touched the things in his pocket. Since entering this place, the magic ring in my pocket has become unusually quiet, almost like an ordinary gold ring. Dewey also noticed Bilbo's unusual behavior. He originally brought Bilbo along with the intention of letting Galadriel and the others discover the One Ring. After all, the ring is no good thing. The longer Bilbo is in contact with it, the more it will corrupt his body and mind. He thought that perhaps he could destroy the One Ring in Mount Doom before Sauron recovered, thus sending Sauron offline early. There's no need to wait over 70 years before sending Frodo to escort the ring. Anyway, he didn't intend to follow the script. Are we going to wait for Sauron to recover before having another big battle? Isn't that just asking for trouble? So Dewey, seeing Bilbo's hesitation and struggle, silently walked to his side and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Bilbo shuddered and stiffened as he turned to look at Dewey. Dewey patted him on the shoulder and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Do you remember what I told you before? And think about what Gollum looks like. Do you want to become like that?" Upon hearing this, Bilbo involuntarily pictured Gollum in his mind and immediately shuddered. Gandalf, Galadriel, and Celeborn discussed the contents of the prophecy and the possible location where the One Ring might be hidden. But at that moment, a hesitant hand slowly rose up. I know where the Lord of the Rings is." Gandalf and his two companions immediately turned their attention to Bilbo, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Bilbo, you say you know about the Lord of the Rings?" Gandalf looked at Bilbo with surprise and doubt. Bilbo felt uncomfortable under the probing gazes of the three men until he felt Dewey's hand on his shoulder, at which point he struggled to muster his courage. "Actually, the ring you're talking about is right here with me." As he spoke, he took the magic ring out of his pocket and placed it in his palm. All eyes were drawn to the gleaming gold ring in his palm. Gandalf stared intently at the ring, his expression one of surprise and uncertainty. I really want to confirm if this ring is the One Ring. Celeborn looked at the ring with even greater wariness, as if he had seen something dangerous. Galadriel stepped forward, approached Bilbo, and reached out her finger to touch the ring. Lady Galadriel, Gandalf, worried, tried to stop it. Although her husband Celeborn did not stop her, he also looked worried. Galadriel's fingers ultimately did not touch the ring. She withdrew her hand just centimeters away, as if burned by a flame. I don't know if this ring is the One Ring, but I sense an evil power emanating from it, so dark, so terrifying, capable of bewitching people. Galadriel spoke with a serious and solemn expression. The One Ring was forged by Sauron on Mount Doom. To determine if it is the ring, you only need to burn it with fire. Gandalf revealed the method. Dewey patted Bilbo on the shoulder. Bilbo put the ring on the table. Bilbo's arm was getting tired from holding it up, so he quickly did as he was told and placed the ring on the stone table beside him. Dewey immediately cast a fire spell, setting the ring ablaze. Under the heat of the flames, mysterious characters gradually emerged from inside the ring. Gandalf, seeing this, quickly leaned closer and tilted his head to read the text. The one commandment governs the commandments. The one commandment seeks the commandments. The One Ring guides the rings and imprisons them in darkness. Galadriel calmly uttered the second half of the statement. It is now confirmed that the One Ring has reappeared in the world. Celeborn frowned, looking at the ring with apprehension and worry. With the ring now in the world, Middle-earth will likely never be peaceful again. After confirming that it was the Lord of the Rings, Gandalf asked Bilbo with great confusion. Bilbo, where did you get this ring from? Bilbo didn't hide anything. When I was trapped in Goblin Town, I fell to the bottom of the abyss, and that's where I picked up that thing. I think it was Goblin. Gandalf suddenly realized, no wonder I didn't see you when I used the Stone of Knowledge to search for you. You had already obtained the One Ring by then. Bilbo nodded. Gandalf then nervously examined Bilbo. You've had the ring for so long, have you felt any discomfort? He then carefully checked it again, still feeling uneasy. Bilbo shook his head. I'm fine. Dewar warned me to use it with caution, so I rarely use it except in dangerous situations. Upon hearing this, Gandalf turned his gaze to Dewey. Dewar, you knew all along that the One Ring was with Bilbo. Dewey didn't expect Bilbo to betray him so quickly, and nodded helplessly. Bilbo told me this when we left Goblin Town. Gandalf looked at Dewey with full disapproval. The One Ring is extremely dangerous. Even the most powerful man can be corrupted by it. You should have told me sooner. Bilbo quickly explained, this is my fault. I told Dewar not to tell anyone. He already warned me, and he's the one who made me mention the One Ring just now. All right, Miss Landell, the past cannot be changed. What matters now is the most urgent matter, Galadriel gently advised. Upon hearing this, Gandalf stopped scolding the two. Dai and Bilbo breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Galadriel with expressions of gratitude. Gandalf is a bit scary when he gets angry, and we have to thank Lady Galadriel for saving him. Then everyone's attention once again focused on the Lord of the Rings. Gandalf, Galadriel, and Celeborn were all terrified of the ring and dared not touch it directly, fearing they would be seduced by its power. But seeing Bilbo easily take the ring in his hand, it didn't seem to affect him at all. All three could only marvel at the wonder of the Creator, that there was such a wondrous race as the hobbits, who possessed such high resistance to the magic of the ring. The group discussed the possibility of destroying the One Ring. Legolas struck the ring with his elven sword, but the recoil caused his hand to ache, but not a single mark was left on the ring. I remember that 4 of the 7 commandments of the dwarves were destroyed by the flames of dragons. Perhaps we could ask the dragons of Dewar for help, Celeborn suggested. Gandalf shook his head. The One Ring was forged by Sauron at Mount Doom. The dragon fire of the dragons can destroy the 7 rings of the dwarves, but it cannot destroy the One Ring. But then he looked at Dewey. Dewar, I remember you unleashed those terrifying flames on the battlefield, instantly melting even the hardest steel. Now try to destroy the One Ring. Dai was also curious whether Fiendfire could destroy the One Ring. After all, in the magical world, the Fiendfire spell can destroy Horcruxes. The One Ring is, to be honest, somewhat like an upgraded version of Horcruxes. In the magical world, wizards will not truly die unless the Horcruxes are destroyed. Similarly, as long as the One Ring is not destroyed, Sauron's spirit will remain in the world. However, looking at the surrounding treehouse environment, he felt a little unsafe. The fiery spell is a bit dangerous and difficult to control. It's best to use it in an open space. The request wasn't difficult, and soon everyone moved to an open space. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Dewey unleashed Fiendfire upon the One Ring on the ground. A burst of eerie blue flame erupted from the wand and enveloped the ring. The fiery blaze raged, attempting to spread to other areas to strengthen itself, and even tried to burn back at the wand. Dewey pulled hard, controlling the raging fire to the size of a small flame. Although the raging fire was small, it was filled with an aura of destruction, causing the surrounding onlookers to become solemn. At the same time, they also began to look forward to Lai Huo. Such terrifying demonic fire should be able to shake the One Ring, right? As time passed, the blazing fire had burned a large crater into the hard ground, but the one ring remained unchanged. No, there have been some changes. The entire ring turned a deep red, as if it had been heated to a high temperature. The scene caught everyone's attention. It's worth noting that when the ring was burned with fire, only the inscriptions on the ring were revealed, while the ring itself remained cold. But now things have changed. Seeing this, Dai was invigorated and immediately increased the firepower, relentlessly burning the ring with fiend fire. Time flew by, an hour, 2 hours. Gandalf and the elves were very patient, quietly observing the changes in the ring, seemingly without feeling tired. Dewey, too, was enveloped by the power of Gandalf's ring of fire, showing no signs of fatigue. After a day and a night, Dewey finally put an end to the raging fire. He used his wand to lift the ring and examined it closely. Looking at the still smooth ring, he couldn't help but frown. Is it useless? No, it worked. The flames burned away some of the ring's power, and it's much dimmer now. Galadriel walked over and looked at the ring, saying. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly took a closer look and discovered that the ring's luster had indeed become somewhat dim. If you don't look closely, you won't notice this at all. Everyone suddenly felt even more confident in destroying the One Ring. How long will it take to burn the ring? Dewey asked anxiously. With the current power of the fire, it should only take about 1,000 years to completely destroy it, Galadriel said as she slowly approached the ring, sensing it for a moment. However, this time will be shortened once your strength increases. Jur. 1,000 years is indeed not a long time. We can wait patiently. Celeborn nodded and said. Legolas and Alvin, who were present, both looked on in agreement. Only Dewey and Bilbo were speechless. But I can't wait, Dewey thought to himself. He himself didn't know if he could live for 1,000 years, let alone that 1,000 years would require the One Ring to be burned relentlessly with fiend fire. He'll be completely drained, even if he doesn't work himself to death. Gandalf, however, leaned on his staff and shook his head. 1,000 years is too long. There are too many variables in that time, enough time for Sauron to rebuild his power. Moreover, once Sauron discovers the whereabouts of the One Ring, he will probably go to any lengths to seize it. We need to find a way to destroy the One Ring as soon as possible, so that Sauron will lose his power and no longer be able to pose a threat to Middle-earth. But how can we destroy the One Ring? The One Ring is indestructible. Even the scorching flames of dragons cannot harm it. Is there any way to destroy it? Celeborn kept a certain distance from the ring, watching it warily with a furrowed brow. Galadriel looked towards the far east, her voice ethereal, carrying a sense of destiny. The One Ring was forged by Sauron in Mount Doom. It was born of a volcano and will be destroyed by a volcano. Only the power of Mount Doom can destroy the One Ring. Gandalf frowned and shook his head upon hearing this. Ever since the Battle of Dorgan banished Sauron, he has fled to his stronghold in Mordor in the far east, which is his lair. There are not only a large number of orcs and trolls, but also bewitched Easterners, Herads, and even Black Numenor. Besides, giant bats and fallen flying beasts watch from the sky. Mordor is now a heavily fortified den of demons, so powerful that not even a mosquito could fly in. Sauron even possesses the Crystal of Knowledge, which allows him to monitor the entire Mordor region at any time. If we take the ring to Mordor, Sauron will probably find it before we even reach Mount Doom, and we'll end up handing the ring over to him. Unless we can lure Sauron out or divert his attention so he has no time to deal with Mordor, Celeborn suggested. The problem is that Sauron has just been severely injured and is in a weak period, so he has gathered almost all the dark forces in Mordor, turning it into an impregnable fortress. Before regaining a certain amount of strength, Sauron will be very vigilant, staying in his lair to lick his wounds and will never come out easily. Gandalf, Galadriel, and Celeborn intended to send the ring to Mount Doom for destruction. But now the area is surrounded by Sauron's ironclad defenses, making it difficult to penetrate Mordor from either the sky or the ground. Not to mention they were worried about any connection between the One Ring and Sauron, fearing that Sauron would sense them if they got too close. I think we need to contact Elrond. He knows more about the ring than we do, and perhaps he can offer a different perspective, Gandalf said. Then he looked at Dewey. Dewey, could you please connect the Floo network here? Dewey nodded. Lord Celeborn, Lady Galadriel, may I borrow your fireplace? Galadriel smiled and nodded. Elrond praised your magic to me before. Let's witness its wonders. This way, when Alvin wants to go to the valley in the future, he won't have to cross the misty mountains anymore. As Galadriel spoke of this, a fleeting sadness crossed her eyes. Her daughter Celebrian was captured and tortured by the orcs on her way to Lorien to see them, and was forced to travel across the sea to Valinor to recuperate. This became a lasting pain for Galadriel and Celeborn. Therefore, Elrond specifically entrusted Alwyn to the care and upbringing of the two to alleviate the sadness of not having his daughter by his side. With Galadriel and Celeborn's consent, Dewey cast spells over the fireplace, connecting it to the fireplace in the valley. He then sprinkled a handful of Floo powder and plunged headfirst into the green flames, disappearing from sight. Apart from Gandalf and Bilbo, who were used to it, everyone else looked surprised. Alvin watched with sparkling eyes as Dewey disappeared into the fireplace. Because of her mother Celebrian's past experiences, Her grandparents and father were not comfortable with her traveling thousands of miles and crossing the dangerous misty mountains to the Valley of the Dead, so she lived in Lorien from a young age. It was usually her father Elrond and her two brothers, Elrohir and Elredin, who came to see her in Lorien. Now that she has this magical teleportation spell, it will be very easy for her to go to the valley in the future. She can even travel back and forth between the two places frequently, so that she can spend time with her grandparents and father without any problems. At the same time, she also became curious about Djur, the young wizard. She knew that her grandmother Galadriel had commissioned this wizard to make her a wand, which was said to have been created by this young wizard and possessed the ability to make magical races cast spells with ease. Such groundbreaking innovation even earned the admiration and appreciation of Galadriel, the grandmother of the most exalted elves in Middle-earth. In recognition of this, he also gifted her the Alyssa Emerald that he had treasured for many years. Nowadays, there's even magic that allows people to travel thousands of miles. Djur was very different from the other wizards of Middle-earth she knew, and her magic was much more magical. She was now even more excited about her magic wand. I wonder what kind of wand Djur will make for himself. Before long, the green flames in the fireplace flared up again. Elrond emerged first from the fireplace. Dewey followed closely behind. Father, Alwyn's eyes lit up and she nimbly and gracefully walked to the front. Arwen. Elrond lovingly stroked his daughter's hair, then bowed to Celeborn and Galadriel. Lord Celeborn, Lady Galadriel. As lords, Elrond's status is comparable to that of Celeborn. However, the two people in front of him were his parents-in-law, and Elrond showed them respect. With Elrond's arrival, everyone's attention was once again focused on the Lord of the Rings. Elrond looked at the ring in front of him with a very complicated expression. During the final battle of the Alliance, I was still Gil-galad the High King's herald. Sauron, who possessed the One Ring, was invincible. Even Gil-galad and Erendir, when they joined forces, were no match for Sauron. The battle was extremely fierce. Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor, Gondor, and Elendil, the King of Arnor, both died in the battle, and the sword Narsil was shattered by Sauron. Just when we faced certain death, it was Isildur, son of Erendir, who seized the opportunity to use a fragment of the sword Narsil to cut off Sauron's finger from which he wore the One Ring, causing him to lose his power and his body to dissipate, ultimately leading to a Pyrrhic victory for the Alliance. I tried to persuade Isildur to throw the One Ring into Mount Doom to destroy it completely and cut off Sauron's chance of resurrection. Elrond sighed. But Isildur was seduced by the power of the ring and rejected my advice. He was later ambushed and killed by the orcs near the river Golden Iris, and the ring he carried with him disappeared. I had hoped that the ring would fall into the river and be swept into the sea by the Anduin River. I never expected it to happen again today. Elrond was then surprised that Bilbo had not been corrupted despite possessing the ring for so long. Perhaps this is the wonder of fate. Fate created the halflings, a magical race. Although they are small, they are simple by nature, love life, and have few desires or ambitions. Even the power of the One Ring is difficult to exert on them, and now fate has brought the halflings the One Ring. Elrond looked at Bilbo with a smile on his face and hope in his eyes. I think fate has already revealed itself. The One Ring has reappeared in the world, and it has been brought before us, which has sealed Sauron's fate. Elrond, Gandalf, and others then discussed again how to destroy the ring. Elrond agreed to the proposal to throw the ring into Mount Doom. However, now is not the right time, Elrond said. After the last battle of Dorgan, I sent a message to the regent of the southern kingdom of Gondor to warn him. Gondor quickly sent men deep into Mordor to investigate, but the results were not satisfactory. Sauron is now extremely cautious. The entire Mordor region is under the surveillance of giant bats, and on the ground there are orcs, trolls, fallen humans, fallen beasts, and even the descendants of the giant spider Ugliant. It can be said that it is heavily guarded and fortified. To get deep into Mordor and reach Mount Doom is an impossible task. Do you have any plan, Lord Elrond? Gandalf asked. Given the current situation, Sauron is unlikely to show himself on his own initiative. He might even be hiding in Mordor to recover his strength. Only by forming an alliance to attack Mordor can we force him to show himself and create an opportunity to sneak into Mount Doom and destroy the One Ring. Elrond shook his head at this. But now the kingdom of Arnor in the north has been destroyed. The kingdom of Gondor in the south has long since lost its king and only has a regent, while the kingdom of Lohen is now divided into its own factions. Unless a king of sufficient prestige can gather all of humanity and unite the forces of the elves to form a new alliance between humans and elves, it is impossible to breach Mordor and force Sauron to reveal himself. But only one such figure has ever appeared, Elendil, king of Gondor and Arnor. Thinking this, Elrond thought of Aragorn, who now lived in the valley. Aragorn is a direct descendant of Isildur, son of Elendil, and is the heir to the royal family of Arnor in the north, while the royal family of Gondor in the south no longer exists. Aragorn is the most suitable heir to the kingdoms of Gondor and Arnor. As long as Aragorn becomes king of Gondor and Arnor, the kingdom of Rohan must also keep its oath of allegiance to the king of Gondor. This would allow them to consolidate the power of the human kingdoms and form a powerful counterbalance to Mordor. However, Aragorn is only 10 years old and is not capable of bearing such a responsibility. Secondly, once Sauron has regained some of his power, he will inevitably expand outwards. At that time, we can intercept the forces of darkness to attract Sauron's attention, and then send a small team to secretly take the One Ring into Mount Doom to complete the mission of destroying the One Ring. After hearing this, Gandalf and the others nodded in agreement with Elrond's suggestion. But the problem is, who will take the ring to Mount Doom? The ring has the power to corrupt the mind, and none of us dare to touch it. Who can travel a long distance with the ring and guarantee that they won't be affected by it? Upon hearing Gandalf's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell upon Bilbo. Bilbo, seeing this, frantically waved his hands. No, I can't. He had just experienced the perilous expedition to the Lonely Mountain, and his heart couldn't withstand another, even more dangerous mission. Seeing his strong resistance, everyone turned their attention back to him. The matter of escorting the ring to Mount Doom cannot be rushed, and there is no need to decide who will go immediately. Since the One Ring cannot be destroyed at present, the group began to discuss what to do with it and who should be entrusted with its safekeeping. The matter of the ring concerns the safety of Middle-earth. Should we inform Saruman? Elrond asked. After all, Saruman, as the leader of the White Way, was already very angry that they didn't call him during the last battle of Dorquadu, and that a rift had formed between them. If we don't tell him about the ring this time, Saruman might completely lose his support, which would be detrimental to the unity of the White Order. After hearing Elrond's words, Gandalf paused for a moment, then nodded. The last time we had to inform him about the Dorgan incident, it was too rushed. But we really need to explain the One Ring to him this time, otherwise we might lose an ally. Others also agreed. If you don't want Sauron to know about the One Ring, I'm afraid I don't recommend that you tell Saruman about it, Dewey suddenly said. Everyone was drawn to his words, their expressions varying. Dewar, what do you mean? Gandalf frowned and looked at him with suspicion. Why would Sauron know if we tell Saruman? Elrond, Galadriel, and the others also looked on with confusion. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Dewey remained composed. As you all know, I possess a true knowledge crystal, and these crystals can communicate with each other. During the Battle of the Five Armies, Sauron attempted to influence me through a crystal, but I repelled him using the light of Iarndil, a gift from Lady Galadriel. But what you all don't know is that Saruman also possesses a crystal of true knowledge, and he's probably having a lively conversation with Sauron about it right now. If he were to tell Sauron about the One Ring, Sauron would likely find out in the next second. Upon hearing Dewey's words, everyone fell silent. Gandalf's expression was very serious. Dewar, this is a very serious accusation. Moreover, the accuser is the most prestigious white wizard in Middle-earth and the leader of the White Way. Do you have any evidence to prove that Saruman colluded with Sauron? Elrond and Galadriel did not speak, but their expressions were very serious. They knew Dewar wouldn't speak without reason, but they also didn't want to believe that Saruman would fall into depravity. In their view, Saruman, though somewhat arrogant and stubborn, has been a leader against the forces of darkness for thousands of years. If they were to truly plunge into darkness, it would be a huge blow to the side of justice. Evidence, Dewey certainly has it. He raised his wand to his temple and slowly pulled out a strand of memory silver thread. Lady Galadriel, this is a problem. Galadriel nodded, understanding Dai's meaning, and led the group to her private garden. In one corner of the garden, spring water flows from a fountain on a hill, forming a stream that flows into a silver basin placed on a pedestal carved into the shape of tree branches. The silver basin was wide and shallow, and a silver water jug was placed next to it. This is the mirror of Galadriel, which can reveal visions of the past, present, and future. Galadriel picked up the silver jug, took the stream water, and then slowly poured it into the silver basin. The surface of the water in the silver basin rippled, turning into an illusory water mirror, as if countless illusions were appearing within it. Having done all this, Galadriel stepped aside and gestured for Dewey to continue. Dewey approached the silver basin and shook the silver thread wrapped around the tip of his wand into it. As soon as the silver threads fell into the basin, they quickly dispersed and dissolved into the water. The illusory scene immediately appeared in the water mirror. The crowd couldn't help but gather around, their eyes glued to the scene. The scene showed Saruman using the Crystal of Knowledge to contact the Dark Lord Sauron, Gandalf arriving in Isengard only to discover Saruman's betrayal and being imprisoned in a tower by Saruman, and Saruman creating orc variants that were immune to sunlight. These images are all very fragmented, but without exception, they all demonstrate Saruman's descent into darkness. Everyone was shocked and incredulous upon seeing these images. Gandalf looked very serious and solemn, his eyes fixed on the content of the image, trying to glean more information from it. Elrond, also watching the screen, quickly realized what was happening and looked at Dewey with surprise and doubt. These are scenes that haven't happened yet. Are they visions of the future you've seen? Have you predicted them? The others also looked at Dewey in surprise. Dewey nodded and then shook his head. It can't be called a prophecy. It can only be called a premonition, since prophecies are unchangeable. In fact, some of these images were indeed seen during the previous prophecy, but the majority of these are false memories created by Dewey based on the known plot. He wasn't one to hold grudges. Saruman had repeatedly belittled him as a third-rate warlock, so this time he seized the opportunity to expose the guy's dirty secrets. Moreover, he was not afraid of being suspected by Gandalf and others. After all, these are things that Saruman will do in the future, and he did not make any false accusations. Therefore, Dewey was full of confidence and had no qualms about it. Galadriel, Elrond, and the others fell silent upon seeing this. Finally, they accepted the fact that their former ally might have betrayed them. How should we deal with Saruman's corruption? Gandalf asked. Elrond shook his head. We don't have any real and concrete evidence about this right now, so we can't question Saruman immediately. To avoid him becoming wary, we can only investigate and gather evidence secretly. Saruman's status and strength were truly extraordinary. He was not only the head of all wizards, but also the leader of the White Way Society. Any rash action could easily destabilize the entire central continent, and the matter of the ring also needs to be kept from him to avoid any further unforeseen events, Elrond said. Galadriel and Gandalf both nodded in agreement. Now that we know Saruman has ulterior motives, we must not let him know about the existence of the One Ring. Who will temporarily take care of the ring? Celeborn asked. Since the One Ring cannot be destroyed, a safe storage plan is needed to prevent any mishaps before it is delivered to Mount Doom for destruction. The question of who should keep the One Ring has once again put everyone in a difficult position. The One Ring has the power to bewitch and corrupt people, and it is difficult to guarantee that no matter who is entrusted with its care, they will not be affected by the power of the One Ring. The stronger a person is, the harder it is for them to resist the allure of the ring. If powerful figures like Gandalf and Galadriel were to be influenced or even corrupted and degenerate, it would truly be a disaster. Therefore, for safety reasons, the ring cannot be entrusted to a powerful person. So it seems that the choice of who will keep the One Ring has once again fallen to Bilbo. I think since fate has brought Bilbo the ring, he should keep it until he decides to destroy it, Celeborn suggested. Of all of us, only Bilbo is least affected by the ring, so it is safest to entrust it to him. There's one more thing Celeborn didn't say. Bilbo poses the least threat, and even if he's affected by the ring, he won't cause much harm. Gandalf shook his head in disagreement. The ring has little effect on the hobbits, but that doesn't mean it has none. We can't gamble with Bilbo's safety by betting that the ring won't harm him. Elrond also agreed with Gandalf's words. Galadriel remained silent throughout the debate until everyone sought her opinion, at which point she turned to Dai and asked, Dai, what's your opinion? Upon hearing this, Gandalf and the others also looked at him. Dewey was somewhat surprised that Galadriel would ask him this, but he still said, I know someone who can take the One Ring. In his hands, it's no different from an ordinary ring. Moreover, with the One Ring in his hands, there's no need to worry about anyone taking it away, not even Sauron himself. Hearing Dewey's words, everyone was very surprised. Was there such a person in Middle-earth? Who are you talking about? Elrond asked in surprise. Dewey smiled and replied, It's Tom Bombadil, who lives in the Old Forest. Elrond was taken aback by what he heard, then suddenly understood. Nodded, if it's Bombadil, then he's certainly a good candidate. Galadriel and Celeborn also remembered this character. However, in Sindarin, Bombadil has another name, Eowyn Ibn Arda, which means the eldest and fatherless. Tom Bombadil is very ancient, existing long before the elves awakened from Quevi. He even lived with the elves for a period of time. So some ancient elves had heard of his name. Tom's identity is mysterious, but his power is undeniable. Therefore, Galadriel and Celeborn did not object to the suggestion of entrusting the ring to Tom Bombadil for safekeeping. Only Gandalf was somewhat uneasy. Bombadil's personality is like the clouds in the sky. He doesn't understand the importance of this at all. If you give him this ring, he will probably forget about it very quickly or even throw it away very soon. These kinds of things don't even exist in his mind. I think he's an unreliable caretaker. Upon hearing this, Elrond hesitated. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Although Tom is a bit unreliable, his wife Goldberry is a meticulous lady. As long as we explain the importance of the matter to her, we don't need to worry that Tom will be forgetful and lose the ring, Dewey added. Dewey had lived with Tom and Goldenberry for a while and knew that although Tom was a bit eccentric, Goldenberry was very caring and gentle. Tom and Goldenberry helped Dai, so it's not fair for Dai to bother them with that. Only by entrusting the ring to Tom for safekeeping can one avoid the ring corrupting people and prevent Sauron from taking the ring from Tom. Of course, all of this still needs to be discussed with Tom and Goldenberry. If they don't want to take on this trouble, they can find another way later. So Dewey told the others about his thoughts. Gandalf did not object this time either, since he would be happy to have someone keep this dangerous item safe if the safety of the ring could be guaranteed. Even if Bombadil could keep the One Ring indefinitely from Sauron, there would be no need to risk going to Mount Doom to destroy it. After all, once the One Ring is destroyed, all 3 elven rings will lose their power. Gandalf didn't care whether the Ring of Fire was lost or not. However, without the protection of the Ring of Elves, both Lorien and the Valley will gradually decline. Just as Dewey prophesied, the age of the elves will end and the age of mankind will begin. Gandalf and the elves knew that day would come and were prepared for it, but they always hoped that day would come later. Now that they had decided on the destination of the ring, the group did not hesitate any longer and decided that after leaving Lorien, they would take the ring to visit Tom Bombadil. Since no one dared to touch the ring, it was decided that Bilbo would continue to keep it for the time being. Bilbo never expected that the One Ring would return to him. Although he would only keep it for a short time, he was still quite happy. However, to prevent the ring from continuing to corrupt Bilbo, Galadriel took out a delicate little box engraved with elven runes, put the ring inside, and locked it away. This exquisite little box was made during Sauron's powerful period to prevent him from discovering the 3 rings of the elves. By placing the ring inside, its influence on Bilbo can be minimized. Seeing this, Dewey also decided to lend a hand and revealed the plan he had already devised. I have a steadfast love spell that can hide the secret of the ring deep within the soul. As long as the keeper keeps it secret, no one can reveal the ring, not even mind reading. Most importantly, even if outsiders knew about the One Ring, even if the ring were placed right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see or touch it. In this way, we can ensure the safety of the ring to the greatest extent possible and prevent anyone other than us from knowing about the ring. Upon hearing about the effects of the spell of unwavering loyalty, everyone's eyes lit up. Gandalf had already witnessed the power of the Dewey Oath, which could force even the dragon Smaug to submit. Upon hearing that there was also a contractual magic called the loyalty spell used to protect secrets, he immediately asked Dewey to cast the spell. The others also looked at Dewey expectantly. After all, if the One Ring could be kept secret, there would be no need to worry about Sauron finding it. The charm of loyalty requires a secret keeper to keep the secret of the ring deep within the secret keeper's soul. As long as the secret keeper does not betray it, no one else will know the contents of the secret. Is there anyone here who would like to be the secret keeper? Dewey then asked for everyone's opinions. The role of the confidant is crucial, but none of the people present are the type to leak secrets. Gandalf, Galadriel, Elrond, and Celeborn are the best choices, not only because they are powerful and wise, but also because they are righteous people. Therefore, Dewey didn't care who he chose as the confidant. However, he did not expect that the people he had chosen would exchange glances with each other in tacit understanding, and then unanimously turn their gazes to Dewey. Gandalf, in particular, spoke on behalf of the group, cheerfully saying, "We shouldn't trouble 2 people with one matter. None of us know much about the loyalty charm, so Jur, you should be the confidant." Me. Dewey was also taken aback. He never expected that the last few people would entrust him with the position of the confidant. Although it was somewhat unexpected, Dewey did not refuse. A confidant it is then. Anyway, he wasn't worried that anyone could force him to reveal the secret. Now that the decision had been made, Dewey began the formal confidentiality ceremony. There were 8 people present: Gandalf, Elrond, Galadriel, Celeborn, Bilbo, Legolas, Arwen, and Dewey himself. Dewey had Bilbo place the ring on the ground, and then everyone formed a circle around the ring, placing their hands together. He then placed his wand in everyone's hands and began chanting a spell. As the incantation was chanted, the tip of the staff trailed a silver-gray light which solidified upon landing, like a circle cast with moonlight, enveloping everyone within it. "Let this secret be kept in the box of the soul until the end," Dewey murmured his name and vow. As soon as he finished speaking, a point of silver light shot out from everyone within the circle of light, gathered together, and directly entered Dewey's body. Everyone felt a sudden emptiness in their hearts, as if some secret had been taken away. At the same time, the halo surrounding everyone instantly contracted, transforming into a thin ring that pierced into Dewey's heart. Dewey felt that something had been added to his soul, and only he had the key to unlock it. "All right, that's enough," Dewey said, putting away his wand. "Is that all?" Legolas asked in surprise. "You could try telling someone else," Dewey said with a smile. Legolas opened his mouth, trying to reveal the secrets of the One Ring, but found that some kind of restriction was binding him, preventing him from saying a single secret. Others, curious, also tried it, but like Legolas, they couldn't reveal the secret of the One Ring. "My lady, how are you feeling?" Gandalf asked Galadriel with a smile. Galadriel smiled brightly and nodded in praise, a very unique and magical contract magic. "It has hidden all the secrets about the One Ring in the hearts of all of us deep in Jur's soul. I don't think I can find a way to break it." The others were even more surprised and relieved to hear this. To receive such high praise from Lady Galadriel must mean that the One Ring was even safer. What happened next completely put everyone at ease. When the elf Haldir came to inform everyone that they could attend the banquet, he ignored the One Ring, which was placed on the table in front of him, as if he couldn't see it. Even when Celeborn specifically asked him what he saw on the table, Haldir shook his head, indicating that he didn't see anything. With the potential danger resolved, the atmosphere among the group became relaxed and pleasant. In the time that followed, everyone finally had time to immerse themselves in the beauty of Lorien. Here you'll find evergreen trees and grass, everlasting flowers, and golden mahogany trees. The Morris tree grows only in Valinor, the western Holy Land, except in Lorien, and is said to be associated with the Golden Tree, one of the two sacred trees. The Morris tree is not only tall and beautiful, but it is also a magical tree that contains magic power. In the eyes of the Dewey wand maker, it is simply the best material to make wands. If the wand masters of the magical world were to see this entire forest of Morris trees, they would be as happy as mice trapped in a rice jar. Speaking of wand making, Dewey has already started making wands for Alvin and the others these past few days. After all, one can only feel at ease if the debt is repaid as soon as possible. Upon hearing that Dewey was going to make a wand for Alvin, Galadriel immediately sent over a piece of moron core, taken from a branch of the tallest and largest moron tree where Galadriel and Celeborn lived. Dewey's eyes lit up as he looked at the 5-meter-long tree core. With such a long tree core, how many wands could be made? Moreover, as the oldest moron tree in Lorien, this piece of its core contains immense magical power, ensuring that any wand made from it will be incredibly powerful. Elrond gave Dewey an even bigger surprise, sending him a branch of the sacred white tree. According to Elrond, this branch was a piece he broke off from the first sacred white tree in the southern kingdom of Gondor. The branches were entirely white, and it was a mystery how Elrond preserved them, as they remained alive even after so long. Dewey was overjoyed to have come across two top-quality wand-making materials. He decided that while making wands for Alvin and the others, he could also make a few more wands for himself or give to others later. We could even consider replicating Ollivander's wand shop and making it the only wand shop in Middle-earth. Of course, obtaining the wands he makes cannot be bought with money alone. One must make a deal that satisfies Dewey. After all, he now receives a substantial reward for every wand he agrees to make for someone else. This is the value of a monopoly. Making a single wand and making a batch of wands don't actually take much time. Apart from some steps that require manual labor, the other steps can be done simultaneously. Therefore, the creation of wands for Arwen, Elrohir, Elladan, and Legolas was carried out simultaneously. To this end, Dewey also summoned Elohir and Elladan, who were staying in the valley, to Lorien to test their compatibility with the wand wood. For the next month, Dewey was busy making their wands. During this time, Dewey also asked Elrond to heal the injured wings of the dragon Smaug. Of course, no problem. I'm quite curious about the dragon you've tamed. Elrond readily agreed with a smile. To avoid Smaug frightening the elves of Lorien, Dai could not bring him into the forest, so Dewey and Elrond had no choice but to go outside the forest to find Smaug. Dewey handed the flying broom to Elrond to ride, while he himself transformed into Animagus and flew over. Elrond was very interested in the unique way of flying with a broomstick. After Dewey gave a simple explanation of how to fly, he quickly mastered the method and followed Dewey on his broomstick. Even in the less-than-elegant way of flying on a broomstick, Elrond is still a sight to behold, with graceful movements. Dewey could only sigh in admiration. Elves truly deserve to be called the most perfect race in this world. They can even ride a broomstick with such elegance. Flying over the golden forest, the two found Smaug, a giant dragon hunting outside the forest. Watching Smaug easily kill a bison and skillfully roast it with dragon fire. Elrond sighed deeply. I was worried that your trip to Lonely Mountain would anger the dragon and cause an even greater disaster, so I have always disapproved of Gandalf's plan. But unexpectedly, this trip to Lonely Mountain not only helped the dwarves reclaim Lonely Mountain, but also allowed you to tame a giant dragon. Djur, you've made history. Elrond looked at Djur, his eyes filled with admiration. Dragons are dark creatures created by Morgoth. They are cunning, violent, and ferocious. In ancient times, they followed Morgoth and brought misfortune and destruction. They were regarded as powerful and untamable creatures. But Djur, you have successfully tamed a dragon, something even Sauron failed to do. Dewey shook his head. Lord Elrond, you flatter me. I only managed to subdue the dragon by relying on a little magic. The greatest one is none other than your father, Eärendil. His feat of slaying the dragon Encheragan is truly awe-inspiring. Encheragan was the first winged dragon created by Morgoth and also the largest dragon in history. Legend has it that it was so large that it could block out the sun and was the most powerful dragon in history. During the War of Wrath, Morgoth's army was defeated by the Valor's forces, so he unleashed a legion of dragons led by Encheragan in a final stand. Ankara had just led the dragons to unleash lightning, storms, and fire, briefly driving back the Valor's army. At the critical moment, Eärendil, wearing the Silmaril, arrived in a spaceship and engaged in battle with the dragon Ankara. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, he finally killed it before dawn. Ankara just fell from the sky, destroying several mountains, which is enough to show how huge it is. Smaug the dragon was nothing but a shrimp in comparison, not worth mentioning at all. Hearing Dewey's praise, even though he knew it was just flattery, a smile still flashed in Elrond's eyes. Elrond's life was full of hardships. When he and his twin brother Elros were young, their people were attacked and slaughtered by enemies. Their mother committed suicide by jumping into the sea with the Silmaril. The two brothers were kidnapped and raised by the enemy. But as he grew up, Elrond chose to become an elf. while his brother Elroth chose to become a human, and he experienced the pain of losing a loved one once again. After meeting his beloved and starting a family with twins and a young daughter, his wife Celebrian was captured by Oak and suffered greatly. Although he was eventually rescued, he was exhausted both physically and mentally and had to travel across the ocean to Valinor to recuperate. Even after suffering so much hardship and separation, Elrond remains resilient and strong. Although his father Eärendil spent very little time with him, he was deeply influenced by him and continued to fight against evil. That said, Dewey and Elrond had just arrived at the side of the dragon Smaug. Smaug immediately launched into a tirade, complaining that Dewey was living the high life in Lorien, forgetting about him, the dragon. This left him miserable, exposed to the wind and rain while having to find food on his own. Looking at Elrond's surprised yet amused expression, Dewey was embarrassed for a moment, then snapped at him impatiently. "Shut up. I brought Lord Elrond here to heal your wings. If you keep talking nonsense, we're going straight back." Upon hearing Dewey's words, Smaug's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately shut his mouth. He had suffered enough from not being able to fly, but ever since his wings were pierced by the spear Egolos, the wounds had been difficult to heal, and even flapping his wings was extremely painful. Now that they hear there's a cure, they're naturally full of hope and dare not complain anymore. Elrond, watching the dragon interact with Dewey, chuckled and remarked, "Your dragon is quite interesting." "Just a stupid dragon, you've made a fool of yourself," Dewey said helplessly. Smaug was unconvinced, but after being glared at by Dai, he immediately shrank back and shut his mouth. After telling Smaug to lie still on the ground, the two went to the wound at the base of his wing. Elrond raised an eyebrow at the slow healing wound. A violent energy clings to the wound. No wonder it hasn't healed for so long, even with a dragon's self-healing abilities. But the wound looks familiar. Was it inflicted by the spear Egros? Although it was a question, Elrond's tone carried a sense of certainty. Dewey nodded and praised, "Lord Elrond's insight is always so sharp." Elrond shook his head. "It's just that I was impressed by the spear Egros." Elrond then took out a kingleaf vine he had picked from Galadriel's garden, and while chanting ancient Elvish, he rubbed it in his hands, then applied the kingleaf vine to Smaug's wound. Kingleaf, also known as King's Herb or Asuras, was brought to Middle-earth by the Númenóreans and is a very magical plant. It has slender leaves and emits a sweet, rich fragrance. More importantly, it has amazing healing properties, capable of healing wounds, delaying the effects of poison, and even blocking the influence of evil forces. During the War of the Ring, Aragorn used the kingleaf to heal Faramir, Eowyn, and Merry, who had been afflicted by the Ringwraith's dark energy. Of course, the wound on the dragon Smaug's wing was left by the spear Eglaus, and even the kingleaf could not completely heal it. Elrond used it only as a medium for treatment. The true healing power originates from Vaya, the ring of air worn on Elrond's hand. Unlike the ring of fire Nea, which inspires and relieves fatigue, the ring of air Vaya is for healing and protection. Thus, Elrond, with the help of Vaya, became the most powerful healer in Middle-earth. When Frodo was stabbed by the Ringwraith's mogul blade, it was Elrond who healed his wound with the power of the Ring of Air. Meanwhile, the wounds on Smaug's wings healed rapidly thanks to the effects of the Queen Leaf and the Ring of Air. Having healed his wound, Elrond withdrew his hand. "All right, the wound has healed. Now try flapping your wings." Upon hearing this, Smaug tentatively flapped his wings. When he felt no pain, his eyes lit up and he excitedly flapped his wings wildly, creating a gust of wind. "Ha, I can finally fly again." Dewey was nearly blown away by the gale, but he waved his hand to set up a magical barrier to protect himself and Elrond from the wind. Then in a fit of pique, he threw a spell at Smaug's head. Quiet down. Smaug was stunned by the sudden magic. Seeing the mess around him, he smiled sheepishly and quickly stopped. Seeing that Smaug could fly, Dai did not keep him there and allowed him to move freely. But before leaving, he repeatedly warned them not to cause trouble, especially not to plunder other people's treasures. "This guy's eyes are glued to gold like a dog's to a bone. He can't take them off." Dewey didn't want dwarves to come knocking on his door one day, saying that dragons had stolen their treasure. Upon hearing Dewey's order, Smaug's excitement immediately diminished and he became listless. Upon seeing this, Dewey was glad he had spoken up too soon. Otherwise, if this guy really robs and plunders him, it will be him who suffers damage to his reputation. After healing the dragon Smaug's wounds, Dai and Elrond did not linger and returned to Lorien. After thanking Elrond, Dewey, thinking it best not to trouble Elrond twice, shamelessly asked him to treat his other pet. Elrond was a good-natured man and nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, when he opened the space bag and saw the fledgling eagle inside, he was immediately surprised. "Is this a fledgling of the giant eagle clan?" Dewey nodded. "It was entrusted to me by the Eagle King. He was born weaker than his siblings and wouldn't live long if he stayed in the tribe, so he asked me to take him away and take care of him." Elrond understood, and after observing the fledgling eagle in the pouch that was looking up at them and chirping for a while, he understood. Then, with a look of pity, he said, "Poor little guy, he is indeed born with a deficiency, and coupled with long-term malnutrition, his body is very weak. If he is not properly cared for, he may not be able to fly even when he reaches adulthood. but I think it's lucky for him to have met you. He seems to be doing well these days and has recovered quite a bit. By the way, what's his name? Zorando. His name is Zorando, Dewey replied. Thorando. Elrond looked at him in surprise, the name of the King of Eagles. It seems you have high hopes for him. Dewey released Zorando along with the massive eagle's nest, gently stroking the head that nuzzled against him. He shook his head and said, I don't expect him to achieve anything. I just hope that the name of Zorando will bless him and allow him to soar freely in the sky like his ancestors. Lord Elrond, your medical skills are unmatched in the Middle Kingdom. Could you possibly cure Sorendor's congenital deficiency? Elrond nodded. That's not a problem, but he'll need some time to recover, so you'll need to send him to the valley for a while. I hope you're prepared. Upon hearing this, Dewey was overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. The best news would be if it could be cured. Once things are settled here, I will bring Zorando to the valley to bother you. After Elrond healed the dragon's smog and resolved the problem of the fledgling eagle Zorando, Dewey continued to busy himself with the wand matter. Once the 5 wand shafts were finished, Dai carefully inserted the prepared wand cores one by one into the small holes at the ends of the wands and used turpentine resin as an adhesive to bond the wand shafts and cores together. After final sanding and polishing, the 5 finished magic wands were completely formed. Looking at the 5 ornate magic wands of different lengths and colors, Dewey was filled with a sense of accomplishment. When the moon is on, Dewey placed the 5 wands under the moonlight, pointed at them with his own wand, and chanted complex and lengthy incantations. The moonlight in the sky seemed to be drawn in, converging into silvery radiance that was absorbed into the 5 magic wands. The 5 wands seemed to come alive, with barely audible magical fluctuations emanating from them like a heartbeat. Not far away, Arwen, Elrohir, Elladan, and Legolas all waited expectantly for their wands. Gandalf, Galadriel, and the others watched quietly from the sidelines. After completing the final wand awakening ritual, Dewey called Alvin and the others over. Come and choose your partners. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly walked over, looking expectantly at the 5 wands placed on the table in front of them. Who wants to go first? Dewey asked with a smile, looking at the expressions on their faces. However, before they could make a decision, they looked directly at Alvin and said, Ladies first, Your Highness Alvin, please go first. Elohir and the other 2 looked at each other, wondering why they were being asked if they had already made up their minds. Alvin stepped forward first, looked at the 5 wands in front of her and couldn't help but ask, Which one is mine? Dewey smiled and shook his head, saying mysteriously, We'll only know if we try. He then handed her one of the wands. 15 inches Morris core wand, the core of which is a single hair of Lady Galadriel. Alvin took the wand and looked at him nervously. What should I do? Give it a try. Upon hearing this, Alvin immediately waved her wand, which emitted a beam of white light. Alvin was overjoyed, thinking that this was her wand, but Dewey snatched the wand from her hand and shook his head. It's almost there, but the length is wrong. Then he handed out another wand. Alvin 1/4 inches, the Morris core wand, the crest of a giant eagle. Alvin took the wand and waved it, instantly creating a gentle breeze that scattered her long black hair. She looked at Dewey for help, feeling that this one might work too. However, Dewey shook his head and took it back. It's still not quite there. Try this one, 15 inches, Morris core, Lady Galadriel's hair. Forget about this one. Before giving it to Alvin, Dewey took the wand back. Under Alvin's questioning gaze, Dewey finally handed her a shorter, unique, snow-white wand. This is it 9.5 inches long from the scent white tree with a core made from a single hair of Lady Galadriel. As soon as Alvin took the wand, she felt as if it had become an extension of her hand, and she instantly fell into a wonderful state. The moonlight in the sky seemed to be drawn to her, reflecting off the twilight star necklace hanging on her chest. Others who witnessed this were also very surprised. Galadriel beamed with joy, happy for Alvin. Alvin received her own wand and happily went to show it to her father and grandmother. Dewey then looked at the remaining 3 male elves and beckoned them all over. Then, to the astonishment of the 3, a wand was clearly handed to each of them. Come, Elohil and Your Highness Elladan, both of your wands are made of 15-inch Moron cores, and the cores are made of Lady Galadriel's hair. This 12.25-inch wand with a tortoise core and a giant eagle feather core is yours, Legolas. The 3 of them were somewhat bewildered when Dewey simply shoved the item into their hands. Jur, don't we need to be tested like Alwyn? Legolas asked, puzzled. Dewey shook his head, looking completely at ease. What's there to test? I already adapted them for you before, so of course I already know which wands suit you best. Then why did you test Alvin just now? Girls should be treated better, given more choices, Dewey casually made up. Is he going to say that he's going through Ollivander's wand selection process? However, the 3 male elves were not easily fooled, and they immediately looked at him with suspicion. Elladan and Elohir, in particular, immediately looked at Dewey with wary expressions. It's like watching a little thief eyeing their precious possession. The elves have very keen hearing. Elrond, not far away, squinted and scrutinized Dewey, seemingly trying to determine whether what he said was true or false. Celeborn also looked sharply at Dewey. Galadriel looked at Dewey with a meaningful smile. Dewey instinctively felt a chill and immediately met their eyes. No, have you misunderstood something? Dewey thought to himself. In any case, Dewey finally paid back the wand he owed. In addition to the wands of Alvin and the others, Dewey also made an extra wand. It is a 12-inch long wand made from the core of a Morris tree and a hair of Lady Galadriel. This is the second spare wand that Dewey prepared for himself. This wand is perfect for casting white magic, and because its core is made from Lady Galadriel's hair, it can ward off darkness and protect the soul when held in one's hand. The only drawback is that you can't use this wand to cast dark magic. With the wand finished, Lorien's mission for this trip was practically complete. However, he did not intend to leave immediately, because Gandalf wanted to forge a staff that was his own. The final choice for the staff was Moron core, which was the remaining part of the core that Galadriel had given them earlier. The tree core was 5 meters long, and after making wands for Elrohir, Elladan, Legolas, and Dewey himself, it still had more than 3 meters left, more than enough to make a staff. When Gandalf was making the staff for Dewey, the elven craftsman also helped. Dewey watched from the sidelines. The elven craftsmen possessed exquisite skills and first-class aesthetic taste. Under their carving, a staff with perfect appearance and smooth overall shape gradually took shape. The elven craftsmen carved exquisite and natural patterns and vines along the grain of the wood and outlined elven runes with fine mithril threads. Gandalf, meanwhile, held the Elessar emerald, the core of his staff, in his hands and chanted incantations continuously. The gemstone was activated, emitting a jade-like luster that warmed everyone who was touched by it, like the spring sun. The top of the staff was carved by an elven craftsman into a hollowed-out shape resembling the closed leaves of a mammoth. Gandalf took the staff in his hand, and as he chanted the incantation, the tarantula leaves on the staff head opened. He placed the Eliza emerald inside, carefully adjusted and installed it, and then the carved tarantula leaves closed automatically, firmly setting the gem inside. Having done all this, Gandalf held the staff in his hand, examined it carefully, and then nodded in satisfaction. He then handed the staff to Dewey, who was already looking impatient, and said with a smile, "This is your staff. Try it on and see if it fits." Dewey eagerly accepted the staff, his face beaming as he looked at the magnificent instrument. The staff was about 6 feet long, or 82 meters, roughly the same height as him. It was golden brown all over, with smooth lines and mysterious silver runes and lifelike floral vines carved on it. The leaf-shaped openwork at the top of the staff is inlaid with emeralds that shimmer with the light of jade, as if they contain endless mysteries. The staff is naturally elegant, revealing the craftsmanship of the elves. Lumos, Dewey cast a spell with his staff, channeling magic into the gem. The gem instantly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating Karasgirthan so brightly that it could be seen even outside the Lorien forest. Dewey was very pleased. A staff is different from a magic wand. A magic wand is pointed inwards, and its main function is to channel the magic power inside, thereby achieving a magical effect. With the staff pointing outwards, the wizard communicates with the magic in nature through the staff, thereby achieving the purpose of casting powerful magic. More importantly, the gem at the core of the staff is not only an amplifier, but also a reservoir that can continuously inject magic power into it, thus unleashing a burst of immense power at once. Of course, this does not mean that a staff is better than a wand. The wand is easy to use. It's like a stable water pipe that can continuously and steadily output the water from the reservoir of magic, allowing you to freely control the flow of the water. But the staff is like a sluice gate. Once the gate is open, the floodwaters are raging and incredibly powerful, but they are not easy to control. Moreover, casting spells takes longer and is not suitable for emergency situations. Therefore, wands are suitable for spells that require precision and finesse. Staffs, on the other hand, are suitable for casting large-scale, high-powered spells. "Congratulations, Jur, you now have a staff and are a true wizard in black," Gandalf said with a smile. "I have to thank you, Gandalf, Lady Galadriel, and the elven craftsman," Dai said, leaning on his staff with gratitude in his eyes. "Without your gifts and help, I would not have been able to have such a fine staff." Gandalf smiled and shook his head. "You make me a wand, and I'll make you a staff. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, so there's no need to be polite." "All right, now that you have a staff, you should be aware of its limitations, right?" Dewey nodded, his brows furrowing slightly. "I feel that when using a staff, magic is not as easy to control as when casting spells with a wand. It's fine if you cast spells all at once, but if you want to continuously cast spells, it is very mentally taxing." Gandalf agreed. The essence of a staff is that it allows a wizard to communicate with the forces of nature and thus unleash powerful magic. After all, human strength has its limits, and no matter how strong one person is, it cannot compare to the entire world. To communicate with the forces of nature, one must possess great spiritual power, that is, a powerful soul. A powerful soul? Dewey was taken aback. This touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. The magic in the Harry Potter world only teaches how to cast spells. As for magic related to the soul, that is forbidden. The three unforgivable curses are the killing curse, which takes away the soul, the crucifixion, which tortures the soul, and the imperious curse, which controls the soul. Without exception, any magic involving the soul falls into the most evil realm of black magic. Once someone is discovered to be researching souls, their fate is to be imprisoned in Azkaban. Gandalf truly considered Dewey one of his own, so he revealed the secrets of this world without reservation. Dear, you must know that the soul is the foundation. A powerful soul can perceive the world, influence matter, and communicate with the forces of nature. Ancient elves like Lady Galadriel and Lord Elrond have accumulated enough wisdom and knowledge over the long years, their souls honed to be strong and indestructible. Therefore, even without staffs, they could cast spells far more powerful than wizards. If you want to gain greater power or even better control over the staff, then make your soul stronger. Upon hearing Gandalf's words, Dai frowned. Then how can we strengthen our soul? Elves possess eternal life and can slowly refine their souls by enduring the passage of time. But he was just a wizard, and not even a wizard like Gandalf, who was disguised as a Mayor. His lifespan was limited, and he didn't have that much time. Gandalf gave a mysterious smile, as if he had been prepared all along. There are many ways to make your soul stronger. One is like the elves, who can accumulate enough wisdom and knowledge over long years to break the shackles of their souls and become powerful. This method is the simplest and safest, but the downside is that unless you have the time of an elf, you can accumulate enough knowledge and wisdom. Upon hearing this, Dewey immediately ruled out that option in his mind. He doesn't have that much time, nor can he spend thousands of years slowly strengthening his soul. However, he was not in a hurry and continued to listen to Gandalf's story. Both of them have gone through various hardships which have tempered their spirit and will, thus giving them an indomitable soul. Experiencing the terror of life and death is especially transformative for the soul. Take, for example, the Golden Flower Lord Glorfindel. After slaying the Balrog, he was reborn, his soul becoming purer, possessing power comparable to the Mayor. Upon hearing this, Dewey immediately shook his head inwardly. This method sounds extremely dangerous and completely unreliable. One wrong move and you could lose your life. After all, not everyone can be given a second chance like Glorfindel by Vera. Gandalf seemed to have read Dai's mind and smiled as he offered a third method. Thirdly, meditation is the method I recommend that's most suitable for you. Meditation? Dewey asked in surprise. Yes, it's meditation. Meditation can temper one's spirit and will. Although it's not as effective as going through life and death, it's much faster than slowly accumulating knowledge and wisdom, Gandalf explained. This is the little trick I told you about before, the one I'd give you once you had the staff. Then how do you meditate? Meditation is neither difficult nor easy. Simply put, it's about clearing your mind of all distractions and letting your mind go blank or focusing on just one thing. In my spare time, I go to the Hall of Flames in the valley to meditate. You also need meditation. Dewey was surprised. After all, Gandalf was the Mayor with an incredibly powerful soul, so why would he need to meditate? Gandalf, as if knowing what he was thinking, said meaningfully, meditation is never the exclusive domain of one type of person, Jur. Even the great Veras need to meditate. It's just a matter of how deep their meditation is. All right, now let's get back to how to meditate, Gandalf said. In fact, you already have a method of meditation, and it's far better than I could have imagined. You just haven't realized it yet. I already have a meditation method, Dewey asked in surprise and confusion. He couldn't remember when he had a meditation method. Have you forgotten the piece of music Tom Bombadil taught you? You're saying that piece of music is a meditation. Dewey's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Dewey always used that music to evoke positive emotions and dispel the negative emotional effects of black magic. In addition, if this musical spell is performed before casting the Guardian spell will become stronger. Surprisingly, Gandalf described this piece of music, which he used as an auxiliary instrument, as a meditation piece. Gandalf nodded. There are many kinds of meditation. Some people meditate, some pray, some recite poems and scriptures, some walk. The piece that Bombadil taught you is a very effective way of meditation, but you have never studied it in depth. Upon hearing Gandalf's words, Dewey felt a little embarrassed. Wouldn't you say that he's putting the cart before the horse, picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon? Unexpectedly, the musical magic he had always used to dispel negative emotions turned out to be a meditation method that could cultivate the soul. There's always a feeling of having a treasure trove but not knowing it. Now that he knew the true value of the magic of music, Dewey naturally wouldn't ignore it anymore, and immediately asked Gandalf how to meditate through music. Gandalf was generous in his teachings and also taught him another method of meditation, burning herbs such as sage, cedarwood, sandalwood, and wormwood, to relax the mind and body with the aroma of the herbs and enter the state of no thought in meditation. In this method, the aroma of herbs acts as an anchor, allowing one to enter a deep state of meditation amidst the swirling smoke. This is a meditation method devised by Gandalf. He often burned tobacco in a pipe and entered a state of no thought while smoking, gaining inspiration and wisdom. More importantly, this meditation method can be combined with Dewey's music meditation to achieve better meditation results. Dai was very grateful for Gandalf's selfless teaching. He spent over a week crafting a faster flying broom from turquoise and gave it to Gandalf. This gift, though not even a fraction of what he could possibly give back to Gandalf, was the best he could think of at the moment. Gandalf was very pleased with Dewey's gift and immediately rode his flying broomstick over the Lorien forest, causing the elves in the forest below to look up frequently. On this day, Dewey found Galadriel. He took out the fruit of the sacred white tree that Thranduil had given him. "Lady Galadriel, do you know any way to make the seeds of this sacred white tree sprout and grow?" Galadriel's eyes flashed with interest as she took the fruit and examined it in her hand. "I didn't expect you to have a descendant of Ninglios. I thought that apart from the fruit that Isildur kept, the sacred white tree of Númenor Island had no more left. This was a gift from His Majesty Thranduil, who traveled to Númenor and picked this fruit," Thranduil explained. Galadriel understood, and then, like a gentle breeze, she gracefully stepped across the grass, her trailing moon-white robe brushing against the blades of grass, and walked toward the garden. Dewey quickly followed. Galadriel came to the silver basin in the garden, dipped the fruit into it, and it was submerged by the stream. "The fruit is ancient and has been thirsty for a long time. Let it soak here for 3 days until it is fully hydrated before you come back to take it. Then you put it together with the light of Eärendil, let it absorb the light, and then bury it in unpolluted soil, and it will sprout." "I understand, thank you, madam." Dewey's eyes lit up as she thanked Galadriel happily. "I didn't expect Lady Galadriel to provide a way to induce childbirth so quickly. And the light of Eärendil that I gave him before actually has such a use." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dewey retrieved the sacred white tree fruit, which had been fully saturated with water, and placed it together with the light of Eärendil. He planned to plant it on the summit of Fengyan Peak when he returned. The sacred white tree was created by the plant goddess Yavanna herself. Although the one in Dewey's hand is a 4th-generation sacred white tree, it still possesses extraordinary magic. According to Lady Galadriel, the white tree has a certain connection with nature, and its growth and flourishing have a positive impact on the surrounding natural environment, promoting plant growth, animal health, and making the surrounding environment prosperous. Moreover, the holy white tree can weaken evil forces. Wherever its roots spread, shadow magic will be suppressed, and even land contaminated by dark magic will be purified. At the same time, the juice extracted from the leaves or fruits of the holy white tree can heal injuries and illnesses. It can not only repair physical wounds, but also alleviate the pain of the mind being corrupted by darkness, and has a certain purifying effect on poisoning and curses. This is why the holy white tree is targeted by dark creatures. The demon king Sauron then went to great lengths to entice the Númenor people to cut down the sacred white tree Ninloth, and later conquered Minas Ithil, burning down the first sacred white tree in Gondor. After spending nearly 2 months in Lorien, Dewey and the others began their return journey. When they parted, Galadriel gave Legolas a longbow made from the heartwood of a mammoth tree, with strands of her hair incorporated into the bowstring, giving it perfect accuracy. "Give Bilbo a gray wooden box containing soil from Galadriel's gardens, which will make Bilbo's gardens flourish. This is a gift that Bilbo asked for himself." Galadriel also gave him a kiss on the forehead, a kiss imbued with blessing power that purified and dispelled the corrupting influence of the ring within Bilbo. When it was Dewey's turn, he asked Galadriel for a seed of the Moron tree. He plans to plant the seeds of the Moras tree and the fruit of the sacred white tree together, creating a budget version of the twin sacred trees to add a unique landscape to Fengyan Peak. Lady Galadriel also found Dai's idea interesting and granted his request. They also gave him a jar of stream water in a silver basin so that the Molong tree could grow. This time, Dewey and the others did not ride the dragon again, but instead teleported directly to the valley via the fireplace. As for the dragon Smaug, who is now able to fly, Dewey let him cross the misty mountains to catch up on his own. Apart from Galadriel and Celeborn, who remained in Lorien, everyone else arrived in the valley via Floo Powder, including Alvin. Now that the fireplaces of Lorien and the valley are connected, and there is no longer any distance barrier, Alwyn can travel freely between the two places and live with her father and brothers in the valley, as well as her grandparents in Lorien. With so many people being transported at once, Dewey's Floo Powder inventory is running low. Dewey is preparing to start making a batch of Floo Powder. The main ingredient in phyllo powder is moonstone, which is favored by Pokémon because it emits a hazy moonlight. Knowing that Dewey needed moonstone, Elrond sent a large quantity of moonstone. Looking at the perfectly crafted moonstones, Dewey could only repeatedly refuse such an extravagant act. He couldn't bring himself to use moonstone of such low quality just to make phyllo powder. Upon seeing this, Elrond then sent over a batch of moonstone rough of average quality, saying that he could have as many as he wanted. So Dewey began making Floo powder in the valley. At the same time, he entrusted the fledgling eagle Zorando to Elrond for treatment. Meanwhile, Arwen and Aragorn finally met. In the original timeline, the two first met after Aragorn had come of age. But this time, Alvin met an 11-year-old kid. So there was no such thing as love at first sight. As the adopted son of his father Elrond, Arwen treated him only as a younger brother. On Dewey's side, there was plenty of moonstone material to make flue powder. As for the remaining spider silk and snake fangs, Dewey used the spider silk of the giant spider, which was more effective than ordinary spider silk. As for snake fangs, Dewey didn't have a source, so he went to find them himself. He simply flew to the ogre forest outside the valley, summoned a group of venomous snakes using parsnip, and then obtained a bag full of snake fangs. The snakes were left only with tears in their eyes, for they had all lost a fang. They were too afraid to speak in front of their prey, fearing ridicule. After spending half a month in the valley, Dewey finally produced a full barrel of flue powder, enough to last him a long time. To express his gratitude for Elrond's help, Dewey specially gifted a large bottle of flue powder. The fledgling eagle, Zorando, who was entrusted to Elrond for treatment, has had his congenital deficiency completely cured. Now he only needs to be well cared for, and in the future he will be able to soar in the sky like the other giant eagles. The dragon Smaug was already outside the valley, wreaking havoc on the trolls in the troll forest. After that, he formally bid farewell to Elrond. Gandalf, Bilbo, and Legolas were teleported directly to Windrise via the fireplace. As for the dragon Smaug, he continued his miserable journey to Windrise. As green flames flickered in the fireplace inside Amonsur Tower, this tower, which had been uninhabited for a long time, finally saw people come to visit again. Tui, tui, tui. As soon as they came out, they were covered in ash from the fireplace. Cleaned up completely, Dewey quickly cast a spell on himself and his companions. After cleaning up, Dewey looked at the empty tower and exclaimed, "Finally back." He then waved his wand and began to clean the dust around him. Legolas looked up at the tower and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the Tower of Amonthal? It's said to have been destroyed by the Witch King of Angmar's army 1,000 years ago. How did you manage to do that, Dewar?" Gandalf sat down on the sofa with practiced ease and said to Legolas with a smile, "That's the magic of Dewar's magic. You didn't see how he restored Amonsur to his original state in just a few breaths. The scene was absolutely breathtaking." Upon arriving here, Bilbo completely relaxed and couldn't wait to go outside the tower to enjoy the scenery. Whirlwind sweep. After clearing the first floor, Dewey looked at the dozens of floors above and cast a spell. In an instant, a small tornado formed inside the tower, starting from the first floor staircase and automatically sweeping towards the second floor, then gradually moving upwards, carrying away the dust from each floor. The tornado continued all the way to the top observation deck, carrying thick dust as it burst out of the tower and drifted far away. Legolas was surprised by what he saw, but then became excited. "Dewar, your magic is amazing." Seeing Legolas's longing expression, Dewey smiled. "Want to learn? I'll teach you. However, from now on, the cleaning of the tower will be your responsibility." Legolas nodded without hesitation. "No problem. He was just cleaning. He actually got to learn Dewey's magic. That's a win for him." Just then, Bilbo rushed in from outside, looking somewhat excited. "Dewar, come out and take a look." "What's wrong, Bilbo?" Dewey asked curiously. Gandalf and Legolas also looked on with curiosity. Bilbo exclaimed excitedly, "I see a village down the mountain, right next to Mosquito Marsh." They heard Bilbo say that a village had appeared at the foot of the mountain. Dewey was greatly surprised. He remembered that the area around Fengyunding used to be deserted. He immediately went out with Bilbo, with Gandalf and Legolas following closely behind. The scenery near Fengyunding remains unchanged. As the highest hill in the surrounding area, the Wenshi marshland below and the east-west avenue are clearly visible. Between Mosquito Marsh and the east-west avenue, in the area adjacent to Mosquito Marsh, a village appeared at some unknown time. Smoke curled from the village chimneys, and figures could be vaguely seen. Standing atop the hill, gazing at the village in the distance, Dewey was filled with doubt. When did these people gather here? Gandalf was also surprised for a moment, then smiled and prompted, "Have you forgotten the villagers we rescued in the Troll Forest?" Dewey certainly remembered. The problem is that he had previously distributed a portion of the ogre's treasure to the villagers, which was enough for them to live a comfortable life anywhere. The journey from the ogre forest to the vicinity of Wind and Cloud Peak involves traversing a vast and desolate wilderness. One must not only worry about wild beasts and bandits, but also about the appearance of orcs, making it a truly arduous journey. Even after arriving at Fengyun Peak, there was no place to eat or stay. If you want to stay here, you'll have to start from scratch. In Dewey's mind, these villagers would either continue westward and live in the town of Barry, or go down the Kenquin River under the last bridge to live in the human kingdom to the south, instead of clearing land near Fengyun Peak. "Since it's a question, let's find out. Let's go down the mountain and see our new neighbors," Dewey said. Instead of taking the easy way out by riding flying brooms, the group simply walked slowly down the mountain. However, seeing the path overgrown with weeds and thorns and not paved, Dewey silently decided to build a road later. "Otherwise, the place where I live doesn't even have a decent road, which is rather shabby." Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, the first place we encountered was Mosquito Marsh. The Mosquito Marsh covers a vast area, almost entirely extending from the southwest of the Wind and Cloud Hills to the town of Bewley. It is a huge swamp. Dewey looked at the swamp and began to make plans. He thought that he could hire someone to dig up the swamp and turn it into a lake, just like the Black Lake at Hogwarts. If you want to go to Fengyunding, you can take a boat across the lake or cross the high bridge. Transform Fengyunding into a fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. After bypassing the mosquito-infested marshland, Dewey and his companions arrived at the village near the swamp. The appearance of strangers alerted the villagers, but when they saw that Dewey and his group were coming from the direction of Fengyun Peak and saw Dewey's appearance, the villagers quickly went from being wary to being suspicious. A boy dressed in simple linen clothes suddenly rushed out from the crowd. He approached Dewey and the others, his face beaming with surprise and excitement, and said, "Wizard Dewey, you're back." Dewey looked at the boy in front of him and quickly recalled the events in his mind. "You are Edward." The boy nodded, excited and honored. "It's me, Wizard Dewey. You've returned, haven't you?" Dewey nodded and asked the question that had been bothering him. "How did you get here? And what's the situation with this village and these villagers?" "After you and Gandalf saved us and gave us money, most of us chose to walk west along the road, wanting to live in your land," young Edward said with excitement and admiration. "The journey was just too long. We even encountered a group of orcs on the way, and we almost thought we were going to die," Edward said, his face still showing lingering fear. Upon hearing this, Dewey and Gandalf immediately frowned. They never expected that these villagers would encounter orcs. Had the orcs already ravaged the wasteland? And then, Dewey continued to ask, "Later we encountered a group of rangers who quickly killed the orcs. When they heard that we had been rescued by you and the wizard Gandalf, they sent 2 of the rangers to escort us here." Edward explained, "Oh, by the way, the leader of that group of rangers said he knew you. He said his name was Alpha." Alpha? Dewey was surprised to hear this, not expecting that it was Alpha and the other Dunedin people who saved the villagers. Subsequently, at Edward's warm invitation, Dewey and his 3 companions were welcomed into the village. Dai recognized some of the villagers. They were the people Dai and Gandalf had saved, but there is still a small group of people that Dewey has never met. According to Edward's explanation, these people were people from the surrounding area who had heard of the black-robed wizard Dewar and came here specifically to seek his protection. Today, the name of Dewar in the Black Robe is widely known throughout the Iliado region. In this era, if the lower classes had no one to protect them, they would either be robbed by bandits, oppressed and exploited by the powerful, or even attacked by orcs, ogres, and so on. Their lives were precarious and their survival was extremely difficult. Therefore, finding a lord who can provide protection, especially a benevolent one, is a dream come true for the common people. Dewar's deeds in helping the hobbits defend against the tree invasion, dealing with the wraiths of the ancient mound, and rescuing the villagers captured by the ogres have long been known throughout the wasteland, and he has become a kind and compassionate figure in the hearts of many. According to Edward, these people who came to join him were just the first group of people who were closest to him, and more people would come to join him later. There are now more than 300 people in the village. If more people come, the village will have to be expanded and transformed into a small town. Dewey was also surprised when he heard this news. The villagers had all gathered around, and those who had been rescued by Dewey and Gandalf were now looking at Dewey with surprise and excitement. They traveled thousands of miles to settle here, hoping to gain Dewey's protection and no longer live in constant fear. But Dewey hadn't come back for a while, and I felt empty and uneasy. Now that Dewey is back, they feel like they have a pillar of support and can finally relax completely. The villagers who came to seek refuge looked at Dewey from afar with awe and trepidation, cautiously not daring to approach, fearing that Dewey would reject them. Dewey looked at the villagers and asked, "Who is your village chief now?" A tall, thin, middle-aged man stepped forward and said respectfully, "Lord Dewar, I am Luke, elected by the villagers to temporarily manage village affairs, but the real village chief still needs to be appointed by you." Dewey looked at the respectful but composed middle-aged man with some curiosity. "You don't seem to be someone I saved. Where did you come from before?" Luke bowed. "Sir, I used to live in Breetown." Dewey was genuinely surprised. "You used to live in Berrytown, then why are you here?" Located at the intersection of the East-West Avenue and the North-South Avenue, Bree is a bustling commercial town with convenient transportation. There's nothing here at Fengyun Peak. What happened to this man named Luke? Faced with Dewey's question, Luke dared not hide the truth. "My lord, I am the son of the former mayor of Barry. Because I have a grudge against the current mayor, I heard that you have established your territory here, so I came here to seek your protection." The moment Dewey's gaze met Luke's, he instantly understood the reason for the matter from Luke's memories and immediately looked away. It was nothing more than grudges arising from a change of power. Dewey had little interest in such matters. However, Luke, as the son of the previous mayor, is indeed a capable person. Upon arriving, he quickly gained the villagers' approval and organized them to build houses, establishing a complete village from scratch. They even started doing business with passing merchants. Such a talented person will achieve great things wherever they go. Now that he was certain the other party hadn't come with any ulterior motives and was a capable person, Dewey nodded directly. Since you have gained the villagers' approval, then you can continue to serve as the village chief and manage affairs. Upon hearing this, Luke couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Although he had appeared calm and composed, he was still uneasy and unsure of Dewey's impression of him. If Dewey has a bad impression of him, even if he gains the approval of the villagers, he can still decide whether to stay or leave with a single word. Luke immediately knelt down on one knee and solemnly swore an oath. I, Luke Thompson, in the name of the gods, swear allegiance to the great Lord of Amoncerter, the Tree Slayer, the Slayer of Corpses, the Ogre Killer, the Nemesis of Orcs, Lord Dewey. Upon seeing Luke's actions, the other villagers immediately knelt down, swearing allegiance to Dewey, becoming his subjects and accepting his rule. Dewey was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He immediately waved his hand and said, I don't need your loyalty. You can stay here if you want. I can guarantee that you won't be harmed here. Upon hearing this, Luke and the other villagers were stunned, their movements frozen, their expressions uneasy and apprehensive. Gandalf looked at the uneasy villagers and sighed. He then advised Dewey, accept their allegiance. Only when they become your subjects can they live here in peace. After listening to Gandalf's words and seeing the villagers' expectant yet apprehensive expressions, Dewey also felt a bit of a headache. Well, he really doesn't understand the thought processes of people in this world. He has already promised to let the villagers live here and assured them of protection, so why is he being asked to rule them? Are you even uneasy if you don't agree? Seeing this, he had no choice but to nod and accept the villagers' loyalty. Upon hearing that Dewey had agreed, the villagers were overjoyed, as if they had finally found a place to belong. Thus, the villagers became the first inhabitants of Dewey. All villagers could address Dewey as my lord as a sign of respect and submission. Gandalf, Bilbo, and Legolas, who witnessed this scene, all immediately congratulated Dewey. Congratulations, Dewey, you are now a lord with subjects. Gandalf congratulated him with a smile. Yes, Dewey, should I start calling you lord from now on? Bilbo joked excitedly, while also feeling thrilled and happy to have a lord as a friend. Legolas didn't speak, but he had a big smile on his face. Luke, who was appointed as the first village chief by Dewey, took this opportunity to ask Dewey a question. Sir, our village has not yet been officially named. Would you have the honor of giving it a name? The other villagers also looked expectantly at Dewey. Dewey did not refuse. He thought for a moment and said, then let's call it Hogsmeade Village. He had previously renamed Amoncerter to Hogwarts, so this village near Hogwarts should be given a corresponding name. Thus, a village called Hogsmeade was officially created, and in the future, it will become the most famous place name in the Erebor region and even the entire Middle-earth. Having accepted these villagers as his subjects, Dewey could not remain silent. He simply waved his wand, and countless stones automatically piled up to form walls, and timber automatically assembled. Amidst the villagers' awe and reverence, houses were automatically erected, and stones surrounded the village, forming a high and thick stone wall. Before long, a village resembling a small fortress appeared before everyone. Dewey stopped casting the spell and nodded in satisfaction. This was a public display of his divine power and a welcoming gift, but he will never come again. It is said that a small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. He did not want the villagers to develop a habit of dependence and want to get everything they want without working, relying on magic. After all, he was only responsible for protecting the villagers, not acting as a babysitter. Just as the villagers were awestruck by Dewey's magic, a deafening roar echoed from the distant sky. Everyone was drawn to the sound and looked over. As the black dot drew ever closer in the sky, the villagers were initially puzzled, but soon their expressions turned to terror. A dragon, it's a giant dragon. The villagers were terrified, their faces turning ashen. They had only heard of dragon legends and stories, but now they saw one in person for the first time and they were terrified. Quickly hide. Take cover. Luke, the village chief, was also very nervous and scared, but he still immediately shouted a reminder to the villagers. They saw Dewey and the others still standing in the same spot, looking up calmly at the giant dragon flying in from afar. Despite his fear, Luke quickly shouted to Dewey, Sir, the dragon is coming. Let's hide. Upon hearing this, Dewey and Gandalf exchanged a glance, both showing approval. Dewey had no intention of frightening the villagers. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached every villager's ears. Don't be afraid, that dragon is my mount, it won't harm you. Upon hearing Dewey's words, all the villagers were somewhat incredulous. After all, that was a legendary dragon. However, the dragon didn't keep them waiting long. It swooped down, its massive wings whipping up a fierce wind, and landed outside the village. Just as the villagers were looking at the enormous dragon in fear. The dragon complained to Dewey, Master, you teleported back so easily, but I had to fly all the way from the ogre forest. My stomach is growling with hunger. Then his gaze fell on the villagers who looked fearful, and his eyes darted around, a hint of mockery flashing across them. These are the snacks you prepared for me, Master. Upon hearing the dragon's words, the villagers gasped, their fear and unease intensifying. Seeing this, Dewey said irritably, "Shut up, or I'll confiscate all that treasure and make you sleep on the floor. And these are all my subjects, they must not be disrespectful." "Ah, so you are the master's people." Smog's attitude changed drastically in an instant. He tried to be more friendly and spoke to the villagers with a smile. "I am Smog, the Golden Dragon and Lord of Wealth. If you ever encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, just call me, and I will lead you to burn them all down and plunder them." Even though Smog tried to smile kindly, the menacing dragon head still terrified the villagers, who looked to Dewey for help. Dewey was so angry at Smog that his teeth ached. He knew that the stupid dragon wouldn't say anything nice. The shining image he had intended to cultivate in the hearts of the villagers was thus ruined. If outsiders heard him constantly talking about burning and looting, they would probably think that Fengyun Peak was a bandit's den. With this stupid dragon around, Dewey couldn't stay any longer. He had to settle the guy down first. After saying goodbye to the villagers, the group rode off on the giant dragon. Only the villagers remained, staring wide-eyed as the giant dragon flew towards the top of Fengyun Peak. But contrary to Dewey's fear of damaging his image, the villagers were immediately excited after their initial fear. That's a dragon. Their lord actually owns a dragon mount. Possessing a dragon means being powerful and not to be trifled with. As citizens of Dwarf, they no longer need to worry about anyone daring to offend or invade this place. They can even proudly proclaim that their lord is the great Lord of Dragons. Dewey, however, was unaware of the villagers' thoughts. Smog quickly led them to land on the top of the clouds. Dewey had already come up with a plan for Smog's placement. He deliberately rode his flying broom to the cliff on the back of Fengyun Peak, used the thunder explosion spell to blast a huge hole in the cliff, and then kept opening it up until he reached the bottom of the tower, connecting to the cellar on the first basement floor of the tower. The cellar was already quite spacious, and with the expansion of the unseen stretch charm, it became large enough to accommodate the size of the dragon Smog. Smog could enter the cellar directly through a hole in the cliff. Smog looked at the empty cellar and then looked at Dewey with anticipation and longing. "Master, quickly pour out all the treasure. I can't sleep at all without treasure to make my bed." Dewey had no intention of teasing him. He opened the money bag containing the treasure of Lonely Mountain, flew into the air on a broomstick, and poured it out. A golden river surged forth from the money bag space, instantly crashing down on the ground. Smog's eyes lit up when he saw the gold coins, and he happily bathed in the waterfall of gold and silver. The sound of the gold coins clinking was like heavenly music, and he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Dewey had certainly witnessed the greed of this dragon. I wonder what Morgoth was thinking when he created the dragon race, that he would make them so obsessed with treasure. After all, it's only 1/10 of the treasure of Lonely Mountain, and when piled up, it's still a magnificent mountain of gold. Now the entire cellar floor has been covered. Even so, Smog was still not satisfied. After all, when he was on Lonely Mountain, he was sleeping buried in a treasure trove. Now not only have they been forced to acknowledge a master, but even the quality of their sleeping environment has been lowered. He stared intently at Dewey. "Master, I can still smell gold coins on you. Stop hiding them and give them all out." Dewey's mouth twitched. The stupid dragon's nose was actually quite sharp. He then took out the treasure he had looted from Goblin Town and poured it on Smog. But Smog's eyes remained fixed on Dewey. "Also, master, you have treasure on you. Quickly take it all out. I'll keep it safe for you." Dewey was speechless as he poured out all the treasures he had seized from the Ogre Forest and the riches he had obtained from the ancient Tomb Hill. When not a single coin remained, Smog finally withdrew his gaze with a hint of satisfaction, lay comfortably on the treasure, groaned, and urged, "Master, you can go now. Don't worry, I will guard these treasures for you and guarantee that not a single gold coin will be lost." Dewey took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with the stupid dragon. He turned and walked out of the cellar, closed the cellar door, and used his wand to carve the warning "Sleeping Dragon, do not disturb" on the door. Dewey then went to the observation deck at the top of the tower. In the center of the watchtower is a huge stone platform with a depression in the center, which was once the place where the Kingdom of Arno placed the Crystal of True Knowledge. Dewey took out his True Knowledge crystal and placed it in the recessed area. Then he placed the crystal bottle containing the Light of Eärendil next to the Crystal of True Knowledge, to prevent Sauron, the Demon King, from observing this place through the crystal. If Sauron dares to spy on them, he'll make sure to blind them. Then Dewey released the huge bird's nest and the fledgling eagle Zorando, placing them on the other side of the watchtower. Eagles are born to love soaring high in the sky, and Zorando was quite satisfied with his new home. He flapped his tender wings against the wind and gazed into the distance, letting out a clear and melodious eagle cry. Dewey gently stroked Zorando with his gaze. "This will be your new home from now on. When you grow up, you can soar through the skies during the day and return here to rest at night. Do you like it?" The fledgling eagle could understand human speech, and it nuzzled Dewey affectionately, letting out a joyful cry. "I'm glad you like it." Dewey took out some dried meat and handed it to him. The fledgling eagle has now been cured of its deficiencies by Elrond, and as long as it is gradually cared for, it will be able to grow up with the other giant eagles. Dewey is eagerly anticipating the day when he can spread his wings and fly. After calming Zorondo down, Dewey left the lookout tower. He locked the 2 giant spiders he had captured inside the middle tower space and used magic to solidify the iron door to prevent them from escaping. Why does it look more and more like a zoo? After doing all this, Dewey belatedly realized what was happening. A giant dragon lived in the cellar, a baby giant eagle lived in the watchtower, and 2 giant spiders were imprisoned in the middle. It really feels like running a zoo. Putting this strange idea out of his mind, Dewey went outside the tower and found a sunny, open space. He then waved his wand, turning over the soil on the ground. After loosening the soil, Dewey took out 2 fruits, 1 gold and 1 silver. These are the seeds of the sacred white tree and the morris tree, respectively. The seeds of the sacred white tree had been soaking in the silver basin of Galadriel for 3 whole days and had become so moist and shiny that they looked as if they had just been picked from the tree. Afterwards, it was bathed in the light of Erebor and absorbed a lot of light. Now, when held in the hand, it faintly shimmered with a halo. The sacred white tree was created by the plant goddess Yavanna, modeled after the silver tree, one of the 2 sacred trees. The only difference between the 2 trees is that it does not emit light. The light of Eärendil is actually the light that Galadriel collected from the Silmaril worn on Eärendil's head. The Silmarillion's brilliance is also the light from Fanar's collection of the 2 trees. Therefore, the light of Eärendil is essentially the light of the 2 sacred trees. The light from the twin sacred trees is a great tonic for the sacred white tree. This is why Galadriel had Dewey bathe the seeds of the sacred white tree in the light of Eärendil. Dewey dug up the soil and buried the seeds of the sacred white tree in the picture. Then he took out the water bottle given to him by Lady Galadriel and poured out some water to water the plants. This water contains the power of the water ring of Nanya, possessing extraordinary strength, enough to make seeds sprout and germinate. He then walked nearly 100 meters to the side and planted another morris plant seed. Then they watered it with a water bottle. Malong trees grow very tall, even tall enough to build platforms and tree houses on them. So to avoid the 2 trees being too close together in the future, he set the distance in advance. After doing all this, Dewey cast various shielding and protective spells to prevent the seed from being disturbed. Now all he had to do was wait for the seeds to sprout. Then we look forward to them growing into towering trees. When the time comes, 2 large trees, 1 gold and 1 silver, will stand atop Fengyun Peak, bringing a new look to the area.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.